We've all been there. A speeding ticket. And not just any speeding ticket. A speeding ticket while on a trip abroad. And that comes with all kinds of problems, like late penalties and foreign language barriers, or government websites that only accept obscure ways of payment. It's time for a revolution. With PayTicket, your foreign parking ticket problems are a thing of the past. Simply input your information, such as name, email, and country of residence. Take a quick photo of your ticket, plug in your credit card details, and click Send. And PayTicket will take care of the rest. No matter what kind of traffic or parking violation you may have to pay, PayTicket makes it easier. Simple, fast, hassle-free. That's PayTicket.
That's all right. No, this is true.
Stunning video templates. Each video maker is carefully designed to look professional. Our video makers are super easy to use and let anyone with an internet connection create high quality videos in seconds. Edit logos, mockups, videos, and design templates with just a few clicks. Each template is carefully made by design experts, so your work will always look great. Get started with the best video maker at Plazy.net.
He grins. That was a song Johnny used to sing. It ended, "So we tanned his hide when he died, Clyde, and that's it hanging on the shed." She hooks her bra and begins buttoning her blouse. "What are you smiling about, Chico?" "Nothing," he says. "Zip me up?" He goes to her, still naked, and zips her up. He kisses her cheek. "Go in the bathroom and do your face if you want," he says. "Just don't take too long, okay?" She goes up the hall gracefully, and Chico watches her, smoking. She is a tall girl, taller than he, and she has to duck her head a little going through the bathroom door. Chico finds his underpants under the bed. He puts them in the dirty clothes bag hanging just inside the closet door and gets another pair from the bureau. He puts them on, and then, while walking back to the bed, he slips and almost falls in a patch of wetness the square of cardboard has let in. "God damn," he whispers resentfully. He looks around at the room, which had been Johnny's until Johnny died. Why did I tell her he was in the army, for Christ's sake, he wonders, a little uneasily. Fiberboard walls, so thin he can hear Dad and Virginia going at it at night, that don't quite make it all the way to the ceiling. The floor has a slightly crazy hip-shot angle, so that the room's door will only stay open if you block it open. If you forget, it swings stealthily closed as soon as your back is turned. On the far wall is a movie poster from Easy Rider. Two men went looking for America and couldn't find it anywhere. The room had more life when Johnny lived here. Chico doesn't know how or why, only that it's true. And he knows something else as well. He knows that sometimes the door spooks him at night. Sometimes he thinks that the closet door will swing open and Johnny will be standing there, his body charred and twisted and blackened, his teeth yellow dentures poking out of wax that has been partially melted and re-hardened. And Johnny will be whispering, "Get out of my room, Chico. And if you lay a hand on my Dodge, I'll fucking kill you. Got it? Got it, bro, Chico thinks. For a moment he stands still, looking at the rumpled sheets spotted with the girl's blood, and then he spreads the blankets up in one quick gesture. Here, right here. How do you like that, Virginia? How does that grab your snatch? He puts on his pants, his engineer boots, finds a sweater. He's dry-combing his hair in front of the mirror when she comes out of the john. She looks classy. Her too soft stomach doesn't show in the jumper. She looks at the bed, does a couple of things to it, and it comes out looking made instead of just spread up. Good, Chico says. She laughs a little self-consciously and pushes a lock of hair behind her ear. It is an evocative, poignant gesture. Let's go, he says. They go out through the hall and the living room. Jane pauses in front of the tinted studio photograph on top of the TV. It shows his father and Virginia, a high school-age Johnny, a grammar school-age Chico, and an infant Billy in the picture. Johnny is holding Billy. All of them have fixed, stone grins. All except Virginia, whose face is its sleepy, indecipherable self. That picture, Chico remembers, was taken less than a month after his dad married the bitch. That your mother and father? It's my father, Chico said. She's my stepmother, Virginia. Come on. Is she still that pretty? Jane asks, picking up her coat and handing Chico his windbreaker. I guess my old man thinks so, Chico says. They step out into the shed. It's a damp and drafty place. The wind hoots through the cracks in its slapstick walls. There's a pile of old bald tires, Johnny's old bike that Chico inherited when he was 10 and which he promptly wrecked. A pile of detective magazines, returnable Pepsi bottles, a greasy, monolithic engine block, an orange crate full of paperback books, an old paint-by-the-numbers of a horse standing on dusty green grass. Chico helps her pick her way outside. The rain is falling with disheartening steadiness. Chico's old sedan stands in a driveway puddle, looking downhearted. Even up on blocks and with a red piece of plastic covering the place where the windshield should go, Johnny's Dodge has more class. Chico's car is a Buick. The paint is dull and flowered with spots of rust. The front seat upholstery has been covered with a brown army blanket. A large button pinned to the sun visor on the passenger side says, "I want it every day." There's a rusty starter assembly on the back seat. If it ever stops raining, he will clean it, he thinks, and maybe put it into the Dodge. Or maybe not. The Buick smells musty, and his own starter grinds a long time before the Buick starts up. "Is it your battery?" she asks. "Just the goddamn rain, I guess." He backs out onto the road, flicking on the windshield wipers and pausing for a moment to look at the house. It is a completely unappetizing aqua color. The shed sticks off from it at a ragtag, double-jointed angle, tar paper and peeled-looking shingles. The radio comes on with a blare, and Chico shuts it off at once. There is the beginning of a Sunday afternoon headache behind his forehead. They ride past the Grange Hall and the volunteer fire department and Brownie's store. Sally Morrison's T-Bird is parked by Brownie's high-test pump, and Chico raises a hand to her as he turns off onto the old Lewiston Road. "Who's that?" "Sally Morrison." "Pretty lady." Very neutral. He feels for his cigarettes. "She's been married twice and divorced twice. Now she's the town pump, if you believe half the talk that goes on in this shit-ass little town." "She looks young." "She is." "Have you ever—" He slides his hand up her leg and smiles. "No," he says. "My brother, maybe, but not me. I like Sally, though. She's got her alimony and her big white bird, and she doesn't care what people say about her." It starts to seem like a long drive. The Androscoggin, off to the right, is slaty and sullen. The ice is all out of it now. Jane has grown quiet and thoughtful. The only sound is the steady snap of the windshield wipers. When the car rolls through the dips in the road, there is ground fog, waiting for evening when it will creep out of these pockets and take over the whole river road. They cross into Auburn, and Chico drives the cutoff and swings onto Minot Avenue. The 4 lanes are nearly deserted, and all the suburban homes look packaged. They see one little boy in a yellow plastic raincoat walking up the sidewalk, carefully stepping in all the puddles. "Go, man," Chico says softly. "What?" Jane asks. "Nothing, babe. Go back to sleep." She laughs a little doubtfully. Chico turns up Keston Street and into the driveway of one of the packaged houses. He doesn't turn off the ignition. "Come in and I'll give you cookies," she says. He shakes his head. "I have to get back." "I know." She puts her arms around him and kisses him. "Thank you for the most wonderful time of my life." He smiles suddenly. His face shines. It is nearly magical. "I'll see you Monday, Janey Jane. Still friends, right?" "You know we are," she says, and kisses him again. But when he cups a breast through her jumper, she pulls away. "Don't. My father might see." He lets her go, only a little of the smile left. She gets out of the car quickly and runs through the rain to the back door. A second later, she's gone. Chico pauses for a moment to light a cigarette, and then he backs out of the driveway. The Buick stalls, and the starter seems to grind forever before the engine manages to catch. It is a long ride home. When he gets there, Dad's station wagon is parked in the driveway. He pulls in beside it and lets the engine die. For a moment, he sits inside silently, listening to the rain. It is like being inside a steel drum. Inside, Billy is watching Carl Stormer and his country buckaroos on the TV set. When Chico comes in, Billy jumps up, excited. "Eddie! Hey, Eddie! You know what Uncle Pete said? He said him and a whole mess of other guys sank a Kraut sub in the war. Will you take me to the show next Saturday?" "I don't know," Chico says, grinning. "Maybe if you kiss my shoes every night before supper all week." He pulls Billy's hair. Billy hollers and laughs and kicks him in the shins. "Cut it out now," Sam May says, coming into the room. "Cut it out, you two. You know how your mother feels about the roughhousing." He has pulled his tie down and unbuttoned the top button of his shirt. He's got 3 red hot dogs on a plate. The hot dogs are wrapped in white bread, and Sam May has put the old mustard right to them. "Where have you been, Eddie?" "At Jane's." The toilet flushes in the bathroom. Virginia. Chico wonders briefly if Jane has left any hairs in the sink, or a lipstick, or a bobby pin. "You should have come with us to see your Uncle Pete and Aunt Anne," his father says. He eats a frank in 3 quick bites. "You're getting to be like a stranger around here, Eddie. I don't like that. Not while we provide the bed and board." "Some bed," Chico says. "Some board." Sam looks up quickly, hurt at first, then angry. When he speaks, Chico sees that his teeth are yellow with French's mustard. He feels vaguely nauseated. "Your lip! Your goddamn lip! You aren't too big yet, snot-nose." Chico shrugs, peels a slice of Wonder Bread off the loaf standing on the TV tray by his father's chair, and spreads it with ketchup. "In 3 months I'm going to be gone anyway." "What the hell are you talking about?" "I'm going to fix up Johnny's car and go out to California, look for work." "Oh, yeah, right." He is a big man, big in a shambling way, but Chico thinks now that he's got smaller after he married Virginia, and smaller again after Johnny died. And in his mind he hears himself saying to Jane, "My brother, maybe, not me." And on the heels of that, "Play your didgeridoo, Blue." "You ain't never going to get that car as far as Castle Rock, let alone California." "You don't think so? Just watch my fucking dust." For a moment his father only looks at him, and then he throws the frank he has been holding. It hits Chico in the chest, spraying mustard on his sweater and on the chair. "Say that word again and I'll break your nose for you, smartass." Chico picks up the frank and looks at it. Cheap red frank smeared with French's mustard. Spread a little sunshine. He throws it back at his father. Sam gets up, his face the color of an old brick, the vein in the middle of his forehead pulsing. His thigh connects with a TV tray and it overturns. Billy stands in the kitchen doorway watching them. He's gotten himself a plate of franks and beans, and the plate is tipped and bean juice runs onto the floor. Billy's eyes are wide, his mouth trembling. On the TV, Carl Stormer and his country buckaroos are tearing through Long Black Veil at a breakneck pace. "You raise them up best you can, and they spit on you," his father says thickly. "Yeah, that's how it goes." He gropes blindly on the seat of his chair and comes up with the half-eaten hot dog. He holds it in his fist like a severed phallus. Incredibly, he begins to eat it. At the same time, Chico sees that he has begun to cry. "Yep, they spit on you. That's just how it goes." "Well, why in the hell did you have to marry her?" he bursts out, and then has to bite down on the rest of it. "If you hadn't married her, Johnny would still be alive." "That's none of your goddamn business," Sam May roars through his tears. "That's my business." "Oh?" Chico shouts back. "Is that so? I only have to live with her. Me and Billy, we have to live with her, watch her grind you down, and you don't even know—" "What?" his father says, and his voice is suddenly low and ominous. The chunk of hot dog left in his closed fist is like a bloody chunk of bone. "What don't I know?" "You don't know shit from Shinola," he says, appalled at what has almost come out of his mouth. "You want to stop it now?" his father says, "or I'll beat the hell out of you, Chico." He only calls him this when he is very angry indeed. Chico turns and sees that Virginia is standing at the other side of the room, adjusting her skirt minutely, looking at him with her large, calm, brown eyes. Her eyes are beautiful. The rest of her is not so beautiful. So self-renewing. But those eyes will carry her for years yet, Chico thinks, and he feels the sick hate come back. "So we tanned his hide when he died, Clyde, and that's it hanging on the shed." "She's got you pussy-whipped, and you don't have the guts to do anything about it." All of this shouting has finally become too much for Billy. He gives a great wail of terror, drops his plate of franks and beans, and covers his face with his hands. Bean juice splatters his Sunday shoes and sprays across the rug. Sam takes a single step forward and then stops when Chico makes a curt, beckoning gesture, as if to say, "Yeah, come on, let's get down to it. What took you so fucking long?" They stand like statues until Virginia speaks. Her voice is low, as calm as her brown eyes. "Have you had a girl in your room, Ed? You know how your father and I feel about that." Almost as an afterthought. "She left a handkerchief." He stares at her, savagely unable to express the way he feels, the way she is dirty, the way she shoots unerringly at the back, the way she clips in behind you and cuts at your hamstrings. "You could hurt me if you wanted to," the calm brown eyes say. "I know you know what was going on before he died, but that's the only way you can hurt me, isn't it, Chico? And only then if your father believed you. And if he believed you, it would kill him." His father lunges at the new gambit like a bear. "Have you been screwing in my house, you little bastard?" "Watch your language, please, Sam," Virginia says calmly. "Is that why you didn't want to come with us? So you could "Say it," Chico weeps. "Don't let her do it to you. Say it. Say what you mean." "Get out," he says dully. "Don't you come back until you can apologize to your mother and me." "Don't you dare," he cries. "Don't you dare call that bitch my mother. I'll kill you." "Stop it, Eddie," Billy screams. The words are muffled, blurred, through his hands, which still cover his face. "Stop yelling at Daddy. Stop it, please." Virginia doesn't move from the doorway. Her calm eyes remain on Chico. Sam blunders back a step, and the back of his knees strike the edge of his easy chair. He sits down in it heavily and averts his face against a hairy forearm. "I can't even look at you when you got words like that in your mouth, Eddie. You're making me feel so bad." "She makes you feel bad. Why won't you admit it?" He does not reply. Still not looking at Chico, he fumbles another franc wrapped in bread from the plate on the TV tray. He fumbles for the mustard. Billy goes on crying. Carl Stormer and his country buckaroos are singing a truck-driving song. "My rig is old, but that don't mean she's slow," Carl tells all his Western Maine viewers. "The boy doesn't know what he's saying, Sam," Virginia says gently. "It's hard at his age. It's hard to grow up." She's whipped him. That's the end, all right. He turns and heads for the door, which leads first into the shed and then outdoors. As he opens it, he looks back at Virginia, and she gazes at him tranquilly when he speaks her name. "What is it, Ed?" "The sheets are bloody." He pauses. "I broke her in." He thinks something has stirred in her eyes, but that is probably only his wish. "Please go now, Ed. You're scaring Billy." He leaves. The Buick doesn't want to start, and he has almost resigned himself to walking in the rain when the engine finally catches. He lights a cigarette and backs out onto 14, slamming the clutch back in and racing the mill when it starts to jerk and splutter. The generator light blinks balefully at him twice, and then the car settles into a rugged idle. At last he is on his way, creeping up the road towards Gates Falls. He spares Johnny's Dodge one last look. Johnny could have had steady work at Gates Mills and Weaving, but only on the night shift. Night work didn't bother him, he had told Chico, and the pay was better than at the Plains, but their father worked days, and working nights at the mill would have meant Johnny would have been home with her, home alone, or with Chico in the next room, and the walls were thin. "I can't stop, and she won't let me try," Johnny said. "Yeah, I know what it would do to him, but she just won't stop, and it's like I can't stop. She's always at me, you know what I mean? You've seen her. Billy's too young to understand, but you've seen her." Yes, he had seen her. And Johnny had gone to work at the Plains, telling their father it was because he could get parts for the Dodge on the cheap. And that's how it happened that he had been changing a tire when the Mustang came skidding and skating across the infield with its muffler dragging up sparks. That was how his stepmother had killed his brother. "So just keep playing until I shoot through, Blue. 'Cause we goin' to Stud City right here in this shit-heap Buick." And he remembers how the rubber smelled, and how the knobs of Johnny's spine cast small crescent shadows on the bright white of his T-shirt. He remembers seeing Johnny get halfway up from the squat he had been working in when the Mustang hit him, squashing him between it and the Chevy. And there had been a hollow bang as the Chevy came down off its jacks, and then the bright yellow flare of flame, the rich smell of gasoline. Chico strikes the brakes with both feet, bringing the sedan to a crunching, juddering halt on the sodden shoulder. He leans widely across the seat, throws open the passenger door, and sprays yellow puke onto the mud and snow. The sight of it makes him puke again, and the thought of it makes him dry heave one more time. The car almost stalls, but he catches it in time. The generator light winks out reluctantly when he guns the engine. He sits, letting the shakes work their way out of him. A car goes by fast, a new Ford, white, throwing up great dirty fans of water and slush. "Stud City," Chico says, "in his new stud car. Funky." He tastes puke on his lips and in his throat and coating his sinuses. He doesn't want a cigarette. Danny Carter will let him sleep over. Tomorrow will be time enough for further decisions. He pulls back into Route 14 and gets rolling. Chapter 8. Pretty fucking melodramatic, right? The world has seen one or two better stories, I know that. 1 or 200,000 better ones, more like it. It ought to have, "This is the produce of an undergraduate creative writing workshop," stamped on every page, because that's just what it was, at least up to a certain point. It seems both painfully derivative and painfully sophomoric to me now. Style by Hemingway, except we've got the whole thing in the present tense for some reason. How too fucking trendy. Theme by Faulkner. Could anything be more serious, more literary? But even its pretensions can't hide the fact that it's an extremely sexual story written by an extremely inexperienced young man. At the time I wrote Stud City, I had been to bed with 2 girls and had ejaculated prematurely all over one of them, not much like Chico in the foregoing tale, I guess. Its attitude towards women goes beyond hostility, and to a point which verges on actual ugliness. 2 of the women in Stud City are sluts, and the third is a simple receptacle who says things like, "I love you, Chico," and "Come in, I'll give you cookies." Chico, on the other hand, is a macho, cigarette-smoking, working-class hero who could have stepped whole and breathing from the grooves of a Bruce Springsteen record. although Springsteen was yet to be heard from when I published the story in the college literary magazine, where it ran between a poem called Images of Me and an essay on student parietals written entirely in the lower case. It is the work of a young man every bit as insecure as he was inexperienced. And yet it was the first story I ever wrote that felt like my story, the first one that really felt whole after 5 years of trying, the first one that might still be able to stand up, even with its props taken away. Ugly but alive. Even now, when I read it, stifling a smile at its pseudo-toughness and its pretensions, I can see the true face of Gordon LaChance lurking just behind the lines of print. A Gordon LaChance younger than the one living and writing now, one certainly more idealistic than the best-selling novelist who is more apt to have his paperback contracts reviewed than his books, but not so young as the one who went with his friends that day to see the body of a dead kid named Ray Brower. A Gordon LaChance halfway along in the process of losing the shine. No, it's not a very good story. Its author was too busy listening to other voices to listen as closely as he should have to the one coming from inside. But it was the first time I had ever really used the places I knew and the things I felt in a piece of fiction. And there was a kind of dreadful exhilaration in seeing things that had bothered me for years come out in a new form, a form over which I had imposed control. It had been years since that childhood idea of Denny being in the closet of his spookily preserved room had occurred to me. I would have honestly believed I had forgotten it. Yet there it is in Stud City, only slightly changed, but controlled. I've resisted the urge to change it a lot more, to rewrite it, to juice it up, and that urge was fairly strong, because I find the story quite embarrassing now. But there are still things in it I like, things that would be cheapened by changes made by this later LaChance, who has the first threads of gray in his hair. Things like that image of the shadows on Johnny's white T-shirt, or that of the rain ripples on Jane's naked body, that seem better than they have any right to be. Also, it was the first story I ever showed to my mother and father. There was too much Denny in it, too much Castle Rock, and most of all, too much 1960. You always know the truth, because when you cut yourself or someone else with it, you bleed. Chapter 9. My room was on the second floor, and it must have been at least 90 degrees up there. It would be 110 by afternoon, even with all the windows open. I was really glad I wasn't sleeping there that night, and the thought of where we were going made me excited all over again. I made 2 blankets into a bedroll and tied it with my old belt. I collected all my money, which was 68 cents. Then I was ready to go. I went down the back stairs to avoid meeting my dad in front of the house, but I hadn't needed to worry. He was still out in the garden with the hose, making useless rainbows in the air and looking through them. I walked down Summer Street and cut through a vacant lot to Carbine, where the offices of the Castle Call stand today. I was headed up Carbine towards the clubhouse when a car pulled over to the curb and Chris got out. He had his old Boy Scout pack in one hand and 2 blankets rolled up and tied with clothes rope in the other. "Thanks, mister," he said, and trotted over to join me as the car pulled away. His Boy Scout canteen was slung around his neck and under one arm so that it finally ended up banging on his hip. His eyes were sparkling. "Gordy, you want to see something?" "Sure, I guess so. What?" "Come on down here first." He pointed at the narrow space between the Blue Point Diner and the Castle Rock drugstore. "What is it, Chris?" "Come on, I said." He ran down the alley, and after a brief moment, that's all it took me to cast aside my better judgment, I ran after him. The 2 buildings were set slightly towards each other rather than running parallel, and so the alley narrowed as it went back. We waded through trashy drifts of old newspapers and stepped over cruel, sparkly nests of broken beer and soda bottles. Chris cut behind the Blue Point and put his bedroll down. There were 8 or 9 garbage cans lined up here, and the stench was incredible. "Phew, Chris, come on, give me a break." "Give me your arm," Chris said by rote. "No, sincerely, I'm gonna throw up." The words broke off in my mouth, and I forgot all about the smelly garbage cans. Chris had unslung his pack and opened it and reached inside. Now he was holding out a huge pistol with dark wood grips. "You want to be the Lone Ranger or the Cisco Kid?" Chris asked, grinning. "Walking, talking Jesus, where'd you get that?" "Hawked it out of my dad's bureau. It's a .45. "Yeah, I can see that," I said, although it could have been a .38 or a .357 for all I knew. In spite of all the John D. MacDonalds and Ed McBains I'd read, the only pistol I'd ever seen up close was the one Constable Bannerman carried. And although all the kids asked him to take it out of its holster, Banner never would. "Man, your dad's going to hide you when he finds out. You said he was on a mean streak anyway." His eyes just went on dancing. "That's it, man. He ain't going to find out nothing. Him and these other rummies are all laid up down in Harrison with 6 or 8 bottles of wine. They won't be back for a week. Fucking rummies." His lips curled. He was the only guy in our gang who would never take a drink, even to show he had, big balls. He said he wasn't going to grow up to be a fucking tosspot like his old man. And he told me once privately, this was after the Despain twins showed up with a 6-pack they'd hawked from their old man, and everyone teased Chris because he wouldn't take a beer or even a swallow, that he was scared to drink. He said his father never got his nose all the way out of the bottle anymore, that his older brother had been drunk out of his tits when he raped that girl, and that Eyeball was always guzzling Purple Jesuses with Ace Merrill and Charlie Hogan and Billy Tessio. What, he asked me, did I think his chances of letting go of the bottle would be once he picked it up? Maybe you think that's funny, a 12-year-old worrying that he might be an incipient alcoholic, but it wasn't funny to Chris, not at all. He'd thought about the possibility a lot. He'd had occasion to. "You got shells for it?" "9 of them, all that was left in the box. He'll think he used them himself, shooting at cans while he was drunk." "Is it loaded?" "No. Christ's sake, what do you think I am?" I finally took the gun. I liked the heavy way it sat there in my hand. I could see myself as Steve Carella of the 87th Precinct, going after that guy, the Heckler, or maybe covering Meyer or Kling while they broke into a desperate junkie's sleazy apartment. I sighted on one of the smelly trash cans and squeezed the trigger. Kabam! The gun bucked in my hand. Fire licked from the end. It felt as if my wrist had just been broken. My heart vaulted nimbly into the back of my mouth and crouched there, trembling. A big hole appeared in the corrugated metal surface of the trash can. It was the work of an evil conjurer. "Jesus!" I screamed. Chris was cackling wildly. In real amusement or hysterical terror, I couldn't tell. "You did it! You did it! Gordy did it!" he bugled. "Hey, Gordon LaChance is shooting up Castle Rock!" "Shut up! Let's get out of here!" I screamed and grabbed him by the shirt. As we ran, the back door of the Blue Point jerked open, and Francine Tupper stepped out in her white rayon waitress's uniform. "Who did that? Who's letting off cherry bombs back here?" We ran like hell. Cutting behind the drugstore and the hardware store and the Emporium Galorium, which sold antiques and junk and dime books. We climbed a fence, spiking our palms with splinters, and finally came out on Curran Street. I threw the .45 at Chris as we ran. He was killing himself laughing, but caught it and somehow managed to stuff it back into his knapsack and close one of the snaps. Once around the corner of Curran and back on Carbine Street, we slowed to a walk so we wouldn't look suspicious running in the heat. Chris was still giggling. "Man, you should have seen your face. Oh, man, that was priceless. That was really fine. Oh, my fucking A." He shook his head and slapped his leg and howled. "You knew it was loaded, didn't you, you wet? I'm going to be in trouble. That Tupper babe saw me. Shit, she thought it was a firecracker. Besides, old Thunderjug's Tupper can't see past the end of her own nose, you know that. Thinks wearing glasses would spoil her pretty face." He put one palm against the small of his back and bumped his hips and got laughing again. "Well, I don't care. That was a mean trick, Chris, really." "Come on, Gordy." He put a hand on my shoulder. "I didn't know it was loaded. Honest to God, I swear on my mother's life. I just took it out of my dad's bureau. He always unloads it. He must have been really drunk when he put it away the last time." "You really didn't load it?" "No, sir." "You swear it on your mother's name, even if she goes to hell for you telling a lie?" "I swear." He crossed himself and spat, his face as open and repentant as any choir boy's. But when we turned into the vacant lot where our treehouse was, and we saw Vern and Teddy sitting on their bedrolls waiting for us, he started to laugh again. He told them the whole story, and after everybody had had their yucks, Teddy asked him what Chris thought they needed a pistol for. "Nothing," Chris said, "except we might see a bear, something like that. Besides, it's spooky sleeping out at night in the woods." Everybody nodded at that. Chris was the biggest, toughest guy in our gang, and he could always get away with saying things like that. Teddy, on the other hand, would have gotten his ass ragged off if he even hinted he was afraid of the dark. "Did you set your tent up in the field?" Teddy asked Vern. "Yeah, and I put 2 turned-on flashlights in it so it'll look like we're there after dark." "Hot shit," I said, and clapped Vern on the back. For him, that was real thinking. He grinned and blushed. "So let's go," Teddy said. "Come on, it's almost 12 already." Chris got up, and we gathered around him. "We'll walk across Beeman's field and behind that furniture place by Sonny's Texaco," he said. "Then we'll get on the railroad tracks down by the dump and just walk across the trestle into Harlow." "How far do you think it's going to be?" Teddy asked. Chris shrugged. "Harlow's big. We're going to be walking at least 20 miles. That sound right to you, Gordy?" "Yeah, it might even be 30. "Even if it's 30, we ought to be there by tomorrow afternoon, if no one goes pussy." "No pussies here," Teddy said at once. We all looked at each other for a second. "Meow," Vern said, and we all laughed. "Come on, you guys," Chris said, and shouldered his pack. We walked out of the vacant lot together, Chris slightly in the lead. Chapter 10. By the time we got across Beeman's field and had struggled up the cindery embankment to the great southern and western main tracks, we had all taken our shirts off and tied them around our waists. We were sweating like pigs. At the top of the embankment we looked down the tracks, towards where we'd have to go. I'll never forget that moment, no matter how old I get. I was the only one with a watch, a cheap Timex I'd gotten as a premium for selling Cloverine brand salve the year before. Its hands stood at straight-up noon, and the sun beat down on the dry, shadeless vista before us with savage heat. You could feel it working to get in under your skull and fry your brains. Behind us was Castle Rock, spread out on the long hill that was known as Castle View, surrounding its green and shady common. Further down Castle River you could see the stacks of the woolen mills spewing smoke into a sky the color of gunmetal and spewing waste into the water. The Jolly Furniture Barn was on our left, and straight ahead of us the railroad tracks, bright and heliographing in the sun. They paralleled the Castle River, which was on our left. To our right was a lot of overgrown scrubland. There's a motorcycle track there today. They have scrambles every Sunday afternoon at 2 p.m. An old abandoned water tower stood on the horizon, rusty and somehow scary. We stood there for that one noontime moment, and then Chris said impatiently, "Come on, let's get going." We walked beside the tracks in the cinders, kicking up little puffs of blackish dust at every step. Our socks and sneakers were soon gritty with it. Vern started singing, "Roll me over in the clover," but soon quit it, which was a break for our ears. Only Teddy and Chris had bought canteens, and we were all hitting them pretty hard. "We could fill all the canteens again at the dump faucet," I said. "My dad told me that's a safe well. It's 190 feet deep." "Okay," Chris said, being the tough platoon leader. "That'll be a good place to take 5 anyway." "What about food?" Teddy asked suddenly. "I bet nobody thought to bring something to eat. I know I didn't." Chris stopped. "Shit, I didn't either. Gordy?" I shook my head, wondering how I could have been so dumb. "Vern?" "Zip," Vern said. "Sorry." "Well, let's see how much money we got," I said. I untied my shirt, spread it on the cinders, and dropped my own 68 cents onto it. The coins glittered feverishly in the sunlight. Chris had a tattered dollar and 2 pennies. Teddy had 2 quarters and 2 nickels. Vern had exactly 7 cents. $2.37, I said. "Not bad. There's a store at the end of that little road that goes to the dump. Somebody'll have to walk down there and get some hamburger and some tonics while the others rest." "Who?" Vern asked. "We'll match for it when we get to the dump. Come on." I slid all the money into my pants pocket and was just tying my shirt around my waist again when Chris hollered, "Train!" I put my hand out on one of the rails to feel it, even though I could already hear it. The rail was thrumming crazily. For a moment it was like holding the train in my hand. "Paratroops over the side!" Vern bawled, and leapt halfway down the embankment in one crazy clownish stride. Vern was nuts for playing paratroops any place the ground was soft. A gravel pit, a haymow, an embankment like this one. Chris jumped after him. The train was really loud now, probably headed straight up our side of the river towards Lewiston. Instead of jumping, Teddy turned in the direction of which it was coming. His thick glasses glittered in the sun. His long hair flopped untidily over his brow in sweat-soaked stringers. "Go on, Teddy," I said. "No, I'm going to dodge it." He looked at me, his magnified eyes frantic with excitement. "A train dodge, dig it? What's trucks after a fucking train dodge?" "You're crazy, man. You want to get killed?" "Just like the beaches at Normandy," Teddy yelled, and strode out into the middle of the tracks. He stood on one of the cross ties, lightly balanced. I stood stunned for a moment, unable to believe stupidity of such width and breadth. Then I grabbed him, dragged him, fighting and protesting, to the embankment and pushed him over. I jumped after him, and Teddy caught me a good one in the guts while I was still in the air. The wind whooshed out of me, but I was still able to hit him in the sternum with my knee and knock him flat on his back before he could get all the way up. I landed, gasping and sprawling, and Teddy grabbed me around the neck. We went rolling all the way to the bottom of the embankment, hitting and clawing at each other, while Chris and Vern stared at us, stupidly surprised. "You little son of a bitch!" Teddy was screaming at me. "You fucker! Don't you throw your weight around on me! I'll kill you, you dipshit!" I was getting my breath back now, and I made it to my feet. I backed away as Teddy advanced, holding my open hands up to slap away his punches, half laughing and half scared. Teddy was no one to fool around with when he went into one of his screaming fits. He'd take on a big kid in that state, and after the big kid broke both of his arms, he'd bite. "Teddy, you can dodge anything you want after we see what we're going to see, but—" Whack on the shoulder as one wildly swinging fist got past me. "Until then, there's no one supposed to see us, you—" Whack on the side of the face, and then we might have had a real fight if Chris and Vern, "Stupid wet end," hadn't grabbed us and kept us apart. Above us, the train roared by in a thunder of diesel exhaust and the great heavy clacking of boxcar wheels. A few cinders bounced down the embankment, and the argument was over, at least until we could hear ourselves talk again. It was only a short freight, and when the caboose had trailed by, Teddy said, "I'm going to kill him. At least give him a fat lip." He struggled against Chris, but Chris only grabbed him tighter. "Calm down, Teddy," Chris said quietly. and he kept saying it until Teddy stopped struggling and just stood there, his glasses hanging askew and his hearing aid cord dangling limply against his chest on its way down to the battery, which he had shoved into the pocket of his jeans. When he was completely still, Chris turned to me and said, "What the hell are you fighting with him about, Gordon?" "He wanted to dodge the train. I figured the engineer would see him and report it. They might send a cop out." "Ah, he'd be too busy making chocolate in his drawers," Teddy said. But he didn't seem angry anymore. The storm had passed. "Gordy was just trying to do the right thing," Vern said. "Come on, peace." "Peace, you guys," Chris agreed. "Yeah, okay," I said, and held out my hand, palm up. "Peace, Teddy?" "I could have dodged it," he said to me. "You know that, Gordy?" "Yeah," I said, although the thought turned me cold inside. "I know it." "Okay, peace then." "Skin it, man," Chris ordered, and let go of Teddy. Teddy slapped his hand down on mine hard enough to sting, and then turned it over. I slapped his. "Fucking pussy LeChance," Teddy said. "Meow," I said. "Come on, you guys," Vern said. "Let's go, okay?" "Go anywhere you want, but don't go here," Chris said solemnly, and Vern drew back as if to hit him. Chapter 11. We got to the dump around 1:30, and Vern led the way down the embankment with a "paratroops over the side." We went to the bottom in big jumps and leaped over the brackish trickle of water oozing listlessly out of the culvert which pocked out of the cinders. Beyond this small boggy area was the sandy, trash-littered verge of the dump. There was a 6-foot security fence surrounding it. Every 20 feet, weather-faded signs were posted. They said, "Castle Rock Dump, hours 4 to 8 p.m., closed Mondays, trespassing strictly forbidden." We climbed to the top of the fence, swung over, and jumped down. Teddy and Vern led the way towards the well, which you tapped with an old-fashioned pump, the kind from which you had to call the water with elbow grease. There was a Crisco can filled with water next to the pump handle, and the great sin was to forget to leave it filled for the next guy to come along. The iron handle stuck off at an angle, looking like a one-winged bird that was trying to fly. It had once been green, but almost all of the paint had been rubbed off by thousands of hands that had worked that handle since 1940. The dump is one of my strongest memories of Castle Rock. It always reminds me of the surrealist painters when I think of it. Those fellows who were always painting pictures of clock faces lying limply in the crotches of trees, or Victorian living rooms standing in the middle of the Sahara, or steam engines coming out of fireplaces. To my child's eye, nothing in the Castle Rock dump looked as if it really belonged there. We had entered from the back. If you came from the front, a wide dirt road came in through the gate, broadened out into a semicircular area that had been bulldozed as flat as a dirt landing strip, and then ended abruptly at the edge of the dumping pit. The pump, Teddy and Vern were currently standing there and squabbling about who was going to prime it, was at the back of this great pit. It was maybe 80 feet deep and filled with all the American things that get empty, wear out, or just don't work anymore. There was so much stuff that my eyes hurt just looking at it. Or maybe it was your brain that actually hurt, because it could never quite decide what your eye should stop on. Then your eye would stop, or be stopped, by something that seemed as out of place as those limp clock faces or the living room in the desert. A brass bedstead leaning drunkenly in the sun. A little girl's dolly looking amazedly between her thighs as she gave birth to stuffing. An overturned Studebaker automobile with its chrome bullet nose glittering in the sun like some Buck Rogers missile. One of those giant water bottles they have in office buildings, transformed by the summer sun into a hot, blazing sapphire. There was plenty of wildlife there, too, although it wasn't the kind you see in the Walt Disney nature films or at those tame zoos where you can pet the animals. Plump rats, woodchucks grown sleek and lumbering on such rich chow as rotting hamburgers and maggoty vegetables, seagulls by the thousands, and stalking among the gulls like thoughtful, introspective ministers, an occasional huge crow. It was also the place where the town's stray dogs came for a meal when they couldn't find any trash cans to knock over or any deer to run. They were a miserable, ugly-tempered mongrel lot. Slat-sided and grinning bitterly, they would attack each other over a fly-blown piece of bologna or a pile of chicken guts fuming in the sun. But these dogs never attacked Milo Pressman, the dump keeper, because Milo was never without Chopper at his heel. Chopper was, at least until Camber's dog Cujo went rabid 20 years later, the most feared and least seen dog in Castle Rock. He was the meanest dog for 40 miles around, or so we heard, and ugly enough to stop a striking clock. The kids whispered legends about Chopper's meanness. Some said he was half German Shepherd, some said he was mostly Boxer, and a kid from Castle View with the unfortunate name of Harry Hoare claimed that Chopper was a Doberman Pinscher whose vocal cords had been surgically removed so you couldn't hear him when he was on the attack. There were other kids who claimed Chopper was a maniacal Irish wolfhound, and Milo Pressman fed him a special mixture of Gaines meal and chicken blood. These same kids claimed that Milo didn't dare take Chopper out of his shack unless the dog was hooded like a hunting falcon. The most common story was that Pressman had trained Chopper not just to sick, but to sick specific parts of the human anatomy. Thus, an unfortunate kid who had illegally scaled the dump fence to pick for illicit treasures might hear Milo Pressman cry, "Chopper, sick, hand!" and Chopper would grab that hand and hold on, ripping skin and tendons, powdering bones between his slavering jaws, until Milo told him to quit. It was rumored that Chopper could take an ear, an eye, a foot, or a leg, and that a second offender who was surprised by Milo and the ever-loyal Chopper would hear the dread cry, "Chopper, sick, pecker," and that kid would be a soprano for the rest of his life. Milo himself was more commonly seen and thus more commonly regarded. He was just a half-bright working Joe who supplemented his small-town salary by fixing things people threw away and selling them around town. There was no sign of either Milo or Chopper today. Chris and I watched Vern prime the pump while Teddy worked the handle frantically. At last he was rewarded with a flood of clear water. A moment later, both of them had their heads under the trough, Teddy still pumping away a mile a minute. "Teddy's crazy," I said softly. "Oh, yeah," Chris said matter-of-factly. "He won't live to be twice the age he is now, I bet. His dad burning his ears like that? That's what did it. He's crazy to dodge trucks the way he does. He can't see worth a shit, glasses or no glasses. You remember that time in the tree?" "Yeah." The year before, Teddy and Chris had been climbing the big pine tree behind my house. They were almost to the top, and Chris said they couldn't go any further because all the branches up there were rotten. Teddy got that crazy, stubborn look on his face and said, "Fuck that." He had pine tar all over his hands, and he was going to go up until he touched the top. Nothing Chris said could talk him out of it. So up he went, and he actually made it. He only weighed 75 pounds or so, remember. He stood there, clutching the top of the pine in one tar-gummy hand, shouting that he was king of the world or some stupid thing like that, and then there was a sickening, rotted crack as the branch he was standing on gave way and he plummeted. What happened next was one of those things that makes you sure there must be a God. Chris reached out, purely on reflex, and what he caught was a fistful of Teddy Duchamp's hair. And although his wrist swelled up fat and he was unable to use his right hand very well for almost 2 weeks, Chris held him until Teddy, screaming and cursing, got his foot on a live branch thick enough to support his weight. Except for Chris's blind grab, he would have turned and crashed and smashed all the way to the foot of the tree, 120 feet below. When they got down, Chris was gray-faced and almost puking with the fear reaction, and Teddy wanted to fight him for pulling his hair. They would have gone at it, too, if I hadn't been there to make peace. "I dream about that every now and then," Chris said, and looked at me with strangely defenseless eyes. "Except in this dream I have, I always miss him. I just get a couple of hairs, and Teddy screams, and down he goes. Weird, huh?" "Weird," I agreed. And for just one moment we looked in each other's eyes and saw some of the true things that made us friends. Then we looked away again and watched Teddy and Vern throwing water at each other, screaming and laughing and calling each other pussies. "Yeah, but you didn't miss him," I said. Chris Chambers never misses, am I right? Not even when the ladies leave the seat down, he said. He winked at me, formed an O with his thumb and forefinger, and spat a neat white bullet through it. Eat me raw, Chambers, I said. Through a flavor straw, he said, and we grinned at each other. Vern yelled, Come on and get your water before it runs back down the pipe. Race ya, Chris said. In this heat, you're off your gourd. Come on, he said, still grinning. On my go. Okay. Go! We raced, our sneakers digging up the hard, sun-baked dirt, our torsos leaning out ahead of our flying blue-jeaned legs, our fists doubled. It was a dead heat, with both Vern on Chris's side and Teddy on mine holding up their middle fingers at the same moment. We collapsed, laughing, in the still, smoky odor of the place, and Chris tossed Vern his canteen. When it was full, Chris and I went to the pump, and first Chris pumped for me, and then I pumped for him, the shockingly cold water sluicing off the soot and the heat all in a flash, sending our suddenly freezing scalps 4 months ahead into January. Then I refilled the lard can, and we all walked over to sit down in the shade of the dump's only tree, a stunted ash 40 feet from Milo Pressman's tar-paper shack. The tree was hunched slightly to the west, as if what it really wanted to do was pick up its roots the way an old lady would pick up her skirts and just get the hell out of the dump. The most, Chris said, laughing, tossing his tangled hair back from his brow. A blast, I said, nodding, still laughing myself. This is really a good time, Vernon said simply. And he didn't just mean being off-limits inside the dump, or fudging our folks, or going on a hike up the railroad tracks into Harlow. He meant those things, but it seems to me now that there was more, and that we all knew it. Everything was there and around us. We knew exactly who we were and exactly where we were going. It was grand. We sat under the tree for a while, shooting the shit like we always did. Who had the best ball team? Still the Yankees, with Mantle and Maris, of course. What was the best car? 55 Thunderbird, with Teddy holding out stubbornly for the 58 Corvette. Who was the toughest guy in Castle Rock who wasn't in our gang? We all agreed it was Jamie Gallant, who gave Mrs. Ewing the finger and then sauntered out of her class with his hands in his pockets while she shouted at him. The best TV show? Either The Untouchables or Peter Gunn. Both Robert Stack as Elliot Ness and Craig Stevens as Gunn were cool. All that stuff. It was Teddy who first noticed that the shade of the ash tree was getting longer and asked me what time it was. I looked at my watch and was surprised to see it was 2:15. Hey, man, Vern said. Somebody's got to go for provisions. Dump opens at 4. I don't want to still be here when Milo and Chopper make the scene. Even Teddy agreed. He wasn't afraid of Milo, who had a pot belly and was at least 40, but every kid in Castle Rock squeezed his balls between his legs when Chopper's name was mentioned. Okay, I said. Odd man goes? That's you, Gordy, Chris said, smiling. Odd as a cod. So's your mother, I said, and gave them each a coin. Flip. 4 coins glittered up into the sun. 4 hands snatched them from the air. 4 flat smacks on 4 grimy wrists. We uncovered. 2 heads and 2 tails. We flipped again, and this time all 4 of us had tails. Oh, Jesus, that's a goocher, Vern said, not telling us anything we didn't know. 4 heads, or a moon, was supposed to be extraordinarily good luck. 4 tails was a goocher, and that meant very bad luck. Fuck that shit, Chris said. It doesn't mean anything. Go again. No, man, Vern said earnestly. A goocher? That's really bad. You remember when Clint Bracken and those guys got wiped out in Thirwa Hill in Durham? Billy told me they was flipping for beers, and they came up a goocher just before they got into the car, and bang, they all get fucking totaled. I don't like that. Sincerely. Nobody believes that crap about moons and goochers, Teddy said impatiently. It's baby stuff, Vern. You gonna flip or not? Vern flipped, but with obvious reluctance. This time he, Chris, and Teddy all had tails. I was showing Thomas Jefferson on a nickel, and I was suddenly scared. It was as if a shadow had crossed some inner sun. They still had a goocher, the three of them, as if dumb fate had pointed at them a second time. Abruptly, I thought of Chris saying, "I just get a couple of hairs, and Teddy screams, and down he goes. Weird, huh?" 3 tails, 1 head. Then Teddy was laughing his crazy, cackling laugh and pointing at me, and the feeling was gone. "I heard that only fairies laugh like that," I said, and gave him the finger. "Eek, Gordy," Teddy laughed. "Go get the provisions, you fucking morphodite." I wasn't really sorry to be going. I was rested up and didn't mind going down the road to the Florida market. "Don't call me any of your mother's pet names," I said to Teddy. "Eek, what a fucking wet you are, LaChance." "Go on, Gordy," Chris said. "We'll wait over by the tracks." "You guys better not go without me," I said. Vern laughed. "Going without you'd be like going with Schlitz instead of Budweiser's, Gordy." "Ah, shut up." They chanted together. "I don't shut up, I grow up, and when I look at you, I throw up." "Then your mother goes around the corner and licks it up," I said, and hauled ass out of there, giving them the finger over my shoulder as I went. I never had any friends later on like the ones I had when I was 12. Jesus, did you? Chapter 12. Different strokes for different folks, they say now, and that's cool. So if I say summer to you, you get one set of private personal images that are all the way different from mine. That's cool. But for me, summer is always going to mean running down the road to the Florida market with change jingling in my pockets, the temperature in the gay 90s, my feet dressed in Keds. The word conjures up an image of the GS and WM railroad tracks running into a perspective point in the distance, burnished so white under the sun that when you closed your eyes you could still see them there in the dark, only blue instead of white. But there was more to that summer than our trip across the river to look for Ray Brower, although that looms the largest. Sounds of the Fleetwoods singing "Come Softly, Darling," and Robin Luke singing "Susie Darlin'," and little Anthony popping the vocal on "I Ran All the Way Home." Were they all hits in that summer of 1960? Yes and no. Mostly yes. In the long purple evenings when rock and roll from WLAM blurred into night baseball from WCCU, time shifted. I think it was all 1960, and that the summer went on for a space of years, held magically intact in a web of sounds. The sweet hum of crickets, the machine-gun roar of playing cards rifling against the spokes of some kid's bicycle as he pedaled home for a late supper of cold cuts and iced tea. The flat Texas voice of Buddy Knox singing, "Come along and be my party doll, and I'll make love to you," and the baseball announcer's voice mingling with the song and with the smell of freshly cut grass. "Counts 3 and 2 now. Whitey Ford leans over, shakes off the sign. Now he's got it. Ford pauses, pitches, and there it goes. Williams got all of that one. Kiss it goodbye. Red Sox lead 3-1. Was Ted Williams still playing for the Red Sox in 1960? Absolutely not. But he was. I remember that he was, very clearly. Baseball had become important to me in the last couple of years, ever since I'd had to face the knowledge that baseball players were as much flesh and blood as I am. The knowledge came when Roy Campanella's car overturned and the papers screamed mortal news from the front pages. His career was done. He was going to sit in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. How that came back to me, with that same sickening mortal thud, when I sat down to this typewriter one morning 2 years ago, turned on the radio, and heard that Thurman Munson had died while trying to land his airplane. There were movies to go see at the Gem, which has long since been torn down. Science fiction movies like Gog with Richard Egan, and westerns with
เขาจะได้อะไรถ้าเขาทำแบบนี้ทุกวันเขาจะไม่ได้อะไรเลยไม่ได้รวยขึ้นไม่ได้ออกทีวีไม่มีใครรู้จักไม่ได้มีชื่อเสียงที่มากขึ้นเพราะสิ่งที่เขาได้คือได้แค่ความรู้สึกได้เห็นความสุขได้เข้าใจได้ความรักได้ในสิ่งที่เงินซื้อไม่ได้ได้โลกที่สวยงามกว่าเดิมในชีวิตคุณอะไรคือสิ่งที่คุณต้องการมากที่สุด
ไทยประกันชีวิตเชื่อในความดี
You know what's more ironic? Mercedes threw out to the group. How about this? Violet was murdered on the very date Luke Hollander was killed 20 years ago.
Whoa. Wait.
Nate's gaze drilled into Mercedes.
That's right, but so what? You're trying to connect the murders? That's crazy. It's been decades.
Rachel felt her insides begin to shred. She had to get out of here, fast. I don't know exactly what I'm going to do, but I am going to report on it, of course. I've already got someone tracking down the lead investigator on Violet's case, Detective O'Meara. Kaylee. The shredding cut deeper. She let out her breath, refusing to think of Kaylee O'Meara and how her husband had fallen in love with his smart, red-headed partner. Water under the damned bridge. Chapter 11.
Blam! Blam! Blam, blam, blam!
Kaylee maintained her stance, protective glasses in place as she aimed and fired at the target, her shoulders jerking with each blast of her pistol, her jaw locked. She was wearing ear protectors that blocked out everything but the satisfaction of hitting her mark, the outline of a man's torso suspended at the far end of the shooting range. She'd managed to tune out the other shooters in the indoor shooting range and was totally focused on the target positioned near the far wall. Her shots were on target, 3 a little off-center, just where a man's heart would be hidden under protective ribs. She fired off several more rounds before she was satisfied that her aim was true. By the time she was finished, most of the tension had drained from her body, and she felt re-energized. It had been a long day, and she hadn't wanted to return to her apartment on a Friday night, alone. Camille, a friend she'd known since her freshman year at Washington State, had phoned to say some friends were getting together for drinks and appetizers at O'Callahan's. Kaylee was familiar with the Irish pub located on one of the piers. Still, she had declined. "Why?" Camille had demanded. "Got something better planned?" "Have you seen the news? I'm working on a homicide." "Yeah, and I have a shitty job and a shittier boss who wants me to work late, but I told him, forget it, it's the weekend. Let's have a few drinks, catch up, and unfreaking wind. You're not going to bring that dead woman back, you know. Dead is dead." "That's not what I'm trying to do." "Okay, fine. I don't think a couple of hours with friends will stop you from finding out what happened to her." Maybe. Maybe not. The first hours of any investigation were the most critical. "Come on, Kay." She hadn't let Camille persuade her. Instead, she'd worked until after 8 and then had come to the indoor range to let off some steam and let the case sink in. But now, as she zipped her jacket and stepped outside, she noticed the fog rolling in from the ocean. She wondered if she should change her mind and see if she could connect with the group, friends from college, most married, some with children. But why the hell not? She could use a break. She'd spent hours going over interviews and evidence, feeling the clock ticking, the killer getting away. All the while, trying to push aside the impact of seeing Cade again. Big mistake. She'd called him because he'd lived in Edgewater most of his life. Also because he was one of the best detectives she'd ever worked with. And because you wanted to see him again, be honest, Kaylee. Angry with herself, she unlocked her Honda with her remote, slid inside, and started the car. "Yeah," she admitted to herself as she drove off, then turned on the radio and cranked it loud. She had used the excuse of Violet Sperry's murder to contact Cade, to see him, to check her own reaction to him as well as see what his was to her. And she'd felt crappy about it. Not that she couldn't use his insight, but because her ulterior motives were a little underhanded and disingenuous. Not her favorite traits, she thought, cruising along 101, the shops brightly lining the main artery cutting through Astoria. She'd fallen for him 3 years earlier when they'd worked a case together here in Astoria. He'd been separated from his wife then, and the murder investigation had gone on for months. It had happened during those long nights of a stakeout, when they'd spent hours alone together, the nights surrounding them as they'd sipped coffee in a car or in the apartment across the street, trying to catch a view through the windows of the suspect's house. That was when she'd fallen in love with him. It had been stupid. He'd been married. She'd known it. And though he'd admitted to being separated, he'd never once said he planned on divorce. She had fantasized, of course, even though she told herself now that she'd fought her attraction to him. Had she? Or was that just a lie she told herself to feel better about the whole doomed situation? Tonight, she would unwind for an hour or two. Tonight, she'd put Violet Sperry's homicide on the back burner, and she would definitely stop thinking about Cade Ryder, even though he was now indeed divorced. Had been for nearly a couple of years. Still off limits, she reminded herself as she drove under the ramp to the Astoria-Megler Bridge, the tall 4-mile span that linked Oregon to Washington at the mouth of the river. O'Callahan's was located on the riverfront, tucked between a restaurant and bookstore in what had once been a series of warehouses and was now one big mall, a hodgepodge of stores on 3 levels. She parked, locked the car, then dashed across the parking lot to the wide glass doors that were the main entrance. Inside, reclaimed wood floors gleamed beneath industrial lights suspended near the exposed air ducts. She made her way down a short flight of stairs to the Irish bar and stepped inside, where the lighting was dim and the conversation humming. Customers lined the bar, where 2 bartenders poured drinks, chatted and laughed in front of tall mirrored shelving holding dozens of gleaming bottles. 2 flat-screen TVs were positioned overhead, a baseball game in progress. Kaylee spied Camille seated in an oversized booth in a rear corner. Wild streaked curls framed her heart-shaped face. She was sipping from a small copper cup, her lips a glossy pink. With her were 3 men and 2 women, heads bent over their drinks. Kaylee took a step toward them, then stopped. Maybe this was a mistake. She could spend the next hours piecing together the case, follow up on... Oh, crap. One of the guys was Travis McVeigh, her ex, the man she'd dated before stupidly falling for Cade. Her heart sank. Damn you, Camille. A roar went up at the bar as one of the players cracked a line drive. Travis looked up, then over, his eyes finding Kaylee. The back of her throat went dry. They'd lived together 6 months, and she'd walked out on him, never really explaining. She hadn't had the heart to tell him she was in love with another man, in love with a married man, and a man who hadn't felt the same, not that she'd known it at the time. Camille, too, caught a glimpse of her and began waving frantically, motioning her over, chatting up her friends, all of whom looked in her direction. Decision made. Mercedes was glaring at Rachel again. I'm just saying it's a pretty major coincidence that these murders are on the same date. You're right. A coincidence, Nate said. An ugly one, but nothing more. Geez, Mercy. You're suspicious of the whole damned world. That's my job. Then your job sucks. He drained his glass as Riva reached the group. Britt was on the verge of tears again. She flung a glance at Riva. You got this? Yeah, good. Sniffling, Britt hurried into the dining area and scooped up her notes and tablet. Look, anything you all decide is fine with me. Her gaze found Riva's. Just let me know. Text me. What? No! Lila had followed her to the table. Britt, you can't leave, she said in a soothing voice. We need you. You don't. Riva and Billy D can handle it. Undeterred, Britt slid her phone into the pocket of her maternity jeans. She's right, we're okay, Billy D said. Britt tried to swallow back her tears. I really need to get back to Pete and the kids. But, Lila held up her hands. If you stay a few more minutes, I just can't, Britt said, pushing past Lila and hurrying into the foyer and out the front door. It closed with a definitive thud. I should go too, Rachel heard herself saying. No way, you just got here. Jaw set, her cheeks coloring, Lila tried to take charge. She stood in the archway to the foyer as if blocking everyone inside. Listen, we're all upset, I get that. Me too, God, yes. But we have to get through some of this work. Come on, let's just get to it and make it a short meeting so everyone can get back to their families, okay? Really, we don't have time to reschedule. As a realtor, she was used to dealing with arbitration and bringing 2 opposing sides together. We just need to get this done, right? Shit, I guess, Billy D said. I don't know. You do. Just a few more minutes and then we'll wrap it up for the night. Lila was insistent. Yeah, I don't want to postpone, Riva said as she and Billy D headed back to the far end of the dining room table. Fine. Mercedes threw a dark glance at Rachel. You're working on the last of the classmates we can't locate. You got some? Under her breath, Riva said, She's such a bitch, as she walked past to join Billy D at the dining room table again. But Rachel didn't know if she was talking about Lila or Mercedes, or possibly both. I heard that, Lila said. Rachel? Mercedes prodded as she took her seat on the couch again. Yes, I've got a few. Rachel pulled up a tufted ottoman, sat on it, and opened her laptop while Nate refilled his glass. I've got names, addresses, email, and phone numbers. Everything but social security numbers. A hacker's dream. Mercy arched an eyebrow but didn't comment. She was still pissed. Rachel looked down at her laptop and clicked onto the file. There are, let me see, still 9 MIA, but I think I'll be able to track most of them down. I've actually got information on them, but haven't received responses to the emails.
You texted?
Nate took a seat again and sipped from his glass.
When I could.
Lila asked.
Is anyone definitely not coming? Did anyone respond and say that they just weren't going to make it?
Rachel checked the files on her laptop.
I've got about 6 who are definite no's at this point.
Who? Lila demanded. It was her contention that everyone should attend.
To start with, we've got 2 who are serving time. Larry Gorse is in the Washington State Penitentiary in Walla Walla, and then there's LaVon Tinker. She's in Billings, Montana.
For what? Lila asked.
Larry was in for aggravated assault. Almost killed a guy,
Nathan said.
I saw Larry's brother a few years back, and he gave me the word.
Almost killed a guy.
Rachel felt herself go cold inside. She had killed someone. Her own brother. Everyone in this room had been there.
It was on the news even though it happened in Washington, Mercy said. I ran a few lines about it in the past and present column. And LaVon tried to run over her cheating husband with their minivan, complete with car seats. Thankfully, the kids weren't with her, but it put him in the hospital and she ended up in prison.
Okay, cross Larry and LaVon out,
Nate said, then needled Lila.
Hope you didn't want them to head any of the subcommittees.
Lila rolled her eyes and they got down to business. Finally. As promised, the meeting wrapped up quickly. Within 45 minutes, Rachel was climbing the stairs to get the kids. She gave a quick rap with her knuckles on Lucas's bedroom door before pushing it open to find the dim space illuminated only by dueling computer screens. Eyes adjusting to the darkness, she spied Lucas and Dylan each wearing headgear complete with microphones and speakers. Lucas was seated in a rolling chair facing a large screen, while Dylan sat on the floor, his laptop balanced on his thigh, where he was obviously playing some interactive video game that included abandoned buildings, a military force, big guns, and lots of blood. Dylan's back was propped against the foot of the bed, on which, in the dim, eerie light, she saw Harper and some boy she didn't recognize. They hadn't heard her. They were locked in a tight embrace, lips parted and kissing wildly, one of his hands in her hair, their jean-clad legs entwined.
What the hell's going on here?
Rachel stepped into the room, knocking over a cup of half-drunk soda as she slapped on the light switch. Immediately, the room was illuminated.
Mom!
As if she'd received an electric shock, Harper jettisoned away from the boy, nearly a man by the looks of him. Her feet hit the floor, and she stood, thankfully, still in her clothes, blinking against the light. Her flushed face instantly turned ashen.
What are you doing here?
Rachel ignored her daughter, her focus laser-sharp on the unknown kid. Was he a kid? His beard shadow was pretty thick.
Who are you?
Xander.
He rolled off the bed on the near side, and Rachel tried not to notice the bulge in his jeans, evidence of his hard-on. At least he had the decency to look embarrassed and tried to hide his arousal with the hem of an oversized sweatshirt. Dear God. Rachel turned her glare to her daughter.
What is this, Harper?
Dylan turned his head, as if suddenly realizing there was more going on in the room than the war game he was playing. He pulled off his headgear and scrambled to his feet, all the while shooting worried glances at Rachel.
Mom,
Harper said, her voice thin, her chin lifted defiantly.
This is Xander Vale. He's a friend of Lucas's and mine.
Good friends, obviously, Rachel said dryly. When Xander took a step forward and extended his hand, she took it for the briefest of seconds. What to do next? No parent manual for this one.
Nice to meet you,
he said, this near man in a gray U of O hoodie, torn jeans, and bare feet. Apparently, he was attempting and having some luck at growing a beard. A beard! His eyes were dark, and there was a hint of arrogance beneath the veneer of embarrassment. I don't trust you, she thought. Not 1 inch. What are you doing with my 17-year-old daughter?
Get your things,
she said to Harper, her voice tight.
Back off,
Lucas grumbled as Dylan nudged him with the toe of his running shoe.
I hit you. You are done, man.
Hey,
Dylan said into his microphone.
What?
Lucas snapped, yanking off his helmet.
What's your problem?
Then, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Rachel and realized the lights were on and the jig was definitely up.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, Rachel said, and for the first time caught a whiff of marijuana smoke. Great. She motioned to both her kids. Now, she said. Downstairs. Move it. Your dad's on his way.
Dad!
Harper nearly squeaked out the word, and she glanced around the messy room frantically.
My stuff is in the car.
Get it. Rachel was in no mood for any kind of excuse. Eyes wide, Harper said softly,
You're not going to tell him about
Xander? Rachel asked.
Oh, yeah, you bet I am. Not only that, but you.
She pointed at the man boy and looked him straight in the eyes, despite the fact that he stood 6 or 7 inches above her.
You, Xander Vale, are going to meet him.
Harper let out a little sound of protest. Her makeup was smeared and she appeared so damned young. In the ensuing silence, Rachel kept her eyes on Xander and was vaguely aware of sounds drifting up from downstairs. Music punctuated by voices floating up through the vents. With a tenuous grip on her emotions, she said,
Harper's dad is a great guy.
Glancing at her daughter, who was frantically shaking her head, Rachel added,
I hope she didn't fail to mention him.
She tried to maintain what little of her cool she still held on to. The boy, staring at the floor, plunged his hands into the front pocket of his sweatshirt and had the good sense not to try to argue or butt in.
Cade,
she said.
That's Harper's dad's name. Detective Cade Ryder.
She waited just a second, hoping to let that final bit of information sink in. The kid, to his credit, stood his ground.
As I said, he's a cop, and trust me, he's going to want to meet you.
Chapter 12. Cade had barely closed the door of his truck when he saw his ex-wife and kids fly out of the front door of his father's house and gather on the porch. Another kid was with them as well. Not Lucas. Maybe older. In an Oregon sweatshirt, jeans, and flip-flops, the boy looked to be pushing 20 or 21. So, not a boy. Beside him, a white-faced Harper appeared positively apoplectic. Dylan was sullen and distant in his earbuds, and Rachel's expression told him she was pissed. Make that really pissed. Great. Another family trauma. How many had this old house witnessed? How many while he was growing up? Cade hated to think. "What's going on?" he asked as he mounted the familiar steps and felt a cool breeze ripple off the Columbia and blow inland. The door to the house was open, the foyer chandelier aglow, a patch of light silhouetting the group gathered just beyond the threshold.
"This,"
she said, indicating the boy he didn't recognize,
"is Xander Vale."
She yanked the door shut, throwing the porch into semi-darkness, the only illumination cast by the interior lights through the transom, sidelights, and windows.
"He and Harper were getting pretty friendly upstairs in Lucas's room."
She shot the kid a hard glare. Vale stood his ground. Harper seemed to wither. Cade felt his muscles tense. Rachel was just gathering strength.
"And though I can't prove it, I think there might have been some marijuana involved."
It was the big kid's turn to blanch.
"No,"
he said, and met Cade's gaze.
"No weed."
Marijuana would change things. In Oregon, it was still illegal for minors.
"Seriously," Harper said, finding her voice, "we were not smoking."
"But you and Xander were together."
Cade glanced at his daughter. Harper crossed her arms over her chest and, with her chin set, met his gaze defiantly. Xander Vale said simply,
"I like Harper."
Cade nodded. glanced at his daughter. God, how did she get to be so grown up?
I like her too, he said, trying to remain calm.
It was going far beyond liking her, Rachel said sharply. Mom, Harper said, mortified. Harper, you were making out with this guy. She jabbed an accusing finger toward Vale. With your brother and Lucas in the room and me just downstairs. So don't act like you're embarrassed now. For the love of God, what were you thinking? Mom, stop! Harper yelled. God, please, just stop! The Vale kid winced in the half-light, and Harper looked like she wanted to sink through the floorboards right then and there. Cade didn't blame her, even though he wanted to throttle Vale right then and there. Instead, jaw tight, he stuck out his hand.
Cade Ryder.
Vale hesitated, then shook his hand warily. Harper fought tears. Dylan moved his head to the beat of some song only he could hear through his earbuds, though Cade caught him sneaking glances at both of his parents and Xander Vale. Maybe his son wasn't as out of it as he let on. Cade hoped so. Vale said,
Look, Mr. Ryder.
Rachel cut in, Detective Ryder, and shot Cade a hard glare, silently reminding him to be the father here, and maybe a hard-nosed cop to boot, as if he'd forgotten his role. Not likely. Vale swallowed hard.
Your wife, she did say you were, with the police?
Cade nodded.
I am.
Ex-wife, Rachel clarified. Then to Harper, Geez, didn't you tell him anything about you? How long have you been dating, or seeing each other, or whatever it is you call it? Vale slid his glance to the side.
We...
Inching her chin up a fraction, her backbone ramrod stiff, her hair catching in a gust of wind, Harper said, We met last week. Last week? Rachel's jaw dropped. Holy... When? We were at a baseball game. Lucas brought him. Rachel shook her head. This is ludicrous. You met him last week, and tonight you were... Oh, geez, honey, what were you thinking? Cade doubted much thought had gone into the encounter. He remembered what it was like to be young, how hot one's blood could flow, how quickly emotions got out of hand, how he and Rachel hadn't been able to keep their hands from each other's bodies, how all they'd thought about was being together, alone. And what had happened? Barely a year out of high school, Rachel had gotten pregnant with the very daughter she was now trying to warn.
How old are you?
He asked Vale as a car turned the corner, a white sedan. Reminded of the Buick with Idaho plates he'd spied earlier, he watched, tensing, as the sedan drove past, engine purring, headlights washing beams over the street before heading downhill. An older Ford Taurus, Oregon license plate illuminated. Not the same vehicle.
Just turned 20, Vale was saying. I go to U of O down in Eugene. I was just up here hanging out with Lucas. We played ball together. I'm in pre-law. His old man, his dad, said I could work for him this summer full-time. I work there now, part-time.
My old man, Cade thought. Harper's 17, Rachel said in a low voice. For a second her eyes narrowed on Vale. Then she glanced at her ex as if he could solve this problem. Cade had been a few years older than Vale was now when he and Rachel had first gotten together. He'd been to college, served as a Marine, but he'd fallen for a teenaged girl.
Look, I think what Harper's mom is saying is that if you want to date our daughter, ask her out.
She wouldn't let me go. Harper spat, shooting her mother a hard glare. Probably not, Rachel agreed. Cade held up his hands.
Let's just slow this train down, okay?
Nothing happened, Dad, Harper cried. Nothing. We just kissed.
Okay.
Vale gave a quick nod.
She's right. Nothing happened. But his dark eyes smoldered, and Cade didn't trust the kid as far as he could throw him. Let's just keep it that way, okay? Yeah. The kid gave a quick nod, while Harper, mortified, glared at her father. Dylan, embarrassed, on one foot then the other, caught his attention. Can we just go? Yeah, Cade said. You got your things? In Mom's car. Transfer them. I'll be right there. Then, as Dylan hurried down the steps and bounced across the yard, Cade eyed Harper and Xander. We all understand each other here. Harper nodded stiffly. Vale said, I'm cool. Good. Cade doubted it. He'd been in the throes of teenaged lust. Cool wasn't a part of it. Worse yet, Harper was casting the kid a sly, adoring glance, as if Xander Vale were God's gift. Yeah, that was a problem. Cade said, Okay, let's go then. Relieved, Vale lifted a hand in Harper's direction, turned, opened the door, and zipped into the house to take the stairs 2 at a time. Athletic, good-looking, slightly rebellious, older. Trouble. This is not over, Rachel warned, and Cade didn't know if she was talking to Harper or him or both. He decided the statement was probably all-inclusive. Can we just leave? Harper whispered. Yeah, okay. He glanced at his ex-wife, and she didn't argue. To Harper, he said, I'll meet you in the truck. I want to talk to Mom a sec. Oh, great, Harper mumbled, rolling her eyes before heading to his pickup. Deal with this, Rachel ordered, pointing at his chest. I'm serious. I know. I will. Good. She started to follow after the kids, but he caught her by the arm and spun her back to face him. What? We were that age once, he reminded her, and she looked at his fingers, clenched as they were on her wrist. Exactly. Her gaze met his. And I got pregnant. And it wasn't the end of the world. He let go. She's only 17. I was older. But let's not have her replay our mistakes, okay? She's got a whole future ahead of her. You've talked to her? He asked. What, about sex? What do you think? She shook her head. The auburn strands of her hair catching in the light cast through a nearby window. From the time she was in 6th grade. Of course. Have you? Not really. What about Dylan? She asked. He's just 15, she shot back, her face in shadow. How often did you think about sex at his age? Too often. All the time, in fact. His face must have given him away. Yeah, I thought so. So, there you go, she said. I will. I'll talk to him tonight. Good. I've already brought it up. We had a discussion. He hated it, of course, but it had to happen. Face it, Cade. We don't just have to worry about our daughter, right? Dylan could be sexually active for all we know. God, I hope not. Me too, but... She let her voice trail off, and he stared at her profile. Narrow nose, big troubled eyes, dark lashes that brushed high cheekbones, and lips that were now pursed in thought. Let's take it down a notch, okay? Not go all parent ballistic on them. Try to have a reasonable discussion. One dark eyebrow raised. Is that what I'm doing? Going parent ballistic? He actually felt his lips twitch. Well, I wouldn't say you were exactly the calm voice of reason. She didn't seem amused by that. Okay. Then that's your role, okay? You be the super dad who talks things out and keeps his cool. That's on you, but you might want to know that Dylan's in trouble at school. What? She told him about his son cutting class and trouble with an older kid who was bullying him over some bet not being paid. I'll get to the bottom of it. Good.
do that. I'd prefer not to have Marlene Walsh on speed dial." When he didn't respond, she clarified, "She's the vice principal."
Got it.
He paused, sensing there was something more, something she was holding back.
What?
She opened her mouth, hesitated, then said, "I'm just upset. Everybody—" She motioned toward the big house and the people inside. "All of us knew Violet and, well, it's a shock."
I know.
In the half-light, she appeared vulnerable, the girl he'd fallen in love with, hurting. He thought about pulling her close, but knew she'd reject him. Thankfully, the door flew open. "Everything okay out here?" Lila asked, stepping outside. "Just dandy," Rachel said, and for a second he thought she was going to let things lie, but that wasn't Rachel. She tilted her head and said, "You could have told me. Lucas had a friend over." Lila shrugged. "I did when you first got here. Xander goes to school at Oregon, but practically lives here when he's not in Eugene. Uses the apartment Charles has for out-of-town clients. What's wrong?" "Nothing," Rachel shot back, then said, "Unless you mean everything." And she swept into the house. "Is she okay?" Lila whispered to Cade.
Right as rain.
The lie was easy. He didn't want anyone, especially not stepmommy Dearest, to know anything private about his kids or his ex-wife. Besides, he had never trusted Lila. Not when she was pretending to be Rachel's good friend, and certainly not as his father's second wife. There was just something about her that made Cade wary.
We're all, unnerved, upset, freaked out, whatever you want to call it, about Violet.
Rachel returned and swept past them. "If the kids need me,
they'll call,"
he said. But his ex-wife, purse and laptop tucked under her arm, keys in hand, was already down the steps and hurrying across the damp grass to her Explorer. Lila's eyes narrowed, and she was about to ask him another question when he spied from the lights of the house Mercedes Pope beelining toward him. "Hey!" she called. "I wanted to talk to you about the Violet Sperry homicide. That's what it is, right? A murder?"
"Yeah."
That much was out. There had already been a press conference.
"Not my jurisdiction. You'll have to talk to someone at the sheriff's department."
"Who? And don't tell me. The public information officer. I know that."
"Then the officer in charge, Detective Kaylee O'Meara."
Chapter 13. Rachel was still fuming when she pulled into the carport and cut the engine. Her whole life seemed to be unraveling. She was divorced, out of a job, her son in trouble at school, her daughter rebelling with a boy she sensed was trouble. And then there was Violet. Dead. No, murdered. She looked through the windshield to the fence that separated this covered area from the backyard. Listening to the engine cool and tick in the darkness, she said a silent prayer for the girl who had been one of the witnesses at her trial, the myopic 18-year-old girl who had sworn there was another shot that night. And she'd been right. There had been tons of other guns going off, along with firecrackers and other fireworks. It had all been so stupid. But it couldn't be changed. "Move on," she said, and opened the Explorer's door, the cool of the evening fresh against her face. She used to love the darkness when twilight bled into night, but that was before her sleep was interrupted by night terrors. As she was walking into the house, her phone went off and she recognized her father's number on the screen. "Hey, Dad," she said, letting herself inside the back door, only to hear a rapid-fire click of toenails as Reno scrambled down the hall and into the kitchen.
"Hi."
He spoke in his usual low tone as she took the time to pat Reno's head, then led him outside. "I didn't hear that," she admitted, as she watched the dog streak into the backyard. "Just got home. Reunion meeting. Had to let Reno out." She flipped on the back porch switch, illuminating part of the yard while the rest remained in shadow. She dropped her bag on a kitchen chair,
I was calling to say I'm sorry to hear about your friend, Violet.
She imagined him in his house, seated in his recliner facing the flat screen that dominated one wall. He'd put on weight since he'd retired and had quit shaving every day. More than that, he seemed to have lost his drive, his will to get up every morning and face the day. With the divorce and retirement, he seemed to have lost direction. Thanks. It's sad. Beyond sad. Weird, you know, and there I was with a bunch of kids from the class. Well, I guess we're not kids now, and we all talked about Violet. No one can believe it.
I know. It doesn't make any sense, but then what do I know?
He hesitated, and she knew he hated not being a part of the investigation, no longer being a cop.
They're not saying much on the news about what happened.
And then she heard it, that click of a beer tab being pulled.
Just that it looks like foul play was involved. A homicide.
You know how the police work, how they don't say everything.
They've already asked the public to come forward.
A pause, and she imagined him taking a long swallow from his can. Then,
you'd think that someone might know something. Hell, everyone and his dog has a phone with a camera in it, and with all the security cams on buildings or for home protection and traffic cams, someone probably caught an image.
Edgewater isn't Chicago, Dad, or even Portland. Lots of people around here don't even lock their doors.
Damned fools.
They think they can protect themselves.
As I said, damned fools.
She slid her gaze to the backyard, watched the dog sniffing the bushes, trotting in and out of the light cast from the porch lamp.
So, how are you holding up?
He asked.
Tough day.
Yeah, I'm okay. Well, that was a little bit of a stretch, but no reason to worry her father. He had enough, and this day was hard on him, too, having been the first officer on the scene to find that his daughter had shot her half-brother. She still remembered him whispering into her hair, "We'll get through this, honey, don't you worry," as he'd helped her into the back of the police cruiser. Although he'd been shell-shocked, he had taken charge. But things had never been the same. Never. How could they be?
Well, I just called to say I was thinking about you.
Thanks, Dad.
See you later.
And he clicked off, leaving her standing in the middle of her kitchen, staring out the window, phone in hand. The night of Luke's death had been the beginning of the end for so many things, including her parents' marriage. So you not only killed your brother, you ruined your parents' marriage. Stop, she said aloud. Besides, that wasn't quite right. Rachel had sensed there was trouble between her mother and father before that night, an unnamed tension that she couldn't quite put her finger on, but it had been present in the sharp glances, long silences, and tight lips. Looking into the darkened backyard, she watched the shadow of the dog as he sniffed around the fence, ferns and furs, before he came barreling back to the porch and whined to be let in. About time. She opened the door and he shot inside. She poured herself a glass of wine and savored the first sip of the Merlot. What was it about her? She wouldn't drink with friends, but once she was alone. But then, were her classmates really friends? Not for 20 years. She wondered about Harper and Xander Vale. How far would they have gone had she not interrupted them? Surely they'd have put on the stops with the others in the room. But Dylan and Lucas had been wrapped up in their game. And that brought her to her son. Trouble at school. Then there was the Xanax, missing tablets or not. Was that the real reason Dylan had been in the altercation? Did it have to do with drugs? She'd been certain she'd smelled marijuana. "Don't do this," she said aloud, and took a gulp from her glass. The kids were with Cade now, their father. She hoped to hell that Cade would talk to Harper and get through to her. Yeah, right. What were the chances of that? And as for Dylan, God only knew. Cade could handle him for the weekend. Tonight, though, she had another project. It was simple. Check out Xander frickin' Vale. Another long sip, then she topped off her glass, grabbed her laptop, and, with Reno at her heels, headed upstairs. In her bedroom, she stripped off her clothes, tossed them into an overflowing laundry basket, then slipped into a pair of comfy PJs. As the dog curled onto his bed, she headed across the landing to her office, which was located on the other side of the staircase. Like her bedroom, the office was tucked under the eaves, an attic conversion complete with built-in file cabinets, bookcase, and a long desk-height counter stretching beneath the single window. She set up her laptop next to her much larger desktop. She was good with technology and had honed her skills at finding out about people. She'd done work in HR at her last job along with bookkeeping. And then there was her side business, which, if things didn't improve on the employment front, she'd have to expand. So how hard could it be to find out some details about Vale? She cringed inwardly, but
we've all been there. A speeding ticket. And not just any speeding ticket. A speeding ticket while on a trip abroad. And that comes with all kinds of problems, like late penalties and foreign language barriers, or government websites that only accept obscure ways of payment. It's time for a revolution. With PayTicket, your foreign parking ticket problems are a thing of the past. Simply input your information, such as name, email, and country of residence. Take a quick photo of your ticket, plug in your credit card details, and click Send. And PayTicket will take care of the rest. No matter what kind of traffic or parking violation you may have to pay, PayTicket makes it easier. Simple, fast, hassle-free. That's PayTicket.
That's all right. No, this is true.
Elvis.
Stunning video templates. Each video maker is carefully designed to look professional. Our video makers are super easy to use and let anyone with an internet connection create high-quality videos in seconds. Edit logos, mockups, videos, and design templates with just a few clicks. Each template is carefully made by design experts, so your work will always look great. Get started with the best video maker at Plazy.net.
Chapter 38. Cassie. Monday afternoon. Her earbuds are in. She hears nothing but music. Not the squeak of her rubber gloves on the cupboards, not the click of the nozzle as she squirts the door handles, the gloves making her movements clumsy and childlike as she wipes with paper towels. Summertime is on her iPhone, the Janis Joplin version. She still uses the phone for music, and this is one of her favorite songs. She remembers performing it with Beth at Wally's all those years ago. It makes her smile. She misses her old friend. Maybe she can call her from the beach when this is all over. She squirts the cupboard again. She tries to ignore why she's cleaning now, and the danger if she misses a spot, leaves fingerprints that can tie them to this house. They can't get caught again. But all the driving, all the planning, all the waiting will be over soon. When Rick finishes the deal, there'll be nothing but beaches and music for a very long time. As she twists her wrist to scrub the backside of a handle, she feels something whack her hard in the back of the neck. Her vision blurs for a second from the impact. She turns to see Rick glaring at her from the back doorway, the screen door open, Bobby's eyes locked on hers with worry and fear. They'd gone out for pizza, leaving her to clean the fingerprints off the cupboards and doorknobs. He's yelling at her, but she can't hear him, only the music. Janice's growl like something wounded on the street, dragging its way to safety. She touches the back of her neck, and her fingers come away wet. Beer. The half-empty can rolls on the floor at her feet, dented from where it made contact with her spine. She's frozen in place. Rick's face is contorted, pink lips moving, eyebrows furrowed, spit flying from his mouth. He takes 3 long strides toward her, but she doesn't even flinch. Why doesn't she defend herself? Bobby's just staring at her like a scared kid. Rick yanks one earbud out of her ear.
The fuck are you doing?
His voice overpowers the music, and the beach and the piano bench with Beth vanish. Janice is only half alive in her head.
You gotta get this done,
he yells, his face reddening as he motions to the cupboards.
You should be finished by now.
Her eyes dart to Bobby, but he still hasn't moved.
Are you packed yet?
Rick demands. Her iPhone cord still swings from one ear, Janice grappling with the closing bars of the song, her voice dying and faint.
There's so much to do and you're fucking singing to yourself? Just having a good time?
She hadn't realized she was singing out loud. She hadn't meant for him to hear.
Get this shit cleaned up and get in the goddamn bedroom! They said no hose when they get here!
Your bedroom. Get to your bedroom. The words hit her like a slap. Before she can move, Rick grabs the cord and yanks the other bud from her ear, pulling the phone from where she's tucked it into her waistband. There's only quiet now. Unless the sun, starting to slant through the door, makes a noise she can hear. A kind of soft whisper like distant applause. The sound of the sun.
Get to your room!
Rick is right up in her face, chin out as he wraps the cord around the iPhone, daring her to stop him. She smells beer on his breath. She could hit him. She should hit him. She should smash his nose into his brain. Summertime. She knows he's got a temper, but he's never hit her before. What the hell is wrong with him? Maybe he's just stressed about the deal tonight, but they all are. That's no excuse. She's not going to take this crap, not from him, not from anyone. As she stands there, not speaking, just glaring at him, her chest heaving, she watches his mood change, anger now replaced by a dim confusion. He knows the truth, that she wants to hurt him and that she could do it, that she may not be able to stop herself from doing it. Poor Bobby's still watching from the doorway, blinking, staring at them both, waiting, as she is waiting, for somebody to get hurt. Rick finally speaks.
Did you at least get the suit?
Yeah, I already packed everything, she tells him, almost spitting in his face. Do the rest of the shit yourself. I'm not your maid. She slams down the Windex bottle and reaches for her cigarettes on the counter. She walks into the backyard, the screen door banging shut behind her. The 2 men stand in the shadows of the house, staring after her. She drops into the plastic lawn chair, trying to grab a cigarette from the pack. The rubber gloves make her too clumsy. She pulls one off, then the other, but the second one sticks and she has to tug hard. The pressure snaps the leather thong on one of her old bracelets, and wooden beads patter to the dusty ground. Shit! The bracelets are her talismans, her armor. She quickly scoops up the beads, clutching them in one hand, blowing off the dirt. She finally manages to bring the lighter to the tip of her cigarette, inhaling long and hard. She hears Rick stomp farther into the house, slamming things, still swearing because her suitcase isn't packed. She sees Bobby at the screen door, watching her.
You okay?
He whispers. She forces herself to smile, then shrugs as if it doesn't bother her. She knows Bobby has a crush on her. Rick's even brought it up himself. But she doesn't want him to worry, so she shoves her middle finger at the house, where Rick is still on his tirade. Bobby smiles, relieved, backing into the shadows. Through the screen, she sees him pick up the Windex bottle, squirting the cupboards, wiping quickly. How sweet of him. She hears Rick yelling again and her muscles coil. What's wrong with her lately? She's not like this. She doesn't let anyone treat her this way, especially a man. What's happened to her? Is she losing her mind? She looks down at the dusty beads in her hand, the frayed thong curled like seaweed on a beach. She made the bracelet years ago. She can't even remember when. At first, the hobby was to cover her scars, even though sometimes the bracelets just seem to draw attention to them. She remembers Beth asking about how she got them. You're not afraid of anything, are you? She's been thinking about Beth so much lately.
Hey!
It's Rick's voice, sharp and cutting. She looks up as he opens the screen door. He's brandishing a handgun, letting her see what it is before he points it at her. He cocks his head, a cruel grin on his face.
Come on in, honey. There's still so much work to do.
Then he mocks pulling the trigger. Click. Chapter 39. Cassie. Wednesday afternoon. Her hand trembles as she grips the gun, holding it down at her side, beside the chair. But she's ready to fire if she has to, her finger hovering over the trigger. Through the narrow slats of the fencing, she sees a tall figure approach from the driveway. The gate opens. Her wrist relaxes when a man with silver hair, wearing a yellow golf shirt, steps into the yard, carrying a manila envelope. She carefully slides the gun beneath the beach towel before he can see it. He freezes when he notices her in her bra and panties, lounging in the sun. Hi there. She stands up, putting on her robe, aware the movement emphasizes her bust, as he stares at her, his jaw agape. Male attention is another dependable drug. With the envelope in his hand, she assumes he's some kind of messenger. Can I help you?
I must be at the wrong address,
he says, backing out of the yard. No, wait a minute. She runs after him, following him to the gate. He's already opening the door of a gold-toned Cadillac, but she stops, leaning out. Are you looking for Beth or Jay? She asks, a little out of breath.
Yes, I'm looking for my son, Jason.
Of course. No messenger drives a Cadillac. You've come to the right place.
I thought so.
But he seems confused, frowning at her with a mixture of suspicion and curiosity.
Oh, you must be the friend who's staying.
Yeah, she says, trying to seem casual, but she's anxious Jay's been talking about her already. The fewer people who know she's here, the better. She glances back and forth, checking the street, then walks into the driveway, the stone warm on her bare feet. I'm Cassie, she says. Great to meet you. The silk robe clings to the moisture of the oil on her skin, and the man can't help himself. He glances down, then up again.
John Montgomery,
he finally says, shaking her hand. But he still seems uneasy.
I was just coming to drop something off for Jason, but it's too large for the mailbox.
I'll make sure he gets it, she says, holding out her hand for the envelope.
I'd rather leave it for him, if you don't mind. It's confidential. I was going to put it next to the back door.
Door's open. You could leave it inside yourself. As he considers it, the deep lines on his forehead worsen. They're from a lifetime of squinting at golf balls across a fairway, no doubt. Judging from the expensive car and the big gold watch, the Montgomery clan has money. She wonders why the yard here is so overgrown, then. Something deeper is going on in this family.
Maybe I'll do that,
he says in a decisive way, as if he's come up with the idea himself. She smiles her most unassuming smile. Fab, this way. She walks into the backyard ahead of him, the gate shutting behind them. Just leave it in there, she says, pointing to the door. John gives a nervous smile before disappearing into the shadows of the house. Cassie feels a hot twist between her legs, enjoys the feeling of impending mischief. She follows him into the house, the hallway dim and cool after the bright sunlight, as if they've stumbled into a network of caves. He's in the kitchen, writing on the envelope with a gold pen. He notices her and immediately gets ready to leave.
Thank you so much, he says. I should get going.
Aw, do you have to go? Cassie asks, though she knows it's a trick question. This man's ego is bound to be huge, probably bigger than his son's, and nobody like that wants anyone to think he has to do anything. It's an easy trap, and he doesn't know how to answer. How about a drink? I was just having another one, she says, going to the bar.
He glances at his watch. I don't think so.
Oh, please. Nobody's here, and I hate partying alone. Just one? He looks toward the back door, then at her, uncertain.
All right, fine. Thank you.
Scotch? Vodka?
Scotch and soda, if you have it.
Sure thing. Go on out. I'll bring it to you. He seems eager to leave the room. She doesn't bother looking for soda. Instead, she pours 2 generous doubles. She sees the envelope on the kitchen counter and quickly checks it. It's sealed with a confidential sticker glued to the flap. The logo on the top left corner reads, John R. Montgomery, President, Montgomery Holdings, Inc. Interesting. When she gets outside, Jay's father is inspecting the dusty barbecue. He accidentally knocks over the bottle of charcoal lighter, then sets it upright again. Cassie smiles and hands him his drink.
Thank you.
He waits to sit down until she does. Such a gentleman. I like that. She's aware of the gun just beneath her towel. He takes a sip and winces. Sorry, there was no soda.
Fine,
he mutters, unable to meet her eyes. She doesn't say anything, watching him, waiting for the inevitable questions. Men like this always have questions.
So, you're an old friend of Beth's? Are you from Philadelphia?
No, New York, but we went to school in Boston together.
Oh, that's right. You're a musician, too?
And the way he uses the word, he might as well have said, so you're a worthless layabout, are you? I'm a singer.
A singer?
His silver eyebrows pump up. Jazz, mostly.
I see. I like jazz, actually.
That's good. She sips from her drink. Even a few sips of alcohol have emboldened him. He meets her eyes now.
How long are you staying for?
A few days. I have a show coming up in Monterey. I thought I'd see Beth while I had the chance. She leans back and points her toes, observing him like a Cheshire cat stretching in the sun. So, what do you do, John?
I'm in baking.
I could have guessed. You just have that powerful aura about you. She circles her fingers in a bewitching move. I can sense things like that about people. He laughs, flattered despite himself. He takes another loud swallow. Half the drink is already gone. Cassie doesn't know if he's trying to get drunk or hurrying to get out of here. She doesn't really care. Either one is fine with her. This might seem forward, she begins, but would you do me a favor?
Of course.
She pauses a beat and locks eyes on him. Would you put some baby oil on my back? He hitches, surprised. I want to flip over and I can't reach, she says, her voice light and casual now. She picks up the bottle, holding it out for him. Please? He takes the oil in slightly trembling hands. Cassie turns around and lets the robe fall off her shoulders. She lowers her bra straps, then reaches back and unclasps the bra, letting it drop into her lap. She can tell by the hesitation that he's just staring at the curve of her bare back. She has to hold her breath not to laugh out loud.
I'm sorry,
he murmurs.
I have to go.
He sets the bottle down without even touching her. Wait, John! But when she turns around, he's already halfway across the yard, walking quickly, the nape of his neck flowering red. He doesn't look back as he strides through the gate, letting it bang shut. The door of the Cadillac slams, and the motor starts up. She hears a little screech of tires as he pulls away. She wonders what he'll tell his wife about this little errand. Or Jay. Serves them right for talking about her. She drains her drink and lies back, closing her eyes against the sun. But the yard is even quieter, even emptier than before.
Chapter 40. Good. Wednesday afternoon. I didn't want to touch it, says the woman, shuddering in distaste. She's in her mid-40s, wearing yoga gear, her frizzy hair up in a high ponytail. She holds a small Yorkshire Terrier in her arms, a rhinestone leash hanging loose. According to her 911 call, the dog found something suspicious on the street. When he pulled it out, it scared me. There's so much blood. It looked like someone was murdered. Thanks for calling it in, Good says. Looks like you got a little canine officer in training here. He lets the dog sniff his hand, then scratches its head. If you could just give Detective Dawes your statement, you'll be free to go. Right this way, please, Dawes says, leading her to a cruiser parked down the block where officers hold back a few onlookers. Good slips on black latex gloves and crouches down to examine what appears to be a pile of garbage on the sidewalk next to a string of newspaper boxes. But it's not garbage. It's someone's home. A tangled mess of blankets, used clothes, old shoes, and plastic bags full of empty wine bottles and beer cans. A large piece of cardboard, acting as a lean-to, is scrawled with black marker. Anything helps. God bless. Next to the mess is a crumpled pile of striped cotton, covered in so much blood the pattern is almost obscured. The sheet was found less than 3 miles from the shootings, and the officer who responded to the woman's call about it had been one of a dozen uniforms at the rental house that night. She recognized the distinctive striped pattern of the fabric and called Good, almost embarrassed to be bothering him over bedding. But her hunch had been right. It isn't a fancy Egyptian cotton sheet either, but faded and threadbare, like the one at the house. It appears to be an exact match. And it explains why the heavy trail of blood that led to the bedroom had stopped there. Clearly, someone had used this sheet to staunch a severe wound. Good remembers that big blood stain in front of the couch in Lawrence Heights. They're still waiting for DNA results, but the blood type matches Squire's. If he took the sheet, he'd just escaped from a crime scene. Would he drop evidence with his own blood on it in the middle of a busy street? Good doubts it. Even in a panic, nobody would be that stupid. The homeless person who lived here probably found it somewhere else and brought it back. Good scans the small group of onlookers on the sidewalk. There's no sign of anyone who might call this place home, but maybe Squires is in the crowd somewhere, watching, hiding in plain sight. But then he sees something else that gets his attention. Across the street is a drugstore, with dumpsters lined up along one side. What does a wounded drug dealer need after escaping from the scene of a shootout? First aid, of course.
Chapter 41. Jay. Wednesday afternoon. "Take it easy, for Christ's sakes," Karen says from the passenger seat, hanging on to the dashboard. But Jay ignores her, swerving through traffic. What a bitch! Can you believe that? Not up to her. Then who the hell is it up to? Isn't that what she does for a living? I know, I'm sorry. It's not your fault, he grumbles, trying to calm down. But it had been a degrading experience. Jay was his most charming self, a first-class car salesman, and Karen was note-perfect too, but still, the woman had so many concerns. If it were up to me, it wouldn't be a problem. I believe in you guys. But the house is already remortgaged, and your debt-to-asset ratio concerns my manager. He has to sign off on these things too. Screw her, Jay says. She's just passing the buck. A Trans Am squeezes into the fast lane in front of him. Jay leans on the horn so long and hard it makes his head ache. "Fuck you, asshole!" he screams, racing past the guy, giving him the finger. "Fuck you too, asshole," the other guy mouths through the window, a character muted on screen. "Jay, calm down!" But he keeps leaning on the horn. "Stop!" Karen yells. She pulls his arm away from the wheel, and the car swerves into the next lane, everyone barely missing one another, more horns joining the fray. "Are you trying to get us killed? Are you?" she demands. "Just chill out, okay? I can feel your heart beating through your arm." "All right, okay." He takes a deep breath, then another, trying to relax. He turns to her, hopeful. "Can we go somewhere for a drink? I could really use one, and I don't want to go home yet." "No, we can't." "We'll just talk." But Jay is already trying to think of a bar in a hotel, where maybe he could convince her to get a room. He needs to be with her, to reconnect with her, the way it was when they got together, so young and full of passion, for the business, for the future, for each other. There's nothing to talk about. We just have to be patient. We have to wait. For what? Camiso? Are you kidding me? Do I have to remind you we have to come up with $350 grand before Friday, or our star is going to walk? We can't keep stringing her along like this. If she passes, we're back at square one. Less than square one. You think I don't know that? She snaps. You're such an asshole sometimes. Jay lets a beat pass, his mood softening. He feels bad. It really isn't her fault. She's doing everything she can. "I'm sorry," he says. "Please, let's just go for one drink. I really don't want to go home yet. Beth's friend," he can't seem to think of a proper insult for her, "is still there. She's a weirdo. I don't want to be alone with her." Such bad timing. Tell me about it. This week of all weeks, I smelled her smoking pot at barely 10 in the morning, if you can believe that. And she's Beth's friend? Karen seems shocked. From a long time ago, college. He remembers the sharp scent wafting through the house, lingering in the air. She had such gall, such nerve. He almost admired it, remembering what Beth told him about her. I don't know how she got through it, poor thing. Whatever, he says, hopeful again. It's not my drama. So where do you want to go? The Standard? A favorite old haunt of theirs. I told you, I can't. I have to go home and work on a way to get an extension. She means she'll get in touch with Mila's agent again. The actress liked the script, but she had other offers and she'd have to take one if there wasn't at least some money on the table soon, as an act of good faith. Let's do a conference call, then, Jay says. I can be there when you talk to him. He doesn't like conference calls. That's bullshit. All right, then, he doesn't like you, okay? He says you're too aggressive. Jay laughs, a sharp and bitter sound. A Hollywood agent is calling me aggressive? That's hilarious. I'm flattered. Jay looms up on a transport truck ahead of him. It sputters along, holding things up. He goes to pass on the left, but the transport eases over, not letting him by. Jay swerves back to the right and floors the engine, leaning on the horn. Will you relax? Karen yells. He was just letting you pass. Bullshit! He was trying to cut me off. Jay roars ahead, still blasting the horn, barely in control of the steering wheel. Why the hell did everything, absolutely everything, always have to go wrong for him?
Chapter 42. Beth. Wednesday afternoon. The Barney store in Los Angeles is surrounded by palm trees, bristling with red awnings. As Beth enters the store, she's so nervous. The marble floor seems to dip and swirl beneath her. She carries a crinkled shopping bag that barely weighs an ounce, but somehow it feels as if she's dragging an anvil. She has to bring the scarf back now more than ever. They'd be feeding and entertaining Cassie for the rest of the week, and even without a house guest, they were on a tight budget. She doesn't want Cass to know how much they're struggling. It's humiliating that she'd come so far and had attained so little in her life. Why does she still want to impress Cass so much? Nothing had changed. She's already planned on picking up more beer, but with the money from the scarf, she can buy some nice wine. Maybe she should stop at that expensive butcher shop she used to go to. She wouldn't even have to pay for parking. Or maybe they could go out to dinner for a change. But as she approaches the counter where she bought the scarf last month, her hands begin to shake and her mouth feels dry. She hates bringing anything back for a refund, and she's had to do it so much lately. Couldn't she make up her mind? Don't you know what's right for you? And the most embarrassing judgment of all, can't you afford to keep nice things? Behind the counter, she recognizes the sleek brunette who waited on her. She'd just been browsing at the time, something to do on her lunch hour, fantasizing, pretending she could afford any of the pretty things on display. But the woman had been so adamant about the scarf. That really brings out the blue in your eyes. Beth felt roped into buying it. She approaches the counter, each step requiring great effort. The girl looks up, smiling. May I help? Oh, hello. Nice to see you again. She's surprised the woman remembers her. People rarely seem to. Hello, she says, smiling, then pretends to peruse the display case, trying to get up the nerve to dig out the scarf. What would she say? It's the wrong size? No, she'd have to admit she couldn't afford it, or otherwise insult this woman's taste. We just got these ones in, says the girl, running her hand along a selection of textured silk. They're going fast. Thanks, but I'm just browsing right now. Of course, take your time. The woman smiles and heads for greener pastures, a glitzy redhead on the other side of the counter. Beth's bag feels even heavier. Her forehead breaks out in pinpricks of sweat. The cloying smell of perfumes from nearby counters bombard her. She wants to burst into tears, stomp her feet, curse Jay, Cass, herself, everyone, for putting her in this position, being unable to entertain an old friend for a few days. The weight of humiliation is almost enough to make her pass out. She takes a deep breath, steeling herself. Excuse me, she calls, a little too loudly. The girl turns around. Yes? I think I do need your help, after all. One moment. The girl smiles, excusing herself from the redhead, who seems absorbed with her own reflection and the task of choosing a new scarf herself. I hate to trouble you. Beth wills her hand to stop shaking as she pulls out the scarf. But I'm not sure I want to keep this. Oh? Was there something wrong with it? The girl inspects the piece of blue silk, the price tag, the stitches. No, my husband didn't like it, that's all. Oh, what do husbands know? She says, laughing. Beth tries to laugh too, taking out her wallet. What can you do, right? There's no accounting for taste. So true. Well, no problem at all. Do you have the receipt? Of course. Beth focuses on the task of retrieving the chit of paper, handing it to the girl, who turns to the cash register and begins tapping at keys. The redhead looks at them with disdain, then drops the scarves she's considering and walks away. A jolt of regret surges through Beth. Did she make the girl lose a sale? She hopes not. The tapping stops. I'm sorry, but the grace period has elapsed. Excuse me? You only have 30 days to return merchandise for a refund. It's been 32. Would you like store credit? Or maybe an exchange? But Beth can't answer. She snatches the scarf and hurries out of the store, trying not to cry.
Chapter 43. Good. Wednesday afternoon. The cool air conditioning makes the drugstore a respite from the heat of the sun, but it's the closed-circuit security cameras that get Good's attention, hidden in mirrored domes suspended from the ceiling. He flashes his badge at the nearest cashier, a woman with a long, dark ponytail, and asks to speak to the manager. She picks up a phone, her voice crackling on the intercom as she calls the manager to the front. So, what's going on out there? She nods to the commotion on the street. Is the doctor okay? Doctor? That's what we call the old guy who lives there anyway. You know his real name? Good takes out his notebook. No, sorry. But he's always rummaging through our dumpsters for recycling, coming in for wine or beer. So he's been around a while? Yeah. I mean, at least since I started here, and that was about 2 years ago. When's the last time you saw him? He was just in this morning. He comes in every day, sometimes twice. Is he okay? This afternoon? The bloodstains on the sheet were much older than that, but Good pushes it just the same. When you saw him, did he seem injured? Gosh, no, he seemed fine. Why? What happened? But before Good can answer, they're interrupted with a cheery, Hello there. A smiling African-American woman in a white lab coat walks over. Is there something I can do for you? Good flashes his badge, and the woman's smile collapses. The cramped security room at the back of the store is long and narrow, with one wall covered in a messy bulletin board, the other a bank of CCTV monitors. The security footage is grainy and black and white. The manager flicks a tracking wheel and stops on a frame with a timestamp of 11:38 that morning. There he is. She points to a frail-looking man in a tattered blazer and baggy pants, opening a cooler at the back of the store. His white hair is long and straggly, his shoulders hunched. As he turns to the camera, clutching a six-pack of beer, Good sees his gaunt face and sunken eyes. He couldn't weigh more than 100 pounds, and he was obviously alive a few hours ago. Has he ever shown any violent tendencies? Not at all. He's sweet as anything. What happened? Is he in trouble? You just call the next time you see him, okay? Good hands her his card and points to the screen. How long do you keep security footage for? A few minutes later, Good is sitting by himself in a squeaky chair in the front of a black and white monitor. The manager was kind enough to offer him something to drink, so he sips a cold Gatorade. He showed her the mugshot of Squires, and she apologized that she didn't recognize him, but he was free to check the footage himself. His fingers work over a small control panel of buttons as he cues the video up to Monday night, watching customers zip in and out of the store in fast motion. The first 911 call about shots fired at the rental house came in at 9:52 p.m. If his hunch is correct, the striped sheet was taken from the scene around that time, used to staunch a bullet wound, or wounds, and dumped near this store when whoever was injured came in for some DIY emergency medical care. And it must have been Squires, because according to Nico Alvarez, the blonde was uninjured. The gray figures continue to dart and swirl. Just after midnight, he sees what he's looking for. A man walks in with a jean jacket draped over one shoulder. Good freezes the frame, narrowing his eyes to peer more closely at the scraggly, fair hair and patchy beard. Play. Good waits, tracking forward to another camera as the man grabs a cart, using only one hand to push it. He picks up beer and 2 bottles from the liquor aisle, again favoring the arm beneath the jacket. He doesn't look up at the camera, but what convicted felon would? He's wearing a dark t-shirt, and as he turns down the first aid aisle, loading up with supplies, Good gets a better view of his free arm. His biceps and forearm are covered in ink. Tattoos are considered as individual as fingerprints when it comes to identifying suspects, and designs were now kept on file as distinctive features, like scars and birthmarks. He can't get a good look at the tats, but his skin is clearly inked in a full sleeve, like the suspect's. At the cash register, the shot of the man's face is better, clearer, with fewer shadows. As he grabs his bags, he turns in the direction of a camera at the door, the best angle yet. Good freezes the frame, recognizing his personal most wanted. Richard Bradley Squires. Alive. But he's alone, and he's not carrying anything else. He's certainly not dragging $1 million+ in drugs or cash with him. Since nothing was found at the place in Lawrence Heights either, where had Squires hidden everything? If Ogilvy had escaped the house with him, Good assumed, in tracking her down, he'd find Squires too. Was she waiting outside for him, guarding the loot in a vehicle? It's a possibility. But Squires wouldn't have risked coming into the store by himself if he had a partner. Would he? Especially if he was injured. He would have sent Ogilvy in alone and guarded everything himself. Nico Alvarez said the blonde had been on her own. Another consideration is that the pair split up. Was that part of the plan? A mistake? An argument? Alvarez said she had heavy bags with her. Did she have the money? The junk? Would it still end up on the street somehow? Good looks at the photo of Cassandra Ogilvy again. He feels like he's been trudging up a great, jagged ridge of mountain, only to find there's nothing on the other side but more mountains. With 4 men dead, including a fellow officer, and at least 1 killer at large, he's now reduced to watching security footage at a drugstore? Fuck. He's just about to punch the wall, or something else, when his phone beeps with a notification. It's from his captain. He has clearance on Butler's field tapes. Finally. But he has to get back to his desk to access them. He stands up, rushing out of the room so quickly, the chair spins and hits the wall behind him.
Chapter 44. Jay. Wednesday evening. Next to sex, video games are one of the few things in the world that help Jay relax. While Beth is at work, he can spend hours on the couch, racing sports cars in exotic countries or shooting terrorists in abandoned bunkers. After such a rough day, all he wanted to do was come home, put his feet up, and kill some bad guys. But he couldn't, because he didn't want to be alone with her. Women usually didn't intimidate him like this, not even beautiful ones. But with Cassie, it's different. It's not just that a part of him wants her. Any man would. He just doesn't trust her. She's up to something. He can feel it. So after he dropped Karen off, he went for a drink at the first bar he could find and texted Beth to let him know when she got home. He sat in the dimness, drinking doubles and flirting with the bartender, who was pretty and busty and uncomplicated. He was attracted to her, and he could tell she was attracted to him. Yet at the same time, he couldn't stop thinking of her. Cassie Ogilvy roused in him sensations he hadn't felt in a very long time. Desire, confusion, anger, frustration. By the time he heard from Beth, he'd finished 2 doubles and 2 beers. When he got home, the girls were in the living room, playing cards on the coffee table, laughing and drinking. "Hey, movie man," Cassie called. The first thing he did was open the fridge for a beer, surprised to see the shelves full of Heineken. Heineken? He hadn't bought that brand in a while. "Hey," he said when Beth came in to refill a bowl of nacho chips. They exchanged a dry peck. "Finally," he whispered, motioning to the fridge. "She contributes a little something to the cause." "Oh, I picked that up after work," she said, seeming preoccupied. Jay was shocked. He didn't think Beth had the nerve to buy beer in the first place, let alone drink it. What the hell was happening to his prim and proper wife? And now, there they are, giggling and chattering right next to him while he lies on the couch trying to play Xbox. They're making so much noise, it's hard to concentrate. They sit on the floor, a deck of cards stacked between them on the coffee table, beer bottles sweating on coasters. Cassie wears a tank top and denim shorts that are so tiny the bottom of her cheeks hang out when she gets up on her knees to lay down a card. Her ass is right there in front of him, and Beth doesn't even notice. Cassie's not wearing a bra either. He can see practically everything. He's repulsed and enticed at the same time. "Change to diamonds!" Cassie exclaims, slapping a card on the table. "Woohoo! Pick up 5! "Damn," Beth complains. "You always got the 5 of diamonds." "I know," Cassie says, sitting back down, finally out of his field of vision. "But guess what?" Beth narrows her eyes and lays down her own card. "Shit! And you always got the 2. The women start laughing, picking up their cards, counting together. 1, 2, 3. Jay grimaces, trying to concentrate, the controller extended as he maneuvers back and forth. 4, 5. Can you guys try and, keep it down a bit, please? But they don't stop counting. 6, 7. Jay heaves a breath of relief when he hears a soft ding from down the hall. "That'll be the dryer," Beth says, standing up. She points a finger at her old friend. "No cheating." Cassie holds up her hands in mock innocence. "Who, me?" "Yeah, you. Keep an eye on her, Jay." He grumbles something. "Want me to help you fold?" Cassie asks. "Ha ha, very funny." Beth shuffles out of the room in her slippers. It's a joke, Cassie says to Jay. I never fold things. What's the point? Everything just ends up wrinkled again. Total a waste of time. He just gives her a look. She makes a showy deal of picking up cards and looking at them. Hey, you're supposed to make sure I don't cheat. You're a big girl. What are you so grouchy for? Grouchy? He almost laughs. She has a child's mind. Yeah, grouchy. She slides back to lean against the couch next to him, her knees up. Bad day? Nothing but lately. Oh, that sucks. You want to tell me about it? Not really. Your loss. She watches the game for a bit. You're pretty good at that. You play with yourself every day? He grits his teeth but doesn't answer. She grabs her cigarette and lights one right beside him. He stops breathing through his nose. Because of the cigarettes? Because of her perfume? He's not sure. But he's glad she's shut up at least, just watching him. Beth never watches him play video games. She thinks it's juvenile. He hears her leave the laundry room and head down the hall to the guest room. On your six! Cassie suddenly yells. Jay hammers the controller as a horrid monster leaps at him from a purple cliff. He's so distracted he wasn't prepared. I said you're six! You're six! Behind you! But his character dies a horrible, bloody death. Oh, too bad. You died. Can I buy you a beer? Cheer you up? Still working on this one. Cassie gets up from the coffee table. Help yourself, though, he says, a note of sarcasm in his voice. Even so, he can't help but glance over as she wiggles into the kitchen. God, she is so damn sexy. Fuck. He waits for the game to reload. One of the things he resents is that he doesn't have the newest version of Xbox. Their tech budget went to upgrading his phone. He hears her fussing about in the kitchen, getting a beer from the fridge. There's suddenly a hollow crash. Shit, Cassie says. He gets up from the couch and hurries into the kitchen to see her limp away from the fridge, her foot bleeding. A broken beer bottle lies in a puddle of foam on the floor. You okay? He asks, surprised he even cares. I don't know. Beth, situation here, he calls down the hall. Be right there, she calls back, but he can tell by her voice she's preoccupied with the laundry. Cassie hobbles to a stool and sits down, pulling her bare foot up. I can't see anything. Can you look? Is it deep? He kneels down in front of her as she lifts her leg so he can see the bottom of her foot. It's a strangely intimate position. He's never been on his knees in front of a woman like this, not without going down on her. How does it look? She asks, wincing. Her heels are dirty from walking around in bare feet, and a thick rivulet of blood oozes across her skin. But he can also see between her thighs, the thin thong of frayed denim doing very little to protect her modesty. She doesn't appear to be wearing panties. I don't know. I can't tell. Do you think I'll live? Probably, he stutters. He's wearing shorts, and she rests her uninjured foot on his bare leg. Thanks, Doc, she says with a smile, running her foot up his thigh. Heat floods through his body. He stares at her in confusion. Is she hitting on him? I'll get the Band-Aids, he says, standing up. In the bathroom, he opens the medicine cabinet and grabs a box of bandages. As he closes the door, he sees his reflection in the mirror. He stares at himself a moment, his heart still beating hard. Thanks, Doc. He hears Beth go into the kitchen, her voice distant and concerned. Oh no! What happened? Battle wound, Cassie says. That look in her eye, the feeling of her warm toes on his leg. Was she really flirting with him? Does she flirt with everyone? Good God, What did Beth do, bringing this girl into their house? Only 2 more days, he tells himself. 2 more days.
Chapter 45. Good. Wednesday night. Good wears headphones, hunched over his desk. His notebook is open, a burger getting cold in front of him. But he can't eat. He can only listen to the quiet voice of Curtis Butler on the field tapes, the voice of a ghost in his head. Sunday, 1400. MB1, MB2 and I arrive at location 3. Male Black 1 and 2. Jules Williams and Arkell Mitchell. The location was a diner where a quality check would be performed and details of the exchange drawn up for the following evening at the house in Lawrence Heights. MB1 takes table by himself. MB2 and I sit behind him in separate booth. The voice is monotonous, completely without fear or emotion. In such contrast to the laughter Good remembers. Whether in training sessions or grabbing a beer, Butler was always so quick to laugh. 1420, black SUV circles parking lot, stops out front, tags obscured. Most field reports are filed at the end of each day, so there's no information about the day and night of the shooting itself. Butler had no idea what was going to happen to him the next night. He was just doing his job. MC1 and MC2 exit vehicle and enter location. Sit with MB1. Male Caucasian 1 is Squires. MC2 is the Kurt Cobain lookalike, Robert Hackett. Observed FC1 in driver's seat of vehicle, waiting outside. Blonde, late 20s. She lit a cigarette and watched the building. There she is again. That blonde in the center of all of this. It has to be Ogilvy. The problem is, he doesn't know if he's getting closer to her or if she's already slipped away.
Chapter 46. Beth. Thursday morning. Beth wears a robe, her hair up in a towel as she makes coffee, squinting against the bright sunlight. Her head throbs and her stomach roils. She shivers involuntarily. It had been one hell of a night. She and Cassie were up late, holed up in the extra room, talking and laughing and drinking the way they used to in school. Jay had to yell at them to keep it down. But the whole time, Beth was trying to find out more about why her friend was back in her life and what she was really doing in L.A. Because she knows Cassie is lying to her about something. Maybe about everything. Nerves clench her body when she sees Jay coming up the driveway, back from his run. The door opens and he invades the room with his pounding energy and the smell of sweat. "You look guilty," he says, out of breath. "I think you mean hungover." "Both." He grabs his blender for his post-run shake. "What the hell time did you guys get to bed last night?" "I don't remember." "No kidding." There's a sharp note in his voice. "Is she up yet?" Beth shakes her head, and just that small movement sends a shriek of pain to her skull. She reaches in the cupboard for some aspirin, swallowing too. Her hands are shaking. She can't bear the idea of going in, listening to the metronome. Not today. "I smelled you guys smoking grass in there last night," Jay says with derision. "So? You were smoking last night?" "Yeah, but till all hours? I just can't believe you. You're acting like you're still in college or something." She almost laughs. He doesn't know how right he is. "Don't worry. I can't take much more of this either. She's leaving tomorrow, so just don't..." There are footsteps in the hallway. "Shh," Beth hisses, and they both shut up, going about their routines. It feels strange to be whispering in her own house, but she doesn't have a choice. She doesn't want Cassie to hear them, especially after last night, because she knows Cassie's not telling her everything. A moment later, Cass appears in her threadbare Stones t-shirt. It's like a living flashback. Cassie padding around the dorm in bare feet and oversized tee, her cigarettes in one hand. It takes a moment before Beth can reconcile the past and the present and bring a smile to her face. "Hey, sweetie, I didn't expect to see you up this early. I'm not. I'm the Walking Dead. Cassie holds out her arms and pretends to be a zombie as she thumps toward Beth, giving her a kiss on the cheek. Did you sleep okay? Like a baby. Cass lights a cigarette and props on a stool at the counter. Beth sees Jay tense up. He hates cigarette smoke, and the house smells sour with it already. Like everything else about her old friend, it makes her feel young again. She doesn't know whether that's a good thing or not. How about you? Cassie asks. Ugh, I'm not used to these late nights. I could use a few more hours. She sets down a fresh cup of coffee for her friend. So, that just means you had fun. And you, movie man? We were a bit rowdy last night. Hope we didn't keep you up. But Jay just flat ignores her as he reaches for his protein powder. Watching him gather the almond milk and a pomegranate, Beth can't believe it. She's always nice to his friends when they come over. Don't worry about Jay, she breaks in. He sleeps like a log. Now he does anyway. I made him get a sleeping pill Beth! Jay slams down the butcher knife. Well, it's true, Jay. You were snoring like a bear when I came to bed. She turns to Cassie. He normally has the dizzy legs. She laughs. The what? The dizzy legs. Hey, what the hell are dizzy legs? His legs move around a lot when he sleeps. Unless he takes the pills. Jay stands there, his eyes wide, trying to compute her betrayal. Are you still drunk or something? Oh, Jay, who cares? It's nothing. So? He says sharply. It's personal. Jay, my man, Cassie begins. Crystal meth is personal. Crack cocaine? Also personal. But sleeping pills? She shrugs her lips. Not so much. Jay just tosses his blender in the sink with a bang. He stabs the knife back into the wooden block and storms out of the room. Beth winces, waiting to relax until she hears the bedroom door slam shut and the shower turn on. She hasn't seen Jay go without his post-run shake since she met him. Uh-oh, I think he's pissed off. She smiles at Cassie apologetically. Sorry about that. He's just really been stressed lately. I don't blame him. I show up here unannounced, drink all his beer, smoke him out of house and home. He'll get over it, she says, forcing a laugh. She wipes down the counter, looks at her friend, this apparition in her life, and wonders if she should ask. She always used to worry if she should pry into Cassie's life, afraid of what she'd find. I keep forgetting to tell you, she begins, her voice casual. I think some guy called here for you the other night. Cassie freezes. Here? Yeah. I'm sorry I didn't mention it. I guess I was just so caught up with seeing you, I totally forgot. Does that make any sense? Monday night? Like 3 a.m? A guy? Did he leave a name? No. He hung up, actually. I have no idea who it could be, she says, shrugging. But her knee starts to pump. Could it be that ex of yours? No way. He doesn't know where... Oh, wait. I know. It must be Lily's brother. You gave him this number? Yeah, just in case. Cassie stabs out her cigarette, but her knee still jumps like a piston. That reminds me, I should get in touch with her, just to arrange everything. You mind if I make some calls this morning? Of course not. But when, Cass? When what? When did you give this guy my home number? Couple days ago, I guess? When I knew I'd be coming through town. So Cassie already guessed Beth would let her stay here? She's been planning this all along? As she stares at her friend, there are 1,000 questions she wants to ask. What's going on, Cassie? What are you really doing here? More than anything, she wants to know, why are you lying to me? Because I know you are.
Chapter 47. Cassie. Thursday morning. Fuck. Cassie flicks nervously at her lighter until she finally gets a cigarette lit.
She inhales deeply, pacing the guest room. It had to have been Rick who called. There's nobody else who knows about her connection to Beth. He must have remembered her name and seen the number in her contacts. But he hasn't found the address yet, thank God. Otherwise, she'd already be dead. Cassie tried doing a reverse lookup on Beth's number herself many times, but could never find a corresponding address. That doesn't mean Rick wouldn't have better luck. If he knows she's here, it's only a matter of time before he tracks her down. She has to get the hell out of here. She hears Beth leave the house and get into her car. She goes to the window, peeking out. Beth glances over, but Cassie shifts into the shadows so she can't be seen. She notices Beth's forehead scored with worry lines as she drives away. Cassie
That's all right. No, this is true.
Elvis.
Went back to their own tasks, and Nora continued working, assisted by Clive, until she had finished the quadrant. At last, she put aside her tools and sighed. A pair of ravens cawed back and forth between two dead trees. A mist began settling down as evening darkened the sky. She gazed upon the delicate skeleton, with its silver clasp and tight braid of golden hair. Only the top part of Samantha was exposed in this quad. The body below the waist ran into the next quad, which Nora had not yet opened. That would be a job for tomorrow. She reached over, grabbed a tarp, unfurled it, and secured it over the remains of the little girl. Dinner around the campfire that evening was a quiet affair. Nora and her crew were bone-tired from the initial work of getting the dig underway. Clive was unusually quiet, and Nora thought he must still be ruminating about the failure to find the gold. Only Maggie seemed to be in her usual high spirits, dishing out extra helpings and needling Adelsky when he couldn't finish his 4-alarm chili, the sweat pouring off his brow. The dark came down quickly, and with it, a bitter night chill. Burleson built up the fire, and Maggie, after she'd refreshed everyone's coffee, started in on one of her drawn-out jokes. This particular vulgarism involving a prostitute, a one-eyed parson, and a parrot that spoke French. Nora's mind drifted away, coming back only when a burst of raucous laughter at the punchline interrupted her thoughts. But then she heard Maggie start in on one of her endless speculations about the Donner Party. With a twinge of dismay, Nora realized she was about to tell another ghost story concerning Samantha Carville. "Maggie," she interjected as mildly as she could, "I don't think this is a good time for a story like that." Maggie fixed her with a look of mock indignation. "Why not? What else is there to do around a campfire but tell stories?" "It's just that particular story." Nora took a deep breath. "We found Samantha Carville's skeleton today." There was a brief, stunned silence. Maggie was the first to recover. "What about her leg?" "We've only exposed the top half of her remains," Nora said. She noticed that Peel dug viciously at the coals with a stick, scowling. Clive came to Nora's assistance. "As for Samantha's leg, Maggie, I like a tall tale as much as anyone. But there's not a shred of historical evidence to support that story. No doubt we'll unearth it tomorrow." He was stopped by Wiggett, who'd put a warning hand on his shoulder and nodded out into the darkness. For a moment, there was no sound beyond the crackling fire and the cold wind in the trees. And then Nora heard it. The thud of iron shoes, the snorting of a horse. Nobody moved. The slow, thudding steps came closer. And then abruptly, a figure emerged out of the darkness. A young woman in a heavy jacket and gloves, a Palomino horse trailing on a lead behind her. Chapter 21. The woman came to a stop in the firelight and looked over the group, an uncertain expression on her face. Closer up, she looked even younger than Nora had first thought, with a small upturned nose, pale face, and short brown hair in a choppy but professionally layered pixie cut. She stood just outside the circle, as if respectful of their space. Her body might have been still, but her eyes were busy, taking everything and everyone in. Burleson rose. "I see you've ridden one of our horses up here," he said. "I did," the woman said. "I rented it from your ranch. I'm sorry to intrude on you like this." She hesitated, then pulled a badge out from under her coat, hanging on a lanyard. "I'm Special Agent Corinne Swanson of the FBI. I'm here as part of an investigation." Nora stared in disbelief. An FBI agent? This had to be a joke. What kind of investigation would take place out here? Anyway, she didn't look old enough to be an agent. She looked barely out of high school. Burleson was the first to recover. "Welcome, Agent Swanson." He turned to Wiggett. "Drew, could you please take her horse over to the corral?" Wiggett got up and took the reins from the woman, leading the horse off into the darkness. Agent Swanson stood there, looking uncertain. "Well," said Burleson, "won't you sit down?" "Thanks." She came forward and took a seat in one of the folding chairs around the fire. "We didn't have a way of contacting you in advance. I was hoping to get up here before sunset, but the ride was longer than I imagined. They told me to bring a guide. I should have listened. I got lost once or twice along the way." She gave them a slight smile and brushed back her short hair. "I imagine you're all wondering what I'm doing here." "That's an understatement," said Maggie. "Was somebody murdered?" Her tone sounded almost hopeful. "I'll be glad to explain." The woman, shifted in her chair. Nora wasn't sure what an FBI agent was supposed to look like. She had known only one, and he was obviously in a category all his own. But Agent Swanson was about as far from what she'd imagined as possible. "I just want to say up front that no one here is suspected of any wrongdoing," she said. "That's good," said Wiggett. Because I was ready to panic about that damn speeding ticket I tossed 2 years ago in Utah. A ripple of forced laughter went around. I'm investigating a case involving grave desecration, homicide, and a missing person. At this, the laughter dropped away and a silence fell. What does this have to do with us? Nora asked, speaking up for the first time. In the past 7 months, 3 graves have been illegally opened and the remains disturbed. A woman in Arizona has recently gone missing under suspicious circumstances. Oh, Lordy, said Maggie, pouring herself another glass of wine. It turns out that all the individuals I've just mentioned, including the missing woman, share a commonality. Whoa, you said graves illegally opened? Maggie said. You mean grave robbing? Did they steal the corpses or something? Well, this information is confidential, but yes, portions of the remains were removed. Holy crap. So where do we fit into this? Asked Nora. The commonality I referred to. All 4 individuals were descended from a single person, a man named Parkin. Nora saw Clive start in surprise. Albert Parkin? He asked. Of the Donner Party? Exactly. And I've been led to understand he's one of the individuals in the camp you're excavating. And how did you come by this information exactly? As a byproduct of my investigation into the violated Parkin graves, the family ancestry came to light, including their link to the Donner Party. I learned of your expedition and contacted the president of the Institute, who provided the rest of the details, including a list of the missing persons you hoped to locate. But hold on, Nora said. If Parkin died here, how did he leave any descendants? He abandoned a wife and 6 children back in Illinois. The plot thickens, said Maggie with relish. But wait, didn't you mention a homicide? A body was found shot to death in one of the disturbed graves. We believe he was hired to uncover the body. This brought a silence, which the FBI agent eventually broke. So, have you identified any remains belonging to Albert Parkin? No, said Nora. We've only identified 3 individuals so far. A child, Samantha Carville, and 2 male adults named Spitzer and Reinhardt. Even those are only provisional IDs, since we've not yet done DNA testing. How many individuals have you uncovered? It's hard to say, given the fact that a lot of the bones are broken and commingled. Including the 3 people I've already mentioned, we've located 6 partial or complete skulls so far. So, you may have already uncovered Parkin, but don't yet know it. It's possible. Clive broke in. This is very interesting, but I fail to see how what we're doing could be connected to these grave robbings. You've already said that none of us are under suspicion. At this, Swanson shifted, and Nora could see that the veneer of confidence she was trying to project was not very robust. We're in the information-gathering phase. In other words, said Burleson, it's a fishing expedition. It seems quite a coincidence that the very person whose descendants were being dug up illegally was also being dug up at the same time. Yes, but dug up legally, said Nora. You've talked to Dr. Fugit, so you obviously know our excavation is fully authorized, with federal and state permits, not to mention being sponsored by one of the leading archaeological institutes in the country. Swanson responded to this in a level tone. Tomorrow, I'd like to go to the dig site and examine the human remains. I would also like the opportunity to ask you and your staff a few questions, if you don't mind, of course. You're free to ask all the questions you like, said Nora. But like Clive said, it's hard to imagine what a man's death in 1847 has to do with his descendants getting their graves robbed almost 200 years later. That's exactly what I'm trying to determine. This is an active and extremely sensitive archaeological site, Nora said. And as director of this dig, I can't have uncredentialed individuals tramping around, touching things. Shouldn't you have some sort of warrant? Swanson said, her voice as flat as a Kansas prairie, "This is federal land. I am a federal agent. I don't need a warrant to search federal property or conduct whatever investigation I see fit. But just to reassure you, I have a Master's of Science in Forensic Anthropology from John Jay College of Criminal Justice." She paused. "And from what I know of your CV, posted on the Santa Fe Archaeological Institute website, I am at least as credentialed as you to handle human remains, Dr. Kelly." Nora stared at the young woman's face in the flickering firelight, determined and yet, at the same time, lacking confidence. For someone so seemingly qualified, she was awfully defensive. Nora had the sudden insight that this was probably her first case. Chapter 22. May 10th. Special Agent Corey Swanson rose before dawn, as was her habit, and did 100 sit-ups in her makeshift tent to get the blood flowing before dressing and exiting into the chilly air. Her arrival at breakfast shut everyone up, and she was relieved when they finally set off for the archaeological dig. It lay about half a mile up the trail from the camp. When Corey arrived, she found the place to be an oppressive-looking valley, shut in by cliffs of dark rock, skirted by broken scree and boulders that had fallen from above. A circle of gloomy peaks, covered in patches and drifts of snow, surrounded them. On the floor of the valley, a number of dead spruce trees were interspersed with patches of sickly grass. There was a small, sad-looking pond at the far side, fringed by rocks. Even though it was mid-morning, the sun hadn't yet topped the eastern bluffs, and the bowl was still in shadow. The only birds to be seen were a quartet of ravens in a dead tree, cawing back and forth. She approached the edge of the excavated area, looking out over an expanse of blue tarps pegged to the ground. She thought back to an investigation of human remains she'd stumbled into as a student in Colorado a few years before, and realized she could easily develop a similarly morbid fascination with the Donner ordeal. The 25 feet of snow, the starvation so extreme they were forced to eat their own family. Almost unthinkable, but at the same time, a testament to the human will to survive. The dig and its associated work tent and screening areas were neat and crisp looking, at least to her inexpert eye. As she took in the site, she couldn't help but wonder if this was a wild goose chase. Morwood certainly felt so. He'd nixed her first 2 requests, and it was only after continued pestering that he'd finally relented. He'd given her a Friday plus her own weekend, which with travel time allowed her 1 full day at the site, today. But as she continued looking over the meadow, the mystery returned with greater insistence. Why all those Parkins dug up all of a sudden? She had been racking her brains for a hypothesis. Could it be an inheritance issue? No, the descendants of Albert Parkin didn't have significant money, nor was there evidence of family conflict, legal or otherwise. The dead whose graves had been despoiled were all second or third cousins who evidently hadn't even known each other. Could it be related to an obscure medical issue, a rare disease or syndrome that ran in the family line? But there was no evidence for that either, at least from her search of medical records. Maybe a bizarre form of revenge against the family. Or maybe some obscure religious practice, perhaps with a connection to voodoo. Every idea she came up with was more outlandish than the one before. The truth was, she had no idea what she should be looking for, but she sure wasn't going to show her uncertainty. As she surveyed the site, Nora Kelly came over, with the historian Clive Benton following. "So, what do you want to see?" Kelly asked, arms crossed. Her voice carried a note of suspicion. Corey tried to muster a firm, confident demeanor. If you could remove the tarps, I'd like to take a closer look at the remains. As you can see, the dig involves several discrete areas. It would be helpful if you could give me some idea of what you're looking for. Corey found herself growing defensive at the question. Dr. Kelly, we are generally not authorized to discuss the details of our cases until we refer them for prosecution. If we could narrow down the parameters, it would speed things up. I'd prefer not to uncover the entire site, which would be a waste of your time and ours. Corey nodded to the set of pegged blue tarps at the far end of the site near the tree line. What's out there? The men I mentioned last night, Spitzer and Reinhardt. They were camped away from the rest. And that other, smaller tarp down by the stream? The remains of Samantha Carville, a young girl who was one of the first to die. Only Samantha Carville? Nobody else? Not that we know of. We're still excavating those quads. Corey returned her attention to the main part of the dig. And what about this large area? What does it represent? It's a midden heap, essentially a trash pile. It's where the majority of remains have been discovered so far. We haven't yet uncovered the camp's hearth and shelter, but we think they're over at that gridded area, there. Last night, you mentioned 6 skulls. Are the other 3 in the midden heap? Yes, 2 males and a female, along with a great deal of other bones, bits of clothing, boots, and so forth, and remnants of the camp's dogs and oxen, which were, of course, consumed long before any human beings. Could one of those 3 skulls be Albert Parkins? It's certainly possible, Dr. Kelly said. We haven't made any identifications from the midden. 9 people are known to have died up here, so we still have 3 skulls to find, those of a male and 2 females. All of the males were adult, so it'll be difficult to identify Parkin without DNA analysis. Corey felt a faint sense of satisfaction at the realization that here she had a chance to put this know-it-all in her place. Really? I don't think Parkin's identification would be difficult, depending on the location of his body. Nora Kelly uncrossed her arms. And why is that? He was injured by an arrow during a desert crossing. It broke his collarbone. That's correct. The historian, Benton, spoke up. Indians took pot shots at the wagon train at several spots along the route. The fracture should still be visible, said Corey. Healed or not. Nora said nothing. Good. I won't need to look at the outlying sites, just this midden heap. Could you please remove the tarps? There was a pause. As you wish, Kelly said. We'll take it a few quads at a time. I don't like to leave the bones uncovered and exposed to light for any length of time. She turned to one of her assistants. Jason, will you and Bruce uncover B3 and B4, please? As the 2 got to work, Nora Kelly pointed to a work table on which sat several boxes. You'll need to put on nitrile gloves, booties, a mask, and a hairnet. And I would ask you please not to touch anything. We're trying to prevent any stray human DNA from contaminating other remains. Of course. The quads were soon exposed, and Corey, now kitted up, brought out a hand magnifier. When she did so, she detected some sniggering from behind and caught a whispered, Watson, the game is afoot. These square meters, Nora explained, expose the center of the midden heap. We think most of the remains are concentrated here. Swanson gazed over the area. It was a dense aggregate of bones lying willy-nilly, a mixture of partials with a couple of complete bones, very few articulated, and no complete skeletons. Most lay in what looked to the untrained eye like a broken tangle. She carefully stepped to the edge of the closest quad and knelt on a board placed there, the smell of fresh earth rising to her nostrils. With the magnifying glass held close to the bones, she could see butchering marks made by iron knives, areas of burning, and rough breaks where the marrow had been scraped out, all classic signs of cannibalism. She took a suite of photographs with her agency-issued camera. The 3 skulls all showed signs of having been cooked in a fire and broken to extract the brains. Despite their damaged condition, it was obvious they were adults, 2 men and a woman, as Dr. Kelly had said. Leaving aside the woman, she focused on the first male skull. It lay in 2 adjacent pieces with the associated mandible. The cranium showed burn spalling and flaking on the back, where it had been placed in the fire. The other skull lay not far from it and showed a similar pattern of cooking and spalling. The skulls were surrounded by a jumble of other bones and postcranial scrap. Almost all were broken, and some were processed beyond recognition. A few small flags bearing numbers and letters were inserted here and there in the matrix of the midden. It was a dumping spot for food scraps, where the remains of one stew after another had been discarded over weeks or even months, and many of the bones were covered by others. There was no obvious way to tell which ribs, vertebrae, or collarbones were associated with any particular skull. She did her best to conceal her chagrin. So much for putting Nora Kelly in her place by identifying Parkin's broken collarbone right under her nose. "As I mentioned last night," Kelly said, "this is an active dig site, with an emphasis on active. As you can see, we still have much to do." "What about these flags?" Corey asked, rising and pointing to the small colored markers. "Those are checksum tags placed by my team at the start of each new work session. They help in associating the digital information our computer model uses with the physical excavation, matching the data to the dirt, so to speak." Corey nodded. This was obviously a professional, well-organized operation. There was nothing she could do for the moment except await further results, and she had to be back in Albuquerque tomorrow. "I'd really appreciate knowing a little more about your investigation," the archaeologist said. "Whatever you can tell me." "I really can't go into any more detail than I already have. If you are able to identify Parkin, could you please let me know right away? And of course, if you could ensure these remains are properly curated, that would be much appreciated." When Nora frowned, Corey realized she had probably come off as condescending, and she added hastily, "Naturally, I don't want to tell you your job. It's just that, since we're not yet sure how Parkin's remains might fit into the investigation, it's vital that they are kept secure." Kelly nodded. "Anything else?" "Just keep me in the loop. If Parkin is identified, we might ask for the bones to be turned over to us for analysis. But for now, that's unnecessary." Nora Kelly asked her 2 assistants, Salazar and Adelsky, to recover the quads. "I have a few questions for you and Dr. Benton," Corey said. "If I may?" "Let's have a seat." They walked toward the headquarters tent and settled in directors' chairs set out under a tarp. Corey took out a notebook and pen. "Just to confirm, you've identified the 3 bodies at the 2 more distant sites, 2 adult males and 1 female child, and in the midden heap, you've found 3 adult skulls, again 2 male and 1 female, as yet unidentified." Dr. Kelly nodded. "You mentioned 9 individuals died in this camp, out of 11. What happened to the other 2? "A man named Boardman escaped and managed to get to the Donners camp, and died there. Another man, Cheers, was saved, but he died soon after returning to civilization. Of the 9 individuals left, we've found 6 and identified 3. Do you expect to find the other 3 in this midden?" We're still excavating the rear section, so it's a little early to say. I wouldn't be surprised if most of the remains are there. We might find 1 or 2 additional outliers there, or perhaps at the site of the shelter. The shelter? Yes, they built a rude shelter out of wood from the wagons, and inside was a hearth. Our magnetometer survey suggests it's in that area gridded out beyond the midden heap, but we can't be sure until we open it up. So, Parkin's remains might be there. It's a possibility. There's still an adult male we have not located yet. Corey made some notes. So please tell me, how did this excavation originate? Clive can give you the background. Benton then proceeded to tell, in exhausting length, the story of how he'd spent years searching for Tamsin Donner's journal, how he'd found it, and how he'd gone to Nora Kelly and the Institute and convinced them to look for the site. Kelly then took over and explained how the excavation had reached this point and what their plans were going forward. It was all Corey could do to keep up with the flow of information. Everything seemed above board, with the exception of Benton's theft of the journal. But that was out of her bailiwick, and frankly, in his place, she would probably have done the same, at least back in her scofflaw days. She asked a few more general questions and received equally general answers. She could find nothing the slightest bit suspicious, nothing, at least on the surface, to tie the expedition to her own investigation. She wondered how Morwood
เขาจะได้อะไรถ้าเขาทำแบบนี้ทุกวันเขาจะไม่ได้อะไรเลยไม่ได้รวยขึ้นไม่ได้ออกทีวีไม่มีใครรู้จักไม่ได้มีชื่อเสียงที่มากขึ้นเพราะสิ่งที่เขาได้คือได้แค่ความรู้สึกได้เห็นความสุขได้เข้าใจได้ความรักได้ในสิ่งที่เงินซื้อไม่ได้ได้โลกที่สวยงามกว่าเดิมในชีวิตคุณอะไรคือสิ่งที่คุณต้องการมากที่สุด
ไทยประกันชีวิตเชื่อในความดี
would react when she briefed him. She shut her notebook and looked at her watch. I've gotten what I need for now. I'd better ride back to town while it's still early. I want to thank you for your cooperation. She rose and Kelly did likewise. If you do identify Parkin, Corey told her, please remember to let me know. And be careful. There may be no connection, but you never know. And my case does involve a homicide and a probable kidnapping. So be on your guard. The look of relief on Nora Kelly's face as she shook her hand goodbye was unmistakable. Chapter 23. May 11th. The following day dawned clear, and the night had been cloudless, allowing Nora and the rest an excellent view of the comet Skip had reminded her of before she set off. Around noon, however, thunderheads began piling up over the surrounding peaks. Nora's first task was to open the quad containing the lower half of Samantha Carville's body. After removing the layer of grassy turf on top and putting it aside, she and Clive began, using paintbrushes and bamboo picks in addition to the ever-present whisks, working with agonizing slowness down through the soil to the level of the bones. As before, the dirt was piled in a tray to be sifted and floated later. Working even a shallow quad like this was a lesson in patience. Nora was used to it, but Clive was sweating and had a tendency to hurry. While they worked on the Carville quads, Salazar and Adelsky were opening another quad at the edge of the midden heap. Easy there, Clive. Those bones aren't going anywhere. Sorry, he said. Curiosity makes me impatient. Does it do that to you? Yes, I had to learn to slow down, just like you need to. Clive laughed and turned his blue eyes on her. We seem to have a lot in common, you and me. Nora said nothing, but Skip's parting words came to her mind unbidden. Opening herself to new people was not being disloyal to Bill. She needed to move past him and get on with her life. She had already dated a couple of losers, but Clive was certainly no loser. Smart, a Stanford PhD, but most important for her, someone with real intellectual passions. And he was obviously interested in her. She found herself coloring at this train of thought and the guilt that it caused in her, and she quickly bent her head to conceal it and continue digging. Got something, Clive said. Nora looked over. It was clearly the leading edge of a small bone. I'll take over, if you don't mind. This had become their informal working arrangement, Clive turning over the delicate labor to Nora. She moved to the spot and began brushing away the dirt, exposing more of the bone, while Clive watched. She could feel his breath on her hair. Looks like the left patella. That's the knee bone, right? Right. Working down, Nora exposed the bottom of the femur and the top of the tibia, along with a stray button and a scrap of cotton, which she placed in artifact envelopes with tweezers. As she worked down the leg toward the foot, a ragged row of buttons appeared, along with some withered scraps of leather, the girl's tiny button-down boot. Leaving it in situ, Nora worked around it, uncovering the entire left leg. When it was fully exposed, she took a series of photos. Meanwhile, Clive moved over and began working the opposite side of the quad, loosening the surface with the bamboo pick and gently working the dirt off with the whisk. Nora felt a certain unease as he deepened his half of the quad, exposing more and more of the right leg. Oh boy, here's something else, Clive said, backing away for Nora to look. It was the right femur. Nora brushed the soil from around what turned out to be a ragged end of bone. Its termination was a splintered mess, and there was nothing below. She placed a magnifying stand over it. Deep chop marks from butchering leapt into view. There was a silence, interrupted by a sound of distant thunder. "I'll be damned," said Clive. "The legend is true, after all." Nora sat back and took a deep breath. "The leg's been chopped off with something crude, like a hatchet, right at the knee. I can't believe it. The historical record—" Clive's voice trailed off. There was a silence. "What do you think?" Nora asked. "Should we tell the team? With Maggie riling people up with her ghost stories, maybe we should keep quiet." Clive stroked his incipient beard. "They already know we've found the girl's remains. They're going to ask." "But there's a negative vibe already circulating in the camp," said Nora. "True, and that damned FBI agent showing up out of nowhere didn't help things." Nora nodded. "Let's decide later. We should finish excavating the quad on the off chance we can locate Samantha's missing." She paused as a shadow fell over the excavation. Jack Peel stood at the edge of the quad, dressed in his long duster, staring down at them, his face creased with mingled sorrow and anger. He slowly raised his arm and pointed at the skeleton with a trembling finger. "Samantha Carville?" "Yes," said Nora. Peel didn't respond. He simply stood there, immobile. Is there anything in particular you'd like to know?" Nora asked, spooked by the man's intensity. "I've already heard everything I need to know." And with that, Peel turned and walked fast across the meadow toward the trail, duster flapping behind him. "If we had any plan to keep this on the down low," said Nora, "it's walking away with that man right now." "What is it with that guy? He prowls around like an extra from The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly." Nora shrugged. "Let's cover this up. Adelsky is already waving us over for lunch." Clive looked over. "I swear, for a skinny kid, that guy's got a hell of an appetite. I wouldn't want to be snowbound in a tent with him." After lunch, Clive and Nora resumed work on the quad. "I hope that FBI agent is safely strapped to her desk in Albuquerque by now," Clive said. Nora worked with her brush. "If she'd identified the Parkins skeleton, she might have shut down the dig, or taken the bones. With that jigsaw of a midden heap? Good luck." Clive shook his head. "The look on her face when you had the tarp pulled away was epic. Actually, luck is only a part of the equation." Clive glanced at her. "What do you mean?" "Meaning parts of the jigsaw puzzle might be easier to put together than you might think." "How so?" "You know how we've been plugging all our data into the HQ computer? The Institute purchased the latest, most powerful archaeological software available. I showed you the rudiments on the iPad. And once you get up to speed on its intricacies, it's pretty amazing." "It must be. You three hunching over your tablets every chance you get?" Nora put down the brush. "I'll show you how it works in a minute." They walked past the tent to the midden heap, which was still partially covered with tarps. A work table adjacent to the excavation, in the shade of a tarp, held a variety of equipment as well as a few bones in a tray, removed for specific analysis. "Help me get this tarp off." They unpegged a tarp covering the area of the midden heap that Agent Swanson had looked over the day before. Nora donned a fresh pair of gloves and reached into the padded neoprene case where they kept the expedition's 12-inch iPads. As I started to explain the other night, we enter every pertinent detail of the dig into our iPads. Survey coordinates, grid points, depth markers, artifact locations, photographs, and so forth. The software crunches all the data, creating an extremely accurate 3D rendering of every object, placed in a detailed topographic map of the location. "So you told me." "But that's only the beginning. We can't access the internet, of course, but using this local VPN, we can communicate with each other and the host laptop via Wi-Fi. Obviously, to conserve power, we use the computer only at specific times, such as when we make our uploads and downloads at the end of each day. I was going to ask about that. We've got that small generator and solar boosters to charge up all this electronic stuff. With the iPad in hand, she stood at the edge of the midden heap. As confused as this looks, the AI suite makes sense of it all. The cataloging and mapping software can show us this midden in any number of ways. By depth, by types of artifacts, locations of particular bones, even who excavated what and when. All overlaid on X, Y, and Z axes. You can also slice the midden heap any which way to look at a cross-section. Nora showed Clive a wireframe image of the midden. As he looked on, she swiveled it in various directions. In turn, the screen displayed sections illuminated in different colors. Looks like an Atari arcade game, Clive said. Nora laughed. It means a lot of work up front, in putting the data. But once that's done, we're able to do stuff that would have been impossible even a few years ago. Using the iPad's stylus, she made some markings, tapped a few icons. On the screen, one wireframe section of the midden was suddenly highlighted in green, irregularly shaped, filled with darker green shapes. The rest of the midden receded to gray. This is the section Jason worked on 2 days ago, she said. The dark areas are individual artifacts. Extensive metadata exists for each one. She tapped one dot at random with her stylus, and immediately the screen zoomed in on it in 3D, showing what looked like an old wooden button, with a panel of text scrolling up one edge of the display. So, you actually know who dug up what, and when? Yes. And more than that, the AI is powerful enough to help us reassemble artifacts. At a Paleolithic dig site, it could reverse engineer a scattering of flint flakes into the original point they were struck from. Here, as an example, I'm going to ask the software to locate all the metatarsal bones and likely fragments it can. Watch. She tapped with the stylus and the screen changed once more, zooming out to show the surface of the midden, several bones highlighted in green and blue. Clive whistled. I'm beginning to see what you meant about the jigsaw puzzle. Now, said Nora, I'm going to ask it to locate all the clavicles we've unearthed. Nora tapped the screen again. This time, instead of a particular cross-section, a small scattering of bone shapes and fragments were highlighted. You'll see there are a total of 11 pieces, none intact. Note how, in at least 2 instances, they tend to be clumped together. These 3 pieces here, and those 4 over there. And now, let's look at them in reality. Walking over to the midden and using the tablet as a guide, she carefully removed 3 bone fragments from the matrix with a gloved hand. Then she set them on a black velvet cloth in a specimen tray atop the work table. Putting the iPad aside, she examined the pieces closely, moving them this way and that with her gloves. After a moment, she managed to fit them together. See? She said. That's incredible, said Clive. You've reassembled somebody's collarbone. Just like that. Not just like that, Nora smiled. This is the result of meticulous excavation, good data entry and documentation, months of software training, years of classwork, and of course, good financing. She pointed at the broken collarbone. No signs of recent fracture here. Picking them up, she returned to the midden, knelt, and carefully replaced them where they had originally been. You're just going to put them back? Clive asked in disbelief. Now that you've established those pieces form a single bone? Of course. The pieces belong in their original locations, for now. That's the beauty of this method. We are documenting every millimeter of the site so precisely that, if we wanted, we could recreate it in software at any time, long after it's been backfilled and the bones put in their final resting places. So, can you identify other clavicle bones? You mean like Parkin's? Let's see. She consulted the tablet once again. Then, using it as a guide, moved to a different section of the midden and, over the course of several minutes, removed 4 more fragments of bone, the other cluster identified by the software. She laid them out on the cloth, brushed them off gently with a paintbrush, fitted them together, and then looked at them with a loupe. "Poor old Parkin," she murmured. "That looks painful." "You mean—" Clive began. He fell silent as Nora handed him the loupe. He leaned in to look at the bones himself. "My God," he murmured. "Is that what I think it is?" Nora nodded. "A sharp nick in the bone, no doubt made by an arrowhead, with a partial fracture, almost healed." Clive straightened. "Incredible. But can we find the rest of him?" "Let's see." Nora applied herself to the tablet again. After a moment, she showed it to Clive. "I'll ask the computer to assemble, based on bone placement, anatomical analysis, and other relevant factors, the best fit of bones to go with this clavicle." She consulted the iPad again. Now the display lit up with additional bones and pieces of bone, outlined in green. She turned back to the midden, gently removed 3 large pieces of a skull, plus a jawbone, and brought them over, placing them on the velvet cloth next to the clavicle. They consisted of the maxilla and lower face, the relatively intact cranium, and most of the occipital bone and mastoid process. Missing was only an orbit. The cranium displayed a distinctive star-shaped imprint on one temple, a sign of being bashed on the head, either how he died or the initial attempt by survivors to get at his brain. "So this—" Clive paused. "This is—" "Allow me to introduce Mr. Albert Parkin." Clive exhaled. "Wow. It'll take a DNA test to be sure, but I think we can find some confirming evidence in these butcher marks." She pointed at the pieces of collarbone. "As that FBI agent examined the midden, I noticed her observing the cut marks, and I knew why. You see, when someone is butchering with a single tool, the tool leaves its own telltale marks. Look." Nora handed Clive the loupe again. "See how the cut marks look the same, here and here, and then again here?" She pointed first to 2 pieces of the collarbone, then the cranium. "It's textbook." She reached for the section of jawbone, held it up beside the skull. "And notice how the condyle matches up with the mandibular process." "You mean how well the jaw fits in there?" "I see." Nora carefully returned the bones to their respective places in the midden and covered it all with the tarp. When she was done, she turned and gave him a smile. "What were you saying about luck?" Clive just shook his head in amazement. "But how sure are you?" "Well, I'm 99% sure." In the silence that followed, Nora could see Clive's brows contract. "What is it?" "It's just that, well, what are we going to do now? Swanson asked us to tell her if we identify Parkin. I mean, you could have done this identification yesterday for her, right?" "There was no way to know unless I actually attempted it. But yes, probably." "And then what? Have her take the bones and possibly shut down the site to boot?" "But it's the FBI," said Clive. "You don't want to be accused of withholding evidence." "Here's how I see it. Is this truly Parkin?" "Well, you just said—" "I said I was 99% sure. To truly identify Parkin, we need DNA confirmation in the lab, after the excavation phase is complete." "Okay, but—" "But if I'd given that demonstration to Swanson yesterday, we'd still have no proof this is Parkin. and it would have caused our expedition a lot of trouble. I understand. But Nora wasn't finished. Here's the bottom line. Up until 5 minutes ago, I had no idea who those bones belonged to. Lacking DNA testing, I still don't. I get it. Nora looked at him, a little surprised by the expression on his face. Don't tell me you have a problem with this. There was another rumble of thunder, and a dark cloud blotted out the sun, plunging the valley into shadow. Nora waited as a silence descended. Slowly, the look on Clive's face changed to a smile. I believe that what I just witnessed was a hypothetical example of a hypothetical identification, he said at last. Nothing worth reporting until we know for sure. The sense of guilt Nora had been feeling eased off a little. Exactly. And we'll keep Agent Swanson in the loop, as promised. As soon as the excavation phase is complete and we have a DNA identification back in the lab, we'll let her know. The wind picked up, rattling the dead branches of the trees. Come on, she said, taking a quick glance at the sky. Let's get this site secured and head for camp. Looks like it's going to pour any minute. Chapter 24. That night, they all sat around the fire after dinner. Maggie chunked on another log, sending a swirl of sparks upward. There had been a brief, savage thunderstorm, but the sky was now clearing, the stars appearing. The mood in camp was somber and uneasy, but Nora didn't think it had much to do with Agent Swanson's visit. She guessed Peel had said something to his co-workers about Samantha Carville. Maggie was silent, without her usual chatter and ghost stories, and her guitar remained in its case. Peel had skipped dinner and was nowhere to be seen. That, too, made Nora apprehensive. As if summoned by her thoughts, Peel abruptly walked in from the darkness, carrying a blunt stick in one hand and his Bowie knife in the other. He sat down on a log, staring into the fire. After a moment, he started whittling, not making anything, but just peeling off strips of wood. The conversation, already sporadic, quickly faltered. Into the silence, Peel spoke in a low voice. I've got a question for the archaeologists. Here it comes, thought Nora. Those human remains up there, what's going to happen to them? Well, said Nora, once they are fully documented on site, we'll remove them, do additional study in the lab, and then see them reburied. What does that mean, additional study? Extract DNA, identify who they are by name, and look for signs of disease, starvation, cannibalism, and a host of other factors. We'll try to identify descendants and work with their wishes for a respectful reburial. The Bowie knife slowly carved off a long strip. And that little one you've uncovered up there? Samantha. What's going to happen to her? First, we have to make 100% sure it really is her. And then, as I said, she'll be given a proper burial. Another strip came off. And why weren't they given a proper Christian burial back then? Why were the bones left lying around? There was a silence. Nora glanced at Clive. I can answer that question, Clive said. When a member of the relief team reached the lost camp in the spring of 1847, the snow was still 20 feet deep. You couldn't bury anyone in those conditions, and there was no way to haul out the remains. It was all the man could do to rescue the one survivor. Cheers. Why didn't they come back later and bury them? This was exceedingly remote country at that time. One reason might have been superstition. A fear of lingering evil, perhaps, or revulsion at what happened. The rescuers saw scenes of appalling horror at the camps, and the newspapers sensationalized it to the hilt. That deterred others from coming up here after the snows melted. And so the bones were left unburied for 175 years. That's unfortunately correct. Another long strip curled off and landed at Peel's feet. So this rescuer, what did he find when he got up here? Josiah Best was his name. He never left a written record of what he found. However, he did mention it, briefly, to a couple of people after bringing Cheers back to the main camp at Truckee Lake. After that, he apparently never spoke of it again, nor did he make note of the location, which is why the camp was lost these many years. What exactly did he see, this Best? At this, Burleson broke in. Jack, are these questions really necessary? It's been a long day. We're up here because of the lost camp, and I'd like to know what's going on. There's no reason to be hiding anything from us. But when I was up earlier, there they were, hiding the body of Samantha Carville from me. Just a minute, Nora said. Nobody was hiding anything. Covering an excavation is standard procedure. There's nothing secret, Clive said. The problem with Best's account is, as I said, he didn't write it down. All we have are second-hand reports, which were later collected by a newspaper reporter and written up as if in the first person. The oral reports of what Best originally said have been lost, which makes the reporter's article a third-hand conflation. There's no way to know how accurate it is, or how embellished. Peel stared at him. So what did it say? The newspaper account? You want me to read it? Yes, Peel said. Clive got up and went over to his tent, then returned a moment later with a notebook. He turned on his headlamp, opened the notebook, cleared his throat, and began to read. The lost camp was the most appalling spectacle ever to greet my eyes. A crude shelter had been erected from wagon boards, almost entirely buried in snow, with an entrance like a hole, trampled and stained with human blood. Bones lay scattered around as so much trash. Inside the hut was an iron kettle setting on a dead fire, containing a foot and a head split from top to bottom. The face was unrecognizable. In one corner of the shelter, a scalp had been flung, a mass of black hair tied in a bun, which I took to mean the remains of the poor soul in the pot were of a woman. In another corner, there were 2 corpses. Mr. Cheers was outside, heedless of the elements and singing to himself. He was fashioning something out of pieces of bone, but did not object when I raised him to his feet and tied on snowshoes for the journey out. He never, to my knowledge, spoke a word of sense while I was there or after. It looked as if the devil himself had unleashed hell upon that bloody ground. I never in my life witnessed such a dreadful thing, and I pray never to see the like of it again. A horrified silence fell on the group. Nora wished Peel had not pushed for this grisly passage to be read, but it seemed Clive had done the best he could under the circumstances. At last, Peel spoke again, his voice quiet. Why isn't there a clergyman up here to oversee the handling of these remains? Once we've confirmed the identities back in the lab, Nora said, we'll involve clergy. As I said, the remains will be interred with the appropriate religious rites, according to the wishes of their descendants. Or in the case where there are no descendants, the state of California will make the reburial decisions. After 9/11, said Peel, they had clergy on call for whenever human remains were found. But here, it seems to me, you scientists are digging these folks up with no respect or consideration of their immortal souls. Jack, said Burleson sharply, I was very clear with everyone what we were going to be doing up here. It's a little late to be registering objections. Peel turned to him. I didn't realize it involved this. That should have been obvious, said Burleson angrily. I'm sympathetic to Jack's sentiments, said Nora, intervening. And as I said, we plan to involve clergy, but not until we've finished. This area is too difficult, logistically, to bring in anyone. We don't even know the faith of most of these victims, whether Protestant or Catholic, or perhaps Jewish. You're messing around with some powerful stuff, said Peel. And you can sugarcoat it all you want, but it sounds an awful lot like desecration to me. The consumption of human flesh, that talk of hell on earth, the people going mad, the bodies unburied. This is the devil's playground. Ever since I got here, I've had a bad feeling about this godless place, and nothing any of you all have said or done has made it go away. Nora's feeling of apprehension rose. She'd never considered such serious objections might be raised. I realize the details are disturbing, she said, trying to keep her voice calm. As archaeologists, we're only trying to understand what happened. We're not desecrating anything. Jack Peel stood up. This isn't right. Clive suddenly spoke again. As a descendant of one of the Donner Party families, he said, voice rising in anger, I resent your attitude. I want to know the truth. All of it. Even the worst. Voltaire once said, to the living we owe respect, but to the dead we owe only the truth. And that's the way we can best serve these people's memories, by learning their stories. I'm not going to let some Bible-thumping wrangler tell me what's right and what isn't. Peel stared at him for a long moment. Then he slowly holstered his Bowie knife, tossed his stick into the fire, and turned and walked off into the night.
else I would rather do, and I was sure, from the way she was looking at me and how she didn't remove her hand, that she could feel it. The air between us was thick, heavy with unspoken words. I lay my hand on top of hers, held her palm against my triceps. Max came through the door. "Oops," he said. "Didn't mean to interrupt." Julia snatched her hand away. Max saw the pen in my hand. "Sorry about the weird mistake, old chap. I'm always picking up other people's pens. Terrible habit." Everything that had happened today, all the stress, including the shattered sexual tension, it combined to make the room lurch around me. I pointed a finger at Max. "You took it, you arsehole. You came into my room and stole it." He stared at me. "I bet you've got my phone too, haven't you? Come on, tell me, where is it?" "I don't know what the hell you're talking about." "Have you been going through it?" I jabbed a finger at him, trying to find something you could use against me. "Oh, Jesus. I bet it was you who told Ursula about Priya. You fucking arsehole." Out of the corner of my eye, through a pinkish mist, I could see Julia, her mouth open with shock. "You're a jealous, snobbish, has-been loser," I spat. Max sneered. "Jealous? Of the tripe you churn out? You're not even a proper writer. You're just a hack. No one will read your books in 5 years, but mine will live on long after I'm gone." The mist was dark red now. "After you're gone?" I jabbed a finger at him. "That might be sooner than you think, you fucking... Lucas!" It was Julia. She had hold of both my arms now, and held me still like I was a child. "Calm down," I heard Susie say. "Has he been drinking?" I hadn't heard her enter the room. "Come on," Julia said. "Let's find you something to eat." I shook my head. "I'm not hungry. I'm going up to my room." I could feel them all watching me as I headed up. The walls swam around my head. The stairs felt like they were made of foam. I fell onto the bed fully dressed and blacked out immediately. When I came to, it felt as if I'd been sucking cotton wool. It was still dark, but I was surprised to find it was only midnight. I'd been asleep for 4 hours. Now my body clock was going to be really screwed up. I staggered to the bathroom and drank water from the tap, then splashed some on my face and cleaned my teeth. I could hear voices downstairs. The others were still up. A memory of my argument with Max hit me and I recoiled. Had I really gloated about being a bestseller? Oh, God, what a dickish thing to do. I splashed some more water on my face until I was fully awake. Going down the stairs, I could hear Ursula, her voice echoing through the house. I didn't know who she was talking to. Suddenly, Julia appeared at the bottom of the staircase. She stopped dead when she saw me. "Can I talk to you?" I said, when I reached her. "In private?" She looked left and right, then said, "Follow me." To my surprise, she unlocked the door to the basement. "I thought guests weren't allowed down here, that it wasn't safe." A little smile. "That's, not strictly true about it being unsafe. I just wanted to keep this space to myself. Now, I'm making an exception, just this once." I followed her down. I expected to find a dusty room full of cobwebs and junk, old boxes and cracked walls. I thought perhaps there would be a broken stair or exposed wires, something to explain why no one was supposed to come down here. I couldn't believe what I saw as Julia flicked a switch and a fluorescent strip light juddered to life. "Welcome to the playroom," she said. It was a child's paradise. Beanbags and scatter cushions were heaped on the floor, and there was a comfortable old sofa, in front of which stood a TV and a games console. The walls were brightly coloured, with posters everywhere containing positive messages. "Dream big. What if I fall? Oh, my darling, but what if you fly?" There was a huge doll's house and heaps of cuddly toys and board games, colouring books and pens and art equipment, a chalkboard and a dressing-up box overflowing with costumes. Wow! She sat on the sofa, sinking into it. This was Lily's favourite room, even more than her bedroom. It's amazing. My God, I wish I'd had something like this when I was a kid. Julia picked up a stuffed rabbit and stroked its ears. That's why we created it. We wanted Lily to have all the things we didn't. Her den, her private space. She used to come down here with Megan, or sometimes she'd bring Chesney down here and play with him. And the plan was, if we had another child... She trailed off, deep in memory for a few seconds. I like coming down here. It doesn't make me feel sad like her bedroom. Sometimes I sit here for hours and think, and it makes me feel peaceful. I know that might sound strange, but she shrugged. Now, what did you want to talk to me about? I took a deep breath. I don't know how you're going to react. Try me. Okay. Do you remember telling me you wished you could afford to hire a private investigator? Well, I told her everything, starting with hiring Zara. I told her how Zara was confident the police had done all they could. I recounted her meeting with Malcolm at the chess club and our subsequent conversation at the pub. And then she vanished, I said, going on to tell her what had happened today. Along the way, I told her about Glyn Collins and the Historical Society and all the other fragments of information I'd uncovered but failed to piece together. I told her how my mum had told me about another girl going missing 37 years ago, which Julia knew already. Several people mentioned that to me when Lily vanished, as if it would make me feel better. I finished by telling her about what I'd found at the bed and breakfast. Shirley, dead. That's why I was so shaken when I got home. She raised an eyebrow at my use of the word home. But apart from that, she seemed calm, apparently accepting what I was saying. She didn't shout or get angry or act horrified. She listened and absorbed what I had to say, her legs tucked underneath her. A strand of hair kept falling over her left eye. She brushed it away, keeping her gaze focused on me throughout. When I'd finished, she untucked her legs and sat forward. I knew I should have thrown you out when I found out what you write. It hadn't been calm acceptance. It was stunned disbelief. Julia, shut up. She got to her feet. I went to rise too, but she reached forward and pushed me back onto the sofa. She stood over me. How could you? She yelled. How could you hire someone? Get them to poke into my business? How? She wanted to say more, but was choked by anger. I didn't want to get your hopes up, I said. Jesus Christ. Not unless I found something. Julia, you said you wished you could afford a detective. I was doing it for you. A favour. She had stalked off, a few feet away from me. Really? Are you sure you were doing it for me? I needed to defend myself. If I sat there and tried to apologise, she would chuck me out, I was sure of it. I stood up. Yes, Julia. I was doing it for you, for Lily. I wanted to check the police had done all they could. I saw how distraught you were and wanted to help you. The damsel in distress. Your gender has nothing to do with it. Huh, I bet. I shook my head. It doesn't, actually. But I didn't sound very sure, even to myself. If it had been Julia who'd drowned, would I have tried to help Michael in the same way? I wanted to believe that I would, but maybe I shouldn't have done it. Like I said, I was only going to tell you if I got anywhere, and I think I have. I've stirred something up, and I'm certain it's related to Lily. She stared at me, chest rising and falling. But you haven't really got anywhere, have you? It's like a conspiracy theory, a crazy conspiracy theory. You might as well have told me aliens came down and took Lily off in a spaceship. I know how it sounds, Julia. But Glyn Collins, don't you think it's a massive coincidence that within a couple of weeks of my private detective starting to ask questions, 2 members of that group are dead, and the detective herself is missing? On holiday. And the other 2 deaths, it's not coincidence, it's a chain, cause and effect. The visit from Zara caused Malcolm stress and made him have a heart attack. Then, what's her name, Shirley, died after getting drunk at his funeral. But why was Malcolm stressed? I don't know. Maybe he did know something about this girl who vanished in the 80s. Maybe Malcolm Jones was a paedophile, but that has nothing to do with Lily. I thought about it. I'd been so focused on Glyn that it hadn't crossed my mind that Malcolm might be guilty of anything more than not exposing Glyn's crimes. Could Julia be right? Was Malcolm the bad guy here? But what if Malcolm was still operating 2 years ago? With a 35-year gap between crimes? I stood up, paced the room. At least Julia was engaging with me now and not marching me up the stairs and telling me to pack my bags. There could be others we don't know about, I said. Other missing children. Maybe it was Malcolm, or Glyn, or... The lights went out. And above our heads, in the belly of the house, a woman screamed. Chapter 29. Lily, 2014. Mum stuck her head around Lily's bedroom door. Megan's coming over. She'll be here in 15 minutes, so you should get dressed and brush your hair. What? Why? It was Saturday morning, and Lily was on her bed, still in her PJs, playing a game on her iPad. Megan's mum's been calling to work, and her stepdad's away on a stag weekend. Jake is coming too. Lily made the groaning, "oh" sound her mum hated so much. Just get dressed, okay, and be nice to Jake. He's a lovely boy. 15 minutes later, tyres crunched on the gravel outside. Lily looked out of her window. Megan and Jake were getting out of a taxi along with the taxi driver who escorted them to the front door. The bell rang. By the time Lily got downstairs, Megan and Jake were standing in the hall and Mum was talking to the taxi man. It sounded like he was a neighbour and old friend of Megan's mum's, and he wasn't supposed to be working today, but he'd run the kids over as a favour. He had nothing else to do. He winked at Lily over her mum's shoulder. "Why don't you come in for a cup of tea, Ollie?" "Yeah, thanks. That'd be great." "Follow me. Lily, why don't you take Megan and Jake down to the playroom? I'll bring you down some drinks and snacks in a bit." "Okay." Lily hesitated. "Where's Dad?" Mum's eyes shifted around in that way they did when she wasn't sure what to say. "He's, having a lie-in." "Lucky bloke," said Ollie. "Isn't he just?" She sounded angry, though she was trying to hide it behind the smile she always wore when they had visitors. Mum and the taxi driver went off to the kitchen, and Lily ran down the stairs to the playroom, Megan at her heels, Jake trailing behind. Megan turned around. "Hurry up, slow coach." "Sorry, Meg." He almost bumped his head on the low ceiling halfway down the stairs. He was growing a moustache. Bum fluff, Megan called it. She rolled her eyes, and Lily, not for the first time, felt sorry for him. Although she often wished she had a brother or sister, she'd hate to be bossed around in the way Megan bossed Jake. Megan headed straight for the Wii U. "Want a game of Mario Kart? Bet I can beat you this time." Last time Megan had come here, she'd moaned that Lily didn't have that bloody Mary game. Luckily, it wasn't available for the Wii U, so Lily had a good excuse. As Megan set up the game, Lily turned her head to see what Jake was doing. He was staring at the art supplies. Lily remembered that he was really good at drawing and asked him if he wanted some paper and pens. "Thanks, Lily." He settled down on a beanbag with a pad and a pack of colouring pens. Megan looked over her shoulder. "Hey, Jake, it's Mum's birthday next week. Make her a card from both of us." "Yes, Meg." Lily and Megan played Mario Kart. Megan won the first race, thanks to a massively fluky blue shell right at the end, and Lily beat her in the second and third. They were about to start race 4 when the door at the top of the stairs opened. "All right, guys." It was the taxi driver, carrying a tray with smoothies and cartons and a plate of chocolate chip cookies. "Yay, snacks!" Megan paused the game. "Thanks, Ollie." He said to Lily, "Your mum asked me to bring these down. She had to take a phone call." "Oh, right, thanks." He looked around. "Oh, this is a pretty cool space. What are you playing?" "Oh, I love that game. Who's your favourite character?" "I always play as Bowser. He's heavy, but when he gets going, whoosh!" He laughed. Lily stared at him. Was he like Jake? A little kid, trapped in a big body? "I haven't been to this house for years. My dad had a friend who lived here. Hey, you might have met my dad. He's the town librarian." Lily looked at him blankly. She'd never been to Bedmawr Library. Why would she need to, when her house was full of books, most of them awesomely boring? Lily liked the books Mum had illustrated, partly because they were all dedicated to her. Ollie crouched down next to Jake. "What are you drawing, mate?" Jake, who'd finished the birthday card and moved on to something else, showed him the paper. "Whoa! What's this?" Lily peered over Ollie's shoulder. The paper was covered in drawings of bare, spiky trees. At the centre of the drawing was a dark figure with arms and legs like wobbly spaghetti, a long body, and a fat head with cat's eyes. Jake had pressed so hard with the pen while drawing this figure, he'd almost gone through the paper. "It's the widow," Jake said, in a hushed voice. Lily expected Ollie to laugh, but he didn't. His voice was as serious as Jake's when he replied, "The Red Widow, eh? My dad told me about her." He repeated all the stuff Lily already knew. Even Megan appeared a little bored of the topic, but Jake gawped at Ollie as if it was the first time he'd heard it. Ollie looked sidelong at the girls. "I saw her once," he said. That grabbed their attention. "You didn't," Megan said. "I did, actually, when I was about your age. It was just before that little girl disappeared, Caris." Lily stared at him, as did Megan and Jake. He settled down on a beanbag. "I was in the woods, near here, with my friends, building a camp. Parents weren't so paranoid about letting kids out to play on their own in those days. Anyway, we built the camp, and then one of my friends announced that he needed a loo, a number 2. Megan giggled. "Yeah, gross, huh? He went off to do what bears do in the woods, and a minute later he came running back, shouting and screaming, saying someone was chasing him, a woman. And that's when I saw her, between the trees. She had eyes, just like that." He tapped the drawing, and they glowed white, like she was blind. I got the impression she was sniffing the air, that she could smell us, thinking we smelled sweet. Megan grabbed Lily's hand and squeezed it. Jake made a low, moaning sound. "And then she pointed at us and said, 'It's time.'" "There's no such thing," Lily reminded herself. "No such thing." "What did you do?" Megan asked. "What do you think we did? We ran like our bums were on fire." He laughed, and the children stared at him. "It's time," Megan whispered. "Yeah," Ollie said, "because the witch demands a sacrifice once every 35 years, according to the legend. When that little girl Caris vanished, that's what we all thought. The witch took her and gobbled her up." It was silent in the playroom. All Lily could hear was Jake's heavy breathing. Ollie looked at each of them in turn. "You know, that happened in 1980, he said, and Lily realized he was just like Megan's granddad. He enjoyed winding up kids, seeing if they'd believe his scary stories. "Next year, it will be 35 years, and it will be time again." He looked at their gaping mouths and saucer eyes. "She's going to be looking for another child." Chapter 30. As soon as we heard the scream, Julia took out her phone and switched on the flashlight, the weak light casting her in a ghostly glow. She headed for the stairs, and I followed. I wished I hadn't left my new phone in my room. It was dark in the hallway, too. Somebody appeared in the Thomas room doorway, a black silhouette. Julia pointed the beam of her phone flashlight at the door. It was Max. "What was that scream?" Julia asked. Susie. Ursula was in the middle of telling us this really creepy story about a dark spirit. You know, the usual nonsense she comes out with. And suddenly the lights went out. It was brilliant. It was as if she'd staged it." Julia stepped into the doorway and shone her light inside. Ursula sat in an armchair, apparently frozen to the spot, holding a glass of wine. "Where's Susie now?" I asked. She disappeared. I think she was embarrassed. She's gone to her room. Do you think it's a local power cut? Does that happen a lot round here?" "Not since I've lived here," Julia replied. "It might be the fuses," I said. "It probably just needs resetting. Where's the box?" In the utility room." We left Max waiting by the Thomas room and went through the kitchen to the little room where Julia kept her washing machine and dryer. She shone the flashlight at the fuse box, which was on the wall by the back door. I opened it. "Oh, it's not the switches," I said. "It must be a power cut. Have you got any candles?" I think so. Hang on." We went back into the kitchen. If this had happened in my flat in London, we would have been fine. Priya had been obsessed with scented candles, and most of them were still around. Sometimes I lit them to remind myself of her, if I was feeling strong enough. The smell of jasmine or cinnamon would always remind me of her. But Julia wasn't into candles. The only candles I'd seen since coming here were the ones on Lily's birthday cake. She searched through the kitchen drawers. Loads of junk, but no candles. "I think they're in the cottage," she said. Max had come into the kitchen holding his phone, the flashlight switched on. "I'll go and fetch them," I said. "I'll come too," said Max. "There's no need." But he was already heading out the back door. Julia handed me the key to the cottage, and I went after him. It was cold outside and overcast, a few stars peeking through the gaps between the clouds. We only had Max's phone to illuminate the way, but as we moved towards the cottage, my eyes started to grow accustomed to the darkness, black shapes against a grey backdrop. Max stopped walking. "What are you doing?" I asked. actually wanted a chance to talk to you," he said. "Listen, Lucas, I swear I didn't take your pen on purpose. I actually have no recollection of picking it up, but, you know, we'd all had a drink." I could hardly see his face, but he sounded sincere, and my emotions were reverberating from the encounter with Julia. I really didn't want another argument. "It's okay," I said. "I'm sorry about earlier. I'd had a difficult day. I apologize, too, for what I said. I know it's no excuse, but I've been under a lot of stress, too. Some marital issues, which is why I'm staying here a little longer. My wife doesn't want me to go home." I nodded. "I didn't sleep with Susie, though, whatever you think. I'm guilty of many things, but not that." Again, he sounded sincere. "I'm sorry if it seemed like I was judging you." He laughed. "I hope no one overhears. They might think we're bonding. Heaven forbid. Come on, we should try to find these candles." We headed over to the cottage, and I opened the door. Max led the way, going into the kitchen first. I began to look through drawers while Max held the flashlight. "The power will probably come back on the moment we find them," he said. There were no candles in the first drawer, or the second, though I found a cigarette lighter, which I pocketed, thinking it would come in handy. "You know, I kind of wish I wrote horror like you," Max said. "Or ghost stories, anyway. Think of all the inspiration I'd have had since coming here. Your creative synapses must be on fire." He didn't know the half of it. I was tempted to fill him in, but then he said, "Something weird happened to me the other night." I paused halfway through searching the drawer. "What?" "Well, I got up in the middle of the night to go to the loo, and heard someone singing." I waited. It was a woman. At first I thought it must be Julia, but it didn't sound like it was coming from her bedroom. It sounded like someone was inside the room with me. Was it this song? I sang a couple of lines of Een Douw Tree. Yes, that was it. "I've heard it too," I said. "So did Karen. It was one of Lily's favourite songs, apparently." Max puffed out air. "Well, that matches what Ursula said. You don't believe in ghosts, do you? Even though you write horror?" "No, I don't." I knew we ought to head back to the house, or look elsewhere in the cottage for candles, but Max seemed keen to talk. Me neither. Except... What? Talking to Ursula, it makes me wonder. Oh, don't you start. She's making it all up." He leaned against the worktop, looking out at the night. The clouds had cleared a little, revealing more stars, silvery light glimmering across the lawn, with trees and shrubbery emerging from the darkness. "She's very convincing," he said. "I told her about the singing I heard, and she said it could be Lily's ghost, trapped here in this house, unwilling to move on to the next realm because of her mother's unhappiness. Ursula's going to consult her spirit guide. She said... Hang on, what was that?" "What?" I joined him at the window. "I saw someone. Over there, on the driveway. Look." I peered into the darkness. The clouds shifted, revealing the moon. There was someone standing near the top of the driveway, facing us. It was too dark to make out their features, to even tell if it was a man or a woman, but a suspect immediately came to mind. Before I could say anything, Max dashed from the kitchen and out of the front door. He called out, "Hey!" The person moved down the driveway, away from the house. Max headed after them. I followed, catching up and falling into step beside him. The figure was running now, only just visible as a flickering shape on the horizon of my vision. "I don't think it's a power cut," Max said. "Look, there's a light on in the house over there, on the hill." He pointed towards the nearest neighbour. The person we'd seen on the driveway had stopped running. I couldn't see their face, but I was certain they were watching us, waiting to see what we did. Could it really be Glyn Collins? A knot of fear formed in my stomach. If I was right, he'd already dealt with 3 people who'd threatened to expose him. I hadn't even stopped to think that I was the obvious next target. In which case, I was walking straight into his trap. "Come on," Max said, and broke into a run. The shadowy figure ran too. I had no choice but to follow. There were potholes on the path, and I stumbled into one. Max grabbed my arm to stop me from falling. I glanced across at him and saw that he was grinning. He was enjoying it, like it was a game. He increased his pace, leaping over a huge puddle. I guessed this was an escape from his other worries, money, his career, marital woes. This was a little adventure. We reached the narrow lane that bisected the trees and stopped. The lane stretched left and right, and directly ahead of us was a copse. The main road was beyond that, and a little further on the river. Our quarry was no longer in sight. "Which way did they go?" Max asked. I held up a finger. "Listen." Rustling came from the copse ahead. "This way," I said, jogging into the trees where I was swallowed by darkness. The ground beneath my feet was mulchy, slippery, and I grabbed a skinny tree for support. I waited for Max to catch up, as he was carrying our only source of light. He stopped beside me and swung the phone left and right, light bouncing between the trees like a will-o'-the-wisp. Tentatively, we pushed through the branches, Max swearing as something scratched his face. He lowered the flashlight, and I hurried blindly on, the lizard part of my brain screaming at me to get out of these trees, even if greater danger lay further ahead. I was sweating, and my heart was beating faster than ever before. I crashed through the final line of trees and stumbled, my knees hitting the rough tarmac. Max pulled me to my feet. "You all right?" I was too high on adrenaline to feel pain. I heard a twig snap ahead of us. "I think he's heading to the river." Max nodded once and strode into the final thicket of trees, their branches still bare from winter. I took a deep breath and joined him, pushing through until we emerged on the path that ran alongside the river. "This is where Julia's husband drowned," I said in a hushed voice. "The exact spot." The water swept around the bend, sucking in starlight and snuffing it out. A curtain of mist hung over the far bank, casting the trees on that side as shadow play. Max looked around while I stared at the water, then hissed, "There!" Max dashed off to the left, vanishing into the copse. I did the same, pushing through into a clearing between a circle of trees. I strained to locate the light from Max's phone. There it was, to the right, dancing among the branches. I drew in a breath, afraid to speak. I heard Max say, "Show yourself." A pause, then, "What are you doing?" It seemed he'd come face to face with the person we'd been pursuing. There was a scuffling sound, the crunch of twigs breaking and cracking, a grunt, and the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. The spot of light from Max's phone disappeared. "Max?" I was frozen to the spot. I muttered to myself, Come on, move." And managing to unstick my feet, I started towards the place in the trees where Max had been standing, pulling aside a pair of saplings that guarded the spot. And then, noise behind me, footsteps on wet leaves. I started to turn. An explosion of pain in my head. I fell, blind, hit the earth. Darkness. Chapter 31. I awoke in a world of pain and cold. My eyes opened, but I was blind. My lungs tried to suck in air, and my body flooded. My arms flailed, but there was nothing to hold. Maybe it only took a second for my brain to make sense of where I was, what was happening, but it felt like much longer. An eternity of confusion. By the time I figured it out, my palms felt solid ground beneath them. The riverbed. I was in the water. The pain in my head was indescribable, like hot knives in grey matter. Inside my head, a wave of blackness tried to drag me under, my brain wanting to shut my body down, but a shred of survival instinct fought against it. I was drowning. Somehow I marshalled the forces of my body, pushing against the riverbed and kicking upwards, flailing in the black, freezing water, feeling it dragging me back down like a creature. "Sweetmeat, come to me, my sweetmeat," had hold of my ankles. I screamed an inaudible scream, kicked and pulled, fought to escape this liquid grave. "Give in," said a voice inside me. "Let go. Accept it. Sink into nothingness. No more pain. No more suffering. Let me make you better, my sweet meat." No, I refused to let go. I refused to die. With the last of my strength, I pushed upwards, towards the stars that shone high above the surface and called to me, told me to keep going, to not give up. I burst through, snapped at the air, fought the desperate screaming pain in my skull, and kicked towards the bank. I grabbed at weeds that tore away in my hands. To the left, I saw the flat stones on which Julia had stood, unable to save her husband. I dragged myself towards them, finally crawling from the water. Gasping and shivering, I lay on my back on the stones, eyes shut, blackness rushing over me again. I surrendered to it. Lucas! Lucas! I didn't wake suddenly this time. Darkness slowly retreated. Someone was saying my name. A warm hand touched my face, and something was laid over me. Lucas, it's me, Julia. My eyes opened, and I saw her looking down at me. I tried to speak, but my teeth were chattering too much. She held my hand, squeezed it. Above her head, the stars that had saved me. I realized she'd covered my soaking wet body with her coat. I tried to push myself up, but a lightning bolt of pain flashed through my skull. I gasped, and a look of concern flitted across Julia's face. I came looking for you, she said, when you didn't come back from the cottage. What happened? Why were you in the water? I tried to speak again, but coughed instead, river water running from my mouth. Julia knelt beside me, gently turning me onto my side so I didn't choke. She repositioned the coat. I've called an ambulance, she said. I coughed and spluttered again, more water spilling from my lungs. I was trembling. All over and didn't think I would ever feel warm again. But I needed to speak, to ask her something. Max, I managed to say. Where is he? Once again, before she could answer, I blacked out. I woke up in hospital. The pain in my head had subsided. They must have pumped me full of painkillers. I tested my arms and legs, fingers and toes. Everything seemed to work. I was still nauseous, shaky, cold, but I pushed myself into a sitting position, careful not to disturb the tube that ran from a drip into my arm. I gingerly felt the back of my head, which was covered with a bandage. Morning light streamed through the window. A nurse spotted me and headed over. Mr. Radcliffe, You need to take it easy. She had an Eastern European accent and kind eyes. Is Julia here? I asked. Is that the woman who found you? She's nearby, don't worry. The doctor's going to want to take a look at you. I'll let him know you're awake. She was about to go when I said, Wait, Max Lake? Is he here? I strained to look around the ward, but couldn't see him. She attempted a reassuring smile, which didn't quite come off. I think the police want to talk to you as soon as the doctor says it's okay. She hurried away. The doctor came, gave me the once-over and told me I was fine. They were going to keep me in for a little while for observation. They were mostly concerned about my head injury. It's not as bad as it must have felt, the doctor said. Your skull isn't fractured. We've already carried out an X-ray and scan, and there doesn't appear to be any internal damage. You have a tough head, Mr. Radcliffe, but we want to monitor you for concussion and so on. There's a risk of a subdural hematoma developing, but I think you're going to be okay. What was I hit with? I asked. He consulted his notes. A rock, I think. But the police will be able to tell you more. What about Max Lake? Is he here? The doctor frowned. Not that I'm aware of. Half an hour later, I was lying with my eyes closed, replaying what had happened, when I heard someone say my name. I opened my eyes to see a woman with short dark hair standing over me. She introduced herself as Detective Constable Carla Hawkins. Are you feeling up to answering some questions? She asked, pulling up a plastic chair. Of course, but can you answer one of mine first? Max Lake, where is he? Is he okay? She formed a fist with her hand and put it to her lips, clearing her throat. I'm afraid Mr. Lake's body was recovered from the River Dee early this morning. Oh, Jesus. I wasn't shocked. Since waking up, I'd been steeling myself for this news. The same thing that happened to me had clearly happened to Max, except he hadn't managed to get out of the river. Had he even woken up and struggled? I hope not. Better to be oblivious than to struggle against drowning and fail. Were you close? D.C. Hawkins asked, studying me, obviously trying to read my face and body language. No, I've only known him a couple of weeks, but guilt squeezed my insides. It's my fault. I brought this upon us, and I'm alive, and he's dead. What do you mean, you brought this upon you? Do you know who did this? She had a notepad ready in her lap, pencil poised. Just as I had with Julia last night. My God, what a long 24 hours it had been. I ran through the whole story, keeping it as succinct as possible. D.C. Hawkins interrupted every so often to ask questions. I didn't mention any of the weird goings-on at the retreat, and I tried to avoid straying into conspiracy theory territory. At the end, I said, It's Glyn Collins. He did this. D.C. Hawkins tapped her pencil slowly on the pad. Did you see him? No, it was too dark, but I'm sure it was him. Who else could it be? The look she gave me was inscrutable. Do you know him? I asked. My head throbbed, and I winced as I spoke. Everyone says he's a pillar of the community. She shook her head. I'm based in Wrexham. One of your colleagues had a relationship with Zara Sullivan, the private detective I hired. I don't know his name, but maybe Zara spoke to him between talking to me and disappearing. We'll look into it, she said. There was a long silence. I broke it by saying, So, this is a murder investigation? Her expression was grim. We don't get many of those around here. Just missing children. She stood up. 2 in 40 years. It's hardly an epidemic. She handed me her card. We'll be in touch. If you remember anything else in the meantime, any details that can help us identify your assailant, please call me. What about protection? I asked. For me, I mean. He tried to kill me. What if he comes here to finish the job? She spread her palms to indicate that I was surrounded by people. You'll be safe here, Mr. Radcliffe. Try not to worry. I woke up later to find Julia sitting by the bed. I brought you some snacks, she said, gesturing to a couple of bags on the bedside cabinet, and some magazines. I brought your phone, too. She handed me the phone I'd bought to replace my lost one. How are you feeling? I think I'm in shock. About Max, I mean. She brushed a hand across her forehead and sighed. She looked terribly sad. I realised the whole thing must have taken her back to the terrible events 2 years before, when she watched Michael drown in that same spot. "Thank you for saving me," I said. "I probably would have died of hypothermia if I'd been left there by the river. I expect you were tempted to let me." She exhaled. "I understand why you did it. And I know you were trying to help." I smiled at her. "I'm still angry with you." My smile faded. "But I'm glad you didn't drown." I guess that was the best I was going to get. "So you didn't see anyone by the river?" she asked. I repeated what I'd told D.C. Hawkins and half expected Julia to be sceptical, as she'd been earlier. But this was different, wasn't it? There was no way this could be put down to natural causes or an innocent explanation. Someone had attacked me. Someone had murdered Max. "You really think Glyn knows something about Lily?" she asked. Her voice was full of longing and terror. "Hopefully the police will be talking to him now," I said. "Have they been to your house? Did they look at what happened to the electricity?" "Oh, yes, they've been round. 2 of them came and interviewed Ursula and Susie and me. Looked around. They took Max's computer. Yours too." "What?" "Sorry, I couldn't stop them. They said they needed to check it. They didn't say why." My novel was on that laptop. Although it was backed up to the cloud, I didn't have access to another computer here. Still, it hardly seemed like the most important thing at the moment. "And the electricity?" I asked. "It came on before I got back to the house," she replied. "I told the police about it, and they said they'd look into that too. They're frustratingly vague. They were like this when Lily disappeared." My headache was coming back with a vengeance now. My vision was soft around the edges, a steady pain pulsing out from the back of my skull. I needed whatever drugs the doctors were willing to give me. "How are the others? Susie and Ursula?" Julia shook her head. "Ursula's taken to her bed. I can't get any sense out of her. Susie, well, she's really upset. She locked herself in her room after she heard about Max, but I could hear her crying." "Max told me there was nothing going on between them." "Did you believe him?" I thought about it. "Yeah, I did. God, I'm glad I managed to apologize to him before it happened." Julia shifted in her seat. "Ursula told the police about your argument." "Oh, great. It's been like a circus at the house. As well as the police, the media turned up. We've had photographers and video crews outside." Her face darkened. "The bastards mentioned Michael and Lily on the news reports. Tragedy strikes again in Beauty Spot, all that bullshit. Apparently Max's wife is on her way too, to collect his things and see where it happened. I haven't been down to the river, but I've heard it's teeming with rubberneckers." Without warning, she grabbed my hand. "I'm so—" She stopped, then forced herself to continue. "I'm so glad you got out of the water." Taken aback, I tried to make light of it. Me too. When I saw you lying there on the stones, I thought you were dead." To my surprise, tears filled her eyes. She continued to hold my hand, but gazed into space, into the past. I don't think I ever mourned Michael properly. I was so fixated on finding Lily. Even his funeral, I was numb, not able to grieve. I'm told I cried, but I don't remember. I hardly heard a word of the service." I squeezed her hand and waited for her to continue. "I miss him," she said. "I was so angry with him for a long time once the numbness passed. Angry for his drinking, blaming him for the argument that meant we weren't watching Lily. Our marriage hadn't been good for a long time, and we were probably going to break up. I mean, we'd been in and out of the Last Chance saloon a dozen times. He'd promised he was going to give up the booze because it was destroying us, but he didn't. And I realised that day he never would." She produced a tissue and blew her nose. 5 minutes later, he was dead. I waited for her to continue. "There was another thing, too, another woman. I never found out for sure, but I think Michael was cheating on me with this woman in his office, Lana. Maybe they were only emotionally involved, I don't know. But there was something going on. He probably would have ended up with her after we split up, and I wonder sometimes if he kept drinking because he wanted me to chuck him out. It was his passive way of ending our marriage. She blew her nose again. He loved Lily, though. I guess she's the other reason he hung around. She wiped the tears from her cheeks and sniffed. Oh, God. You're lying there with a massive bandage on your head after someone tried to kill you, and here I am, going on about my woes. Julia, don't be silly. It's good. You should talk about it. She shuddered. I'm scared, Lucas. I can't even express exactly why. But I'm scared. I tried to find the right words, but before I could locate them, someone said my name. Mr. Radcliffe? It was D.C. Hawkins. This time she had another cop with her, a middle-aged man in an ageing suit. She introduced him as Detective Inspector Gary Snaith. He nodded at Julia. Mrs. Marsh? He must have met her at Nithe Bran. I wondered if he'd also been involved in the search for Lily 2 years ago. Do you mind if we have a word with Mr. Radcliffe on his own? He asked. She was flustered. Yes, I mean, no. I need to get back anyway. I'll call you later, Lucas. As soon as she'd gone, D.C. Hawkins said, We spoke to Glyn Collins. He was at home all night with his girlfriend. I pushed myself up in the bed. Girlfriend? D.I. Snaith smiled. Perhaps lady friend would be a better term. But yes, seems there's life in the old dog. I wondered if this was the woman he'd been talking to at the funeral, the one with the cleavage. Mr. Collins' lady friend is an insomniac, Snaith continued. She was awake most of the night, with her gentleman friend lying beside her, snoring. So, whoever attacked you, Hawkins said, it wasn't Glyn Collins. Chapter 32. The two detectives stayed for ages, conducting what they called an informal chat. They wanted to know everything about me. Did I have any enemies? Did Max? They'd heard Max and I had a fight yesterday. Could I tell them more about that? Why did we decide to follow the person we'd seen down to the river? Had we been drinking? Why are you asking if Max had enemies? I said. I told you, I was the target. So, why kill Mr. Lake? D.C. Hawkins asked. I think he saw their face. As I was answering their questions, my mind whirred. If it wasn't Glyn who attacked me and killed Max, who the hell was it? Did this mean he wasn't responsible for everything else? Had I been completely wrong? Are you sure Glyn Collins' lady friend isn't lying for him? I asked. You can never be 100%, Snaith responded. But she, Margaret, is the ex-wife of one of our retired chief inspectors. He told us she's the most honest woman he's ever met, and there's no way she'd protect a criminal. Also, Mr. Collins has this app on his phone that records his sleep patterns. I nodded. Priya had used one of those. He showed it to us. According to this app, he slept like a baby while Margaret tossed and turned beside him. Maybe he has someone helping him, I said. Even as the words came out, I realized how desperate I sounded. The two detectives exchanged a look. D.C. Hawkins spoke. The two deaths you told us about, Malcolm Jones and Shirley Roberts. There's nothing suspicious about either of them. Mr. Jones was taking medication for a heart condition. It appears he forgot to take his tablets. That seemed strange to me, but I let her go on. And by all accounts, Miss Roberts was inebriated when she left the wake. Those stairs are steep. I don't want to preempt the coroner, but there's nothing to indicate it wasn't an accident. So, we're looking at the attack on you and Max Lake as an isolated incident, D.I. Snaith said. But what about Zara Sullivan? Have you tracked her down? Again, they exchanged a glance. You're a writer, aren't you, Mr. Radcliffe? D.C. Hawkins said. Highly imaginative, always looking for hidden motives and meanings. Well, let me tell you, as someone who deals with reality every day, the simplest explanation for something is almost always the right one. She raised an eyebrow. Exactly. My head was pounding again. I had wanted to talk to them about the strange goings-on at the retreat, but what was the point? They had me marked down as someone who makes shit up, a novelist with an overactive imagination. A nurse came over. "I think the patient needs to rest now." "Sure." The detectives got up, D.I. Snaith grunting as he rose from his plastic seat. D.C. Hawkins studied me for a moment, and I wished I could read her mind, because I was certain there was suspicion in her eyes. "We'll talk again," she said, before they walked away. The hospital discharged me the following afternoon. The doctor gave me a self-help sheet listing symptoms I needed to look out for: drowsiness, poor tolerance of light, feelings of disorientation, confusion. I tried to make a joke about always feeling confused, but the doctor wasn't amused. I didn't want to bother Julia by asking her to pick me up, so I called Ollie Jones. It was a long way for him to come, but I thought he'd appreciate the fare, and it wasn't only that I didn't want to bother Julia. I wanted to talk to Ollie. "Oh, look at you, the walking wounded," he said, as I approached the taxi and got into the back seat. It was a lovely day, mild and bright, and it was warm inside the cab. For the first time in months I felt the prickle of sweat beneath my armpits. "I heard about what happened," Ollie said, starting the engine. "Shocking. Do you have any idea who did it? Who whacked you over the head, I mean?" "No." "I bet the police haven't got a bloody clue either, am I right?" "Oh, they don't seem to." He turned on the main road. "Shocking to think 2 people, probably 3, have drowned in that same spot in, 2 years. He swore at a driver who swerved in front of him. "That Lily was a lovely girl, you know. I hope she's still out there somewhere." I sat forward. "You knew her?" "Yeah. I live a few doors down from her friends Megan and Jake. I know their mum pretty well." Of course, everyone round here knows everyone else. And my dad was good friends with Wendy's dad. Have you met Wendy? She's lovely. Plus, Megan's a little character, and Jake, well, Wendy does a brilliant job with him, considering his issues." He paused. "I feel a bit guilty, actually. I told Lily and the others this story about how I'd seen the widow when I was a kid. I was just winding them up, having a laugh, but I think they believed me. I always picture Lily with this frightened look on her face. I should have told her it was a joke." I tried to get a grip on the conversation. "I didn't get a chance to talk to you properly at the funeral. I told you about our dads being friends, didn't I?" "Yeah," he laughed. "Weird to think we might have played together when we were little, before you moved away." "Yeah, I know. So, what happened with your dad? Someone told me he had a heart condition?" "Yeah, and the silly fool forgot to take his medicine." I feigned ignorance. "Surely forgetting for, 1 day wouldn't cause you to have a heart attack? I mean, I'm no expert, but..." "No, but the doctor told me he must have been under a lot of stress the day he died. And the fact he'd forgotten the medicine didn't help. God knows what he was stressed about. I mean, he was at home watching TV. I guess he must have been worried about something." I felt bad. The topic was clearly distressing Ollie, but I pressed on anyway. Despite what the police said, I was still convinced Malcolm's death was connected to everything else. "Did you see him? The day he died, I mean. Did he seem worried?" "No, I didn't." He fell quiet. I thought maybe I'd pushed him too far. He was still grieving, the wounds raw. "I spoke to him on the phone, though, and he was acting a bit weird." "What do you mean?" "Just, being more emotional than normal. He said something about how he'd let my mum down. It was too late to make amends now. I had no idea what he was going on about. To be honest, I wondered if he'd been drinking, or if it was like the first signs of dementia." He had stopped at a red light. Ollie rubbed his eyes with his fist. Then he said something really odd. He asked me if I would forgive him if he'd done something terrible. The hairs on my arms were standing on end. No, hang on. What he said was, would I forgive him if he'd kept a terrible secret? I asked him what the hell he was talking about, and it was like he chickened out. Started saying it was nothing to worry about, just the ramblings of an old man. His jaw was clenched, and I was worried Ollie was about to start crying. He prevented himself from doing so by changing the subject. "You were into books and stuff, aren't you?" "Of course you are. My dad had thousands of the bloody things, and I've got no idea what to do with them. Maybe you could pop round, take a look and see if there are any you want. Take them off my hands." "That's very kind of you, but maybe you should call a dealer. There might be some valuable books among them." "Yeah, That's what Heleth said I should do. He shook his head. It's weird. Both our parents dying within a week of each other. What are the odds, eh? She's got the B&B to sort out and isn't sure if she's going to carry on running it. She's talking about selling it and living on the proceeds. I'm trying to persuade her to move in with me. How long have you and Heleth been together? I asked. 20 years. What? I was shocked. He laughed. Including the 18-year break in the middle. We were together for a year when we were young. We got back together last year. I finally wore her down. And neither of you have children? I have, but they live in Cardiff with their mum, my ex-wife. Heleth doesn't have kids, though. She says this isn't a good place to raise children. The whole thing saddened me. It seemed Heleth had stayed here all these years because of Shirley, and now she was threatening to take off and leave Ollie behind. We drove in silence for a few minutes. We weren't far from the retreat now. So, you have no idea what secret your dad was talking about? I asked. He hesitated just for a second before saying no. There was clearly something, perhaps buried deep, a doubt or suspicion. I decided not to push it. He would be thinking about it now. Hopefully, it would come to the surface. Maybe I will come to take a look at those books, I said, as we pulled up outside Neath Bran. Cool. He made a telephone sign with his little finger and thumb. Call me, and drove away. Julia was in the kitchen, sitting at the breakfast counter with a cup of tea, surveying the garden. Dark circles ringed her eyes, but the sunlight touched her hair and lit up her face, stopping me in my tracks. It's rude to stare, she said, getting up and coming over. She peered at the bandage on the back of my head. Any bits of brain leak out? She asked. No important bits, I don't think. Still got the part that contains your common sense? Oh, God, no. That withered and died a long time ago. She smiled. Coffee? It's okay. I'll make it. If you're sure. Julia leaned against the counter. As I filled the kettle and placed it on the Arga, she said, The police were here again, asking questions. About what? About you. I turned from the Arga. What kind of questions? She cradled her tea. They wanted to know about your relationship with Max, how you got on. Snaith had a copy of your novel. Sweetmeat? Yeah, he was flicking through it, reading out some of the violent scenes. He asked me if you'd shown any signs of aggression since you'd been here. Of course, Ursula had already told them about the time you threatened Max. Jesus, they can't believe that was a real threat, surely. What, do they think I killed Max and hit myself over the head with a rock and jumped in the river? That's nuts. I don't know what they think, Lucas. At least the reporters have gone. There was a house fire in Wrexham. Several kids trapped. Oh, I can't bear to think about it. They've all gone there. I finished making the coffee, adding 2 sugars. Where's Ursula now? I asked. In her room. She's talking about leaving in the next couple of days. And Susie? Same. Looks like you're going to be my only customer, unless you're planning on buggering off too. I doubt the police would let me go even if I wanted to. But I'm not going anywhere, assuming that's okay with you. She met my eye. Of course. I want you to stay. A wry smile. I doubt I'll get any more customers coming here after what happened. Not that it matters anyway. Maybe the whole thing was a terrible idea. I should start illustrating again. Find work. I've still got contacts. The energy seemed to drain from her body. It feels pointless, all of it. Julia. I got up and crossed the kitchen to where she stood. She looked up at me, eyes brimming with tears. I put my hand out, touched her arm. She stepped closer to me. We were inches apart, the silence so heavy between us, the air as thick as tar. She moved closer still. Time stopped. The world was silent. I touched her cheek and brushed away a tear with my thumb. She rested her forehead against mine. Beyond the window, a bird called out. Sunshine danced across the kitchen. I closed my eyes and waited for our lips to meet. Suddenly, I was holding empty air. I opened my eyes. She was in the doorway, arms wrapped around herself. She was painfully beautiful. I'm sorry, she said, as she left the room. Chapter 33. Drowsiness, Poor tolerance of light, feelings of disorientation, confusion. I had the full set, but I didn't think it had anything to do with my head injury. I sat at the desk in my room and tried to figure out what to do next. The police had my laptop, so I couldn't work. I thought about calling D.C. Hawkins and D.I. Snaith and demanding it back, but I didn't want to face more of their questions. If they suspected me, did I need to get a solicitor? Were they going to bring me in for questioning? Nerves chewed at my stomach. I opened my phone and caught up on the news. Max got all the headlines, of course. Apparently, his last book was now #1 on Amazon. It's what he would have wanted. My inbox was flooded with emails from my agent and publisher, both of them telling me if I needed more time to finish the book, that was understandable. Finally, a tiny silver lining, though I felt guilty thinking any positive thoughts. I had lots of emails from readers too, hoping this wouldn't delay my next novel, and my Facebook page was abuzz with well-wishers. I left a message letting everyone know I was okay, with a link to a page Max's family had set up for donations to a charity in his name. I had a knot in my stomach the size of Hawaii. Half of me was afraid that whoever had tried to kill me, and I was sceptical about Glyn Collins's alibi, would come back. The other half wanted him to appear so I could confront him. I would be prepared this time. I parted the curtains and looked out at the darkening landscape. It was silent out there. Silent and still. The retreat was locked up and secure. No one could get in. I made a list in my aching head of things I needed to do. Go and see Ollie to talk more about his dad. Try to persuade the police that I wasn't a fantasist. Persuade them to check if Zara's passport had been used. Persuade them, too, that I hadn't murdered Max. I was exhausted. I felt it deep in my muscles and in my soul. I went along to the bathroom and ran a bath. The hot water soothed me, and by the time the water started to cool, I was almost asleep. I dragged myself to the bedroom, and still damp, fell naked into bed, into sleep. The door clicked open. Someone was in my room, but unlike before, I had left the curtains parted. By the light of the moon, I could see a silhouette standing by the bed as it appeared to slough off its skin. Something soft hit the floor. The silhouette slipped under my covers. "What?" I began. A finger touched my lips. "Shh." It was Julia. Her mouth met mine, and an arm slipped around me. She was naked, her skin cool and soft. I pulled her closer, feeling how her body trembled.
next to the door. In the gloom, they could see many rich-looking pieces of fabric and the shattered remnants of a table. What looked like a cot or low bed lay upside down in a corner. Several small chests could be seen, with their contents spread around the room, as if tossed about by some giant hand. Thomas tried to search through the mess, but nothing was recognizable as important or valuable. He found one small bowl of unusual design glazed with bright-coloured figures on the sides, and he put it inside his tunic. Pug stood quietly, for something in the cabin commanded his attention. A strange, urgent feeling had overtaken him as soon as he had stepped in. The wreck lurched, throwing Thomas off balance. He caught himself on a chest, dropping the sword. "The ship's lifting. We'd better go." Pug didn't answer. His attention focused on the strange sensations. Thomas grabbed his arm. "Come on. The ship will break up in a minute." Pug shook his hand off. "A moment. There is something." His voice trailed off. Abruptly, he crossed the disordered room and pulled open a drawer in a latched chest. It was empty. He yanked open another, then a third. In it was the object of his search. He drew out a rolled parchment with a black ribbon and black seal on it and thrust it into his shirt. "Come on," he shouted as he passed Thomas. They raced up the ladder and scrambled over the deck. The tide had raised the ship high enough for them to pull themselves up to the ledge with ease, and they turned to sit. The ship was now floating on the tide, rocking forward and back while the waves sent a wet spray into the boys' faces. They watched as the bow slid off the rocks, timbers breaking with a loud and deep tearing sound like a dying moan. The bow lifted high, and the boys were splashed by waves striking the cliffs below their ledge. Out to sea, the hulk floated, slowly leaning over to its port side until the outward surging tide came to a halt. Ponderously, it started back towards the rocks. Thomas grabbed at Pug's arm, signalling him to follow. They got up and made their way back to the beach. When they reached the place where the rock overhung the sand, they jumped down. A loud, grinding sound made them turn to see the hull driven onto the rocks. Timbers shattered and separated with a shriek. The hull heaved to starboard, and debris started sliding off the deck into the sea. Suddenly, Thomas reached over and caught Pug's arm. "Look!" He pointed at the wreck sliding backward on the tide. Pug couldn't make out what he was pointing at. "What is it?" "I thought for a moment there was only one body on deck." Pug looked at him. Thomas's face was set in an expression of worry. Abruptly, it changed to anger. "Damn!" "What?" "When I fell in the cabin, I dropped the sword. Phannom will have my ears!" A sound like an explosion of thunder marked the final destruction of the wreck as the tide smashed it against the cliff face. Now the shards of the once fine, if alien, ship would be swept out to sea, to drift back in along the coast for miles to the south over the next few days. A low groan ending in a sharp cry made the boys turn. Standing behind them was the missing man from the ship, the strange broadsword held loosely in his left hand and dragging in the sand. His right arm was held tightly against his side. Blood could be seen running from under his blue breastplate and from under his helmet. He took a staggering step forward. His face was ashen, and his eyes wide with pain and confusion. He shouted something incomprehensible at the boys. They stepped back slowly, raising their hands to show they were unarmed. He took another step towards them, and his knees sagged. He staggered erect and closed his eyes for a moment. He was short and stocky, with powerfully muscled arms and legs. Below the breastplate, he wore a short skirt of blue cloth. On his forearms were bracers, and on his legs greaves that looked like leather above thonged sandals. He put his hand to his face and shook his head. His eyes opened, and he regarded the boys again. Once more he spoke in his alien tongue. When the boy said nothing, he appeared to grow angry and yelled another series of strange words, from the tone, seemingly questions. Pug gauged the distance necessary to run past the man who blocked the narrow strip of beach. He decided it wasn't worth the risk of finding out if the man was in a condition to use that wicked-looking sword. As if sensing the boy's thoughts, the soldier staggered a few feet to his right, cutting off any escape. He closed his eyes again, and what little colour there was in his face drained away. His gaze began to wander, and the sword slipped from limp fingers. Pug started to take a step toward him, for it was now obvious that he could do them no harm. As he neared the man, shouts sounded up the beach. Pug and Thomas saw Prince Arthur riding before a troop of horsemen. The wounded soldier turned his head painfully at the sound of approaching horses, and his eyes widened. A look of pure horror crossed his face, and he tried to flee. He took 3 staggering steps toward the water and fell forward into the sand. Pug stood near the door of the Duke's council chamber. Several feet away, a concerned group sat at Duke Borwick's round council table. Besides the Duke and his sons, Father Tully, Culgan, who had returned only an hour before, Swordmaster Fannon, and Horsemaster Algon sat in assembly. The tone was serious, for the arrival of the alien ship was viewed as potentially dangerous to the kingdom. Pug threw a quick glance at Thomas, standing on the opposite side of the door. Thomas had never been in the presence of nobility, other than serving in the dining hall, and being in the Duke's council chamber was making him nervous. Master Fannon spoke, and Pug returned his attention to the table.
"Reviewing what we know," said the old swordmaster, "it's obvious that these people are completely alien to us."
He picked up the bowl Thomas had taken from the ship.
"This bowl is fashioned in a way unknown to our Master Potter. At first he thought it was simply a fired and glazed clay, but upon closer inspection it proved otherwise. It is fashioned from some sort of hide, parchment-thin strips being wound around a mould, perhaps wood, then laminated with resins of some type. It is much stronger than anything we know."
To demonstrate, he struck the bowl hard against the table. Instead of shattering, as a clay bowl would have, it made a dull sound.
"Now, even more perplexing are these weapons and armour."
He pointed to the blue breastplate, helmet, sword, and dagger.
"They appear to be fashioned in a similar manner."
He lifted the dagger and let it drop. It made the same dull sound as the bowl.
"For all its lightness, it's nearly as strong as our best steel."
Borwick nodded.
"Tully, you've been around longer than any of us. Have you heard of any ship constructed like that?"
"No." Tully absently stroked his beardless chin. "Not from the Bitter Sea, the Kingdom Sea, or even the Great Kesh have I heard of such a ship. I might send word to the Temple of Ishab in Krondor. They have records that go further back than any others. Perhaps they have some knowledge of these people."
The Duke nodded.
"Please do. And also we must send word to the elves and dwarves. They've abided here longer than we by ages, and we would do well to seek their wisdom."
Tully indicated agreement.
"Queen Aglarana might have knowledge of these people if they are travellers from across the Endless Sea. Perhaps they have visited these shores before."
"Preposterous!" snorted Horsemaster Algon. "There are no nations across the Endless Sea. Otherwise it wouldn't be endless."
Culgan took on an indulgent expression.
"There are theories that other lands exist across the Endless Sea. It is only that we have no ships capable of making such a journey."
"Theories,"
was all Algon said. "Whoever these strangers are," said Arthur, "we had best make sure we can find out as much as possible about them." Algon and Liam gave him a questioning look, while Culgan and Tully looked on without expression. Boric and Fannin nodded as Arthur continued. From the boy's description, the ship was obviously a warship. The heavy prow with bowsprit is designed for ramming, and the high foredeck is a perfect place for bowmen, as the low middle deck is suitable for boarding other vessels when they have been grappled. I would imagine the rear deck was also high. If more of the hull had survived, I would guess we would have found rowers' benches as well.
"Oh, war galley?"
asked Algon. Fannin looked impatient.
"Of course, you simpleton."
There was a friendly rivalry between the two masters, which at times degenerated to some unfriendly bickering.
"Take a look at our guest's weapon."
He indicated the broadsword.
"How would you like to ride at a determined man wielding that toy? He'd cut your horse right out from under you. That armour is light and efficiently constructed for all its gaudy colouring. I would guess that he was infantry. As powerfully built as he is, he probably could run half a day and still fight."
He stroked his moustache absently.
"These people have some warriors among them."
Algon nodded slowly. Aratha sat back in his chair, making a tent of his hands, fingertips flexing. "What I can't understand," said the Duke's younger son, "is why he tried to run. We had no weapons drawn and were not charging. There was no reason for him to run." Boric looked at the old priest.
"Will we ever know?"
Tully looked concerned, his brow furrowed.
"He had a long piece of wood embedded in his right side, under the breastplate, as well as a bad blow to the head. That helmet saved his skull. He has a high fever and has lost a great deal of blood. He may not survive. I have to resort to a mind contact if he regains enough consciousness to establish it."
Pug knew of the mind contact. Tully had explained it to him before. It was a method only a few clerics could employ, and it was extremely dangerous for both the subject and the caster. The old priest must feel a strong need to gain information from the injured man to risk it. Boric turned his attention to Kulgan.
"What of the scroll the boys found?"
Kulgan waved a hand absently.
"I have given a preliminary and brief inspection. It has magical properties without a doubt. That is why Pug felt some compulsion to inspect the cabin and that chest, I think. Anyone as sensitive to magic as he is would feel it."
He looked directly at the Duke.
"I am, however, unwilling to break the seal until I have made a more involved study of it to better determine its purpose. Breaking enchanted seals can be dangerous if not handled properly. If the seal was tampered with, the scroll might destroy itself, or worse, those trying to break it. It wouldn't be the first such trap I've seen for a scroll of great power."
The Duke drummed his fingers on the table for a moment. "All right. We will adjourn this meeting. As soon as something new has been learned, either from the scroll or from the wounded man, we will reconvene." He turned to Tully. "See how the man is, and if he should wake, use your arts to glean whatever you can." He stood, and the others rose also. "Liam, send word to the Elf Queen and the dwarves at Stone Mountain and the Grey Towers of what has happened. Ask for their counsel." Pug opened the door. The Duke went through, and the others followed. Pug and Thomas were the last to leave, and as they walked down the hall, Thomas leaned over toward Pug. "We really started something." Pug shook his head. "We were simply the first to find the man. If not us, then someone else." Thomas looked relieved to be out of the chamber and the Duke's scrutiny. "Oh, if this turns out badly, I hope they remember that." Kulgan went up the stairs to his tower room as Tully moved off toward his own quarters, where the wounded man was being tended by Tully's acolytes. The Duke and his sons turned through a door to their private quarters, leaving the boys alone in the hallway. Pug and Thomas cut through a storage room and into the kitchen. Megar stood supervising the kitchen workers, several of whom waved greetings to the boys. When he saw his son and fosterling, he smiled and said, "Well, what have you two gotten yourselves into now?" Megar was a loose-jointed man with sandy hair and an open countenance. He resembled Thomas, as a rough sketch resembled a finished drawing. He was a fair-looking man of middle years, but lacked the fine features that set Thomas apart. Grinning, Megar said, "Everyone is hushed up about that man in Tully's quarters, and messengers are dashing from here to there, one place to another. I haven't seen such a to-do since the Prince of Crondor visited 7 years ago." Thomas grabbed an apple from a platter and jumped up to sit on a table. Between bites, he recounted to his father what had taken place. Pug leaned on the counter while listening. Thomas told the story with a minimum of embellishment. When he was done, Megar shook his head. "Well, well. Aliens, is it? I hope they're not marauding pirates. We have had peaceful enough times lately. 10 years since the time the Brotherhood of the Dark Path," he gestured, spitting, "curse their murderous souls, stirred up that trouble with the goblins. Can't say as I welcome that sort of mess again, sending all those stores to the outlying villages, having to cook based on what will spoil first and what will last longest. I couldn't make a decent meal for a month." Pug smiled. Megar had the ability to take even the most difficult possibilities and break them down to basics, how much inconvenience they were likely to cause the scullery staff. Thomas jumped down from the counter. "I had best return to the soldiers' commons and wait for Master Fannin. I'll see you soon." He ran from the kitchen. Megar said, "Is it serious, Pug?" Pug shook his head. "I really can't say. I don't know. I know that Tully and Culgan are worried, and the Duke thinks enough of the problem to want to talk to the elves and dwarves. It could be." Megar looked out the door that Thomas had used. "It would be a bad time for war and killing." Pug could see the poorly hidden worry in Megar's face and could think of nothing to say to a father of a son who had just become a soldier. Pug pushed himself away from the counter. "I'd better be off as well, Megar." He waved goodbye to the others in the kitchen and walked out of the kitchen and into the courtyard. He had little temper for study, being alarmed by the serious tone of the meeting in the Duke's chambers. No one had come out and said as much, but it was obvious they were considering the possibility that the alien ship was the vanguard of an invasion fleet. Pug wandered around to the side of the keep and climbed the 3 steps to the princess's small flower garden. He sat on a stone bench, the hedges and rows of rose bushes masking most of the courtyard from sight. He could still see the top of the high walks with the guards patrolling the parapets. He wondered if it was his imagination, or were the guards looking especially watchful today. The sound of a delicate cough made him turn. Standing on the other side of the garden was Princess Carline with Squire Roland and 2 of her younger ladies-in-waiting. The girls hid their smiles, for Pug was still something of a celebrity in the keep. Carline shooed them off, saying, "I would like to speak with Squire Pug in private." Roland hesitated, then bowed stiffly. Pug was irritated by the dark look Roland gave him as he left with the young ladies. The 2 young ladies looked over their shoulder at Pug and Carline, giggling, which seemed only to add to Roland's irritation. Pug stood as Carline approached and made an awkward bow. She said in short tones, "Oh, sit down, I find that rubbish tiring, and get all I need from Roland." Pug sat. The girl took her place next to him, and they were both silent for a moment. Finally she said, "I haven't seen you for more than a week. Have you been busy?" Pug felt uncomfortable, still confused by the girl and her mercurial moods. She had been only warm to him since the day 3 weeks ago when he had saved her from the trolls, stirring up a storm of gossip among the staff of the castle. She remained short-tempered with others, however, especially Squire Roland. "I have been busy with my studies." "Oh, pooh! You spend too much time in that awful tower." Pug didn't consider the tower room the least bit awful, except for being a bit draughty. It was his own, and he felt comfortable there. "We could go riding, Your Highness, if you would like." The girl smiled. "I would like that, but I'm afraid Lady Marna won't allow it." Pug was surprised. He thought that after the way he had protected the princess, even the girl's surrogate mother would allow that he was proper company. "Why not?" Carline sighed. "She says that when you were a commoner, you would keep your place. Now that you are a courtier, she suspects you of having aspirations." A slight smile played across her lips. "Aspirations?" Pug said, not understanding. Carline said shyly, "She thinks that you have ambitions to rise to higher station. She thinks you seek to influence me in certain ways." Pug stared at Carline. Abruptly, comprehension dawned on him, and he said, "Oh," then, "Oh, Your Highness." He stood up. "I never would do such a thing. I mean, I would never think to. I mean—" Carline abruptly stood and threw Pug an exasperated look. "Boys, you're all idiots." Lifting the hem of her long green gown, she stormed off. Pug sat down, more perplexed than before by the girl. It was almost as if— He let the thought trail away. The more it seemed possible that she could care for him, the more anxious the prospect made him. Carline was quite a bit more than the fairy-tale princess he had imagined a short time back. With the stamp of one little foot, she could raise a storm in a salt cellar, one that could shake the keep. A girl of complex mind was the princess, with a contradictory nature tossed into the bargain. Further musing was interrupted by Thomas dashing by. Catching a glimpse of his friend, he leapt up the 3 steps and halted breathlessly before him. "The Duke wants us. The man from the ship has died." They hastily assembled in the Duke's council chamber, except Culkin, who had not answered when a messenger knocked at his door. It was supposed he was too deeply engrossed in the problem of the magic scroll. Father Tully looked pale and drawn. Pug was shocked by his appearance. Only a little more than an hour had passed, yet the old cleric looked as if he had spent several sleepless nights. His eyes were red-rimmed and deep-set in dark circles. His face was ashen, and a light sheen of perspiration showed across his brow. Boric poured the priest a goblet of wine from a decanter on a sideboard and handed it to him. Tully hesitated, for he was an abstemious man, then drank deeply. The others resumed their former positions around the table. Boric looked at Tully and said simply, "Well?"
The soldier from the beach regained consciousness for only a few minutes. A final rally before the end. During that time, I had the opportunity to enter into a mind contact with him. I stayed with him through his last feverish dreams, trying to learn as much about him as I could. I nearly didn't remove the contact in time.
Pug paled. During the mind contact, the priest's mind and the subject become as one. If Tully had not broken contact with the man when he died, the priest could have died or been rendered mad. For the 2 men shared feelings, fears, and sensations, as well as thought. He now understood Tully's exhausted state. The old priest had spent a great deal of energy maintaining the link with an uncooperative subject, and had been party to the dying man's pain and terror. Tully took another drink of wine, then continued.
If this man's dying dreams were not the product of fevered imaginings, then I fear his appearance heralds a grave situation.
Tully took another sip of wine and pushed the goblet aside.
The man's name was Chomich. He was a simple soldier of a nation, Honshoni, in something called the Empire of Tsuranoani.
Boric said, "I have never heard of this nation, nor of that empire." Tully nodded and said, "I would have been surprised if you had." That man's ship came from no sea of Midkemia. Pug and Thomas looked at each other, and Pug felt a chilling sensation, as, apparently, did Thomas, whose face had turned pale. Tully went on. "We can only speculate on how the feat was managed, but I'm certain that this ship comes from another world, removed from our own in time and space." Before questions could be asked, he said, "Let me explain. This man was sick with fever, and his mind wandered." Tully's face flickered with remembered pain. "He was part of an honor guard for someone he thought of only as Great One. There were conflicting images, and I can't be sure, but it seems that the journey they were on was considered strange, both for the presence of this Great One and for the nature of the mission. The only concrete thought I gained was that this Great One had no need to travel by ship. Beyond that, I have little but quick and disjointed impressions. There was a city he knew as Yankora, then a terrible storm, and a sudden blinding brilliance, which may have been lightning striking the ship, but I think not. There was a thought of his captain and comrades being washed overboard, and then a crash on the rocks." He paused for a moment. "I am not sure if those images are in order, but I think it likely that the crew was lost before the blinding light." "Why?" asked Boric. "I'm ahead of myself," said Tully. "First, I'd like to explain why I think this man is from another world. This Chomich grew to manhood in a land ruled by great armies. They are a warrior race whose ships control the seas. But what seas? Never, to my knowledge, has there been mention of contact with these people, and there are other visions that are even more convincing. Great cities, far larger than those in the heart of Kesh, the largest known to us. Armies on parade during high holiday, marching past a review stand. City garrisons larger than the King's Army of the West." Algon said, "Still, there is nothing to say they are not from—" He paused, as if the admission were difficult. "Across the endless sea." That prospect seemed to trouble him less than the notion of some place not of this world. Tully looked irritated at the interruption. "There is more, much more. I followed him through his dreams, many of his homeland. He remembers creatures unlike any I have heard of or seen, things with 6 legs that pull wagons like oxen, and other creatures, some that look like insects or reptiles but speak like men. His land was hot, and his memory of the sun was of one larger than ours and more green in colour. This man was not of our world." The last was said flatly, removing from all in the room any lingering doubts. Tully would never make a pronouncement like that unless he was certain. The room was silent, as each person reflected on what had been said. The boys watched and shared the feeling. It was as if no one were willing to speak, as if to do so would seal the priest's information forever in fact, while to stay silent might let it pass like a bad dream. Boric stood and paced over to the window. It looked out upon a blank rear wall of the castle, but he stared as if seeking something there, something that would provide an answer for the questions that spun in his mind. He turned quickly and said, "How did they get here, Tully?" The priest shrugged. "Perhaps Culgan can offer a theory as to the means. What I construct as being the most likely series of events
Is this. The ship foundered in the storm. The captain of the ship and most of its crew were lost. As a last resort, this Great One, whoever he is, invoked a spell to remove the ship from the storm, or change the weather, or some other mighty feat. As a result, the ship was cast from its own world into this, appearing off the coast at Sailor's Grief. With the ship moving at great speed on its own world, it may have appeared here with the same movement, and with the westerly blowing strong, and little or no crew, the ship was driven straight onto the rocks. Or it simply may have appeared on the rocks, smashed at the instant it came into being here.
Fannin shook his head.
From another world? How can that be possible?
The old priest raised his hands in a gesture of mystification.
One can only speculate. The Ashapians have old scrolls in their temples. Some are reputed to be copies of older works, which in turn are copies of still older scrolls. They claim the originals date back in unbroken line to the time of the Chaos Wars. Among them is mention of other planes and other dimensions, and of concepts lost to us. One thing is clear, however. They speak of lands and peoples unknown, and suggest that once mankind travelled to other worlds, or to Midkemia from other worlds. These notions have been the centre of religious debate for centuries, and no one could say with certainty what truth there was in any of them.
He paused, then said,
Until now, if I had not seen what was in Chomich's mind, I would not have accepted such a theory to explain this day's occurrences. But now...
Boric crossed to his chair to stand behind it, his hands gripping each side of the high back.
It seems impossible.
That the ship and man were here is fact, father, said Liam. Arutha followed his brother's comment with another. And we must decide what the chances are that this feat may be duplicated. Boric said to Tully,
You were right when you said this may herald a grave situation.
Should a great empire be turning its attention toward Criddy and the kingdom?
Tully shook his head.
Boric, have you so long been removed from my tutelage that you miss the point entirely?
He held up a bony hand as the Duke started to protest.
Forgive me, my lord. I am old and tired and forget my manners. But the truth is still the truth. A mighty nation they are, or rather an empire of nations, and if they have the means to reach us, it could prove dire. But most important is the possibility that this great one is a magician or priest of high art. For if he is not one alone, if there are more within this empire, and if they did indeed try to reach this world with magic, then grave times are truly in store for us.
When everyone at the table still appeared not to comprehend what he was alluding to, Tully continued, like a patient teacher lecturing a group of promising but occasionally slow students.
The ship's appearance may be the product of chance, and if so, is only a cause for curiosity. But if it was by design that it came here, then we may be in peril, for to move a ship to another world is an order of magic beyond my imagining. If these people, the Tsurani, as they call themselves, know we are here, and if they possess the means to reach us, then not only must we fear armies that rival Great Kesh at the height of its power, when its reach extended to even this remote corner of the world, we must also face magic far greater than any we have known.
Boric nodded, for the conclusion was obvious once pointed out.
We must have Culgan's counsel on this at once.
One thing, Arthur, said Tully.
The prince looked up from his chair, for he had been lost in thought.
I know why Khomich tried to run from you and your men. He thought you were creatures he knew in his own world, centaur-like creatures called Thun, feared by the Tsurani.
Why would he think that? Asked Liam, looking puzzled.
He had never seen a horse, or any creature remotely like it. I expect these people have none.
The Duke sat down again. Drumming his fingers on the table, he said,
If what Father Tully says is true, then we must make some decisions, and quickly. If this is but an accident that has brought these people to our shores, then there may be little to fear. If, however, there is some design to their coming, then we should expect a serious threat. Here we are, the fewest in number of all the kingdom's garrisons, and it would be a hard thing should they come here in force.
The others murmured agreement, and the Duke said,
We would do well to try to understand that what has been said here is still only speculation, though I am inclined to agree with Tully on most points. We should have Culgan's thoughts upon the matter of these people.
He turned to Pug.
Lad, see if your master is free to join us.
Pug nodded and opened the door, then raced through the keep. He ran to the tower steps and took them 2 at a time. He raised his hand to knock and felt a strange sensation, as if he were near a lightning strike, causing the hair on his arms and scalp to stand up. A sudden sense of wrongness swept over him, and he pounded on the door. "Culgan! Culgan, are you all right?" he shouted, but no answer was forthcoming. He tried the door latch and found it locked. He placed his shoulder against the door and tried to force it, but it held fast. The feeling of strangeness had passed, but fear rose in him at Culgan's silence. He looked about for something to force the door, and, finding nothing, ran back down the stairs. He hurried into the long hall. Here guards in Criddy livery stood at their post. He shouted at the 2 nearest, "You 2 come with me! My master is in trouble!" Without hesitation, they followed the boy up the stairs, their boots pounding on the stone steps. When they reached the magician's door, Pug said, "Break it down!" They quickly put aside spear and shield and leaned their shoulders against the door. Once, twice, 3 times they heaved, and, with a protesting groan, the timbers cracked around the lock plate. One last shove, and the door flew open. The guards stopped themselves from falling through the door and stepped back, amazement and confusion on their faces. Pug shouldered between them and looked into the room. On the floor lay Culgan, unconscious. His blue robes were dishevelled, and one arm was thrown across his face as if in protection. 2 feet from him, where his study table should have stood, hung a shimmering void. Pug stared at the place in the air. A large sphere of grey that was not quite grey shimmered with traces of a broken spectrum. He could not see through it, but there was nothing solid there. Coming out of the grey space was a pair of human arms reaching toward the magician. When they touched the material of his robe, they stopped and fingered the cloth. As if a decision had been made, they travelled over his body until they identified Culgan's arm. The hands took hold of him and tried to lift his arm into the void. Pug stood in horror, for whoever or whatever was on the other side of the void was trying to pull the stout magician up and through. Another pair of hands reached through and picked up the magician's arms next to where the first held him, and Culgan was being pulled toward the void. Pug turned and grabbed one of the spears from against the wall where the shocked guards had placed them. Before either of the men-at-arms could act, he levelled it at the grey spot and threw. The spear flew across the 10 feet that separated them from Culgan and disappeared into the void. A brief second after, the arms dropped Culgan and withdrew. Suddenly, the grey void blinked out of existence with a clap of air rushing in to fill it. Pug ran to Culgan's side and knelt by his master. The magician was breathing, but his face was white and beaded with sweat. His skin felt cold and clammy. Pug ran to Culgan's sleeping pallet and pulled off a blanket. As he was covering the magician, he shouted at the guards, "Get Father Tully!" Pug and Thomas sat up that night, unable to sleep. Tully had tended to the magician, giving a favourable prognosis. Culgan was in shock, but would recover in a day or two. Duke Boric had questioned Pug and the guards on what they had witnessed, and now the castle was in an uproar. All the guards had been turned out, and patrols to the outlying areas of the duchy had been doubled. The Duke still did not know what the connection between the appearance of the ship and the strange manifestation in the magician's quarters was, but he was taking no chances with the safety of his realm. All along the walls of the castle, torches burned, and guards had been sent to Long Point Lighthouse and the town below. Thomas sat next to Pug on a bench in Princess Carline's garden, one of the few quiet places in the castle. Thomas looked thoughtfully at Pug. "I expect that these Shirani people are coming." Pug ran a hand through his hair. "We don't know that." Thomas sounded tired. "I just have a feeling." Pug nodded. "We'll know tomorrow when Culgan can tell us what happened." Thomas looked out toward the wall. "I've never seen it so strange around here. Not even when the Dark Brotherhood and the goblins attacked back when we were little, remember?" Pug nodded, silent for a moment, then said, "We knew what we were facing then. The Dark Elves have been attacking castles on and off as far back as anyone can remember. And goblins, well, they're goblins." They sat in silence for a long time. Then the sounds of boots on the pavement announced someone coming. Swordmaster Fannon, in chainmail and tabard, halted before them.
"What? Up so late? You should both be abed."
The old fighter turned to survey the castle walls.
"There are many who find themselves unable to sleep this night."
He turned his attention back to the boys.
"Thomas, a soldier needs to learn the knack of taking sleep whenever he can find it, for there are many long days when there is none. And you, Squire Pug, should be asleep as well. Now, why don't you try to rest yourselves?"
The boys nodded, bade the swordmaster good night, and left. The grey-haired commander of the Duke's Guard watched them go and stood quietly in the little garden for a time, alone with his own disquieting thoughts. Pug was awakened by the sound of footsteps passing his door. He quickly pulled on trousers and tunic and hurried up the steps to Culgan's room. Passing the hastily replaced door, he found the Duke and Father Tully standing over Culgan's sleeping pallet. Pug heard his master's voice, sounding feeble as he complained about being kept abed.
"I tell you, I'm fine," Culgan insisted. "Just let me walk about a bit, and I'll be back to normal in no time."
Tully, still sounding weary, said,
"Back on your bed, you mean? You sustained a nasty jolt, Culgan. Whatever it was that knocked you unconscious packed no small wallop. You were lucky. It could have been much worse."
Culgan noticed Pug, who stood quietly at the door, not wishing to disturb anyone.
"Ah, Pug,"
he said, his voice regaining some of its usual volume.
"Come in, come in.
"I understand I have you to thank for not taking an unexpected journey with unknown companions."
Pug smiled, for Culgan seemed his old jovial self in spite of his wan appearance. "I really did nothing, sir. I just felt that something was not right and acted."
"Acted quickly and well," said the Duke with a smile. "The boy is again responsible for the well-being of one of my household. At this rate, I may have to grant him the title Defender of the Ducal Household."
Pug smiled, pleased with the Duke's praise. Boric turned to the magician.
"Well, seeing as you're full of fire, I think we should have a talk about yesterday. Are you well enough?"
The question brought an irritated look from Culgan.
"Of course I'm well enough. That's what I've been trying to tell you for the last 10 minutes.
Culgan started to rise from the bed, but as dizziness overtook him, Tully put a restraining hand on his shoulder, guiding him back to the large pile of pillows he had been resting on.
"You can talk here quite well enough, thank you. Now stay in bed."
Culgan made no protest. He shortly felt better and said,
"Fine, but hand me my pipe, will you please?"
Pug fetched Culgan's pipe and pouch of tobacco, and as the magician tamped down the bowl, a long burning taper from the firepot. Culgan lit his pipe and, when it was burning to his satisfaction, lay back with a contented look on his face.
"Now," he said, "where do we begin?"
The Duke quickly filled him in on what Tully had revealed, with the priest adding a few details the Duke overlooked. When they were done, Culgan nodded.
"Your assumption about the origin of these people is likely. I suspected the possibility when I saw the artifacts brought from the ship, and the events in this room yesterday bear me out."
He paused for a moment, organizing his thoughts.
"The scroll was a personal letter from a magician of these people, the Tsurani, to his wife. But it was also more. The seal was magically endowed to force the reader to incant a spell contained at the end of the message. It is a remarkable spell, enabling anyone, whether or not they can normally read, to read the scroll."
The Duke said, "Well, this is a strange thing." Tully said, "It's astonishing."
"The concepts involved are completely new to me," agreed Culgan. "Anyway, I had neutralized that spell so I could read the letter without fear of magical traps, common to private messages written by magicians. The language was, of course, strange, and I employed a spell from another scroll to translate it. Even understanding the language through that spell, I don't fully understand everything discussed. A magician named Fanatha was traveling by ship to a city on his home world. Several days out to sea, they were struck by a severe storm. The ship lost its mast, and many of the crew were washed overboard. The magician took a brief time to pen the scroll, it was written in a hasty hand, and cast the spells upon it. It seems this man could have left the ship at any time and returned to his home or some other place of safety, but was enjoined from doing so by his concern for the ship and its cargo. I'm not clear on this point, but the tone of the letter suggested that risking his life for the others on the ship was somehow unusual. Another puzzling thing was a mention of his duty to someone he called the Warlord. I may be reaching for straws, but the tone leads me to think this was a matter of honor or a promise, not some personal duty. In any event, he penned the note, sealed it, and was then going to undertake to move the ship magically.
Tully shook his head in disbelief. Incredible.
And, as we understand magic, impossible,
Colgan added excitedly. Pug noticed that the magician's professional interest was not shared by the Duke, who looked openly troubled. The boy remembered Tully's comments on what magic of that magnitude meant if these people were to invade the kingdom. The magician continued.
These people possess powers about which we can only speculate. The magician was very clear on a number of points. His ability to compress so many ideas into so short a message shows an unusually organized mind. He took great pains to reassure his wife he would do everything in his power to return. He referred to opening a rift to the New World because, and I don't fully understand this, a bridge was already established, and some device he possessed lacked some capacity or another to move the ship on his own world. Now, from all indications, it was a most desperate gamble. He placed a second spell on the scroll, and this is what caught me in the end. I thought by neutralizing the first spell, I had countered the second also. But I was in error. The second spell was designed to activate as soon as someone had finished reading the scroll aloud. Another unheard-of piece of magical art. The spell caused another of these rifts to open, so the message could be transported to a place called the Assembly, and from there to his wife. I was nearly caught in the rift with the message.
Pug stepped forward. Without thinking, he blurted, "Then those hands might have been his friends trying to find him." Colgan looked at his apprentice and nodded.
A possibility. In any event, we can derive much from this episode. These Tsurani have the ability to control magic that we can only hint at in our speculation. We know a little about the occurrences of rifts and nothing of their nature.
The Duke looked surprised. "Please explain." Colgan drew deep on his pipe and then said,
"Magic, by its nature, is unstable. Occasionally a spell will become warped. Why, we don't know. To such a degree it tears at the very fabric of the world. For a brief time a rift occurs, and a passage is formed going somewhere. Little else is known about such occurrences, except that they involve tremendous releases of energy."
Tully said,
"There are theories, but no one understands why every so often a spell or magic device suddenly explodes in this fashion, and why this instability in reality is created. There have been several occurrences like this, but we have only second-hand observations to go on. Those who witnessed the creation of these rifts died or vanished."
Colgan picked up the narrative again.
"It's considered axiomatic that they were destroyed along with anything within several feet of the rift."
He looked thoughtful for a moment.
"By rights, I should have been killed when that rift appeared in my study."
The Duke interrupted.
"From your description, these rifts, as you called them, are dangerous."
Colgan nodded.
"Unpredictable as well. They are one of the most uncontrollable forces ever discovered. If these people know how to manufacture them and control them as well, to act as a gate between worlds, and can pass through them safely, then they have arts of the most powerful sort."
Tully said,
"We've suspected something of the nature of rifts before, but this is the first time we've had anything remotely like hard evidence."
Colgan said,
"Bah! Strange people and unknown objects have appeared suddenly from time to time over the years, Tully. This would certainly explain where they come from."
Tully appeared unwilling to concede the point.
"Theory only, Colgan, not proof. The people have all been dead, and the devices... No one understands the 2 or 3 that were not burned and twisted beyond recognition."
Colgan smiled.
"Really? What about the man who appeared 20 years ago in Salador?"
To the Duke he said, "This man spoke no language known, and was dressed in the strangest fashion."
Tully looked down his nose at Kulgan. "He was also hopelessly mad, and never could speak a word that could be understood. The temples invested much time on him."
Boric paled. "Gods! A nation of warriors with armies many times the size of our own, who have access to our world at will. Let us hope they have not turned their eyes toward the kingdom."
Kulgan nodded and blew a puff of smoke.
"As yet, we have not heard of any other appearances of these people, and we may not have to fear them. But I have a feeling."
He left the thought unfinished for a moment. He turned a little to one side, easing some minor discomfort, then said,
"It may be nothing, but a reference to a bridge in the message troubles me. It smacks of a permanent way between the worlds already in existence. I hope I'm wrong."
The sound of feet pounding up the stairs made them turn. A guard hurried in and came to attention before the Duke, handing him a small paper. The Duke dismissed the man and opened the folded paper. He read it quickly, then handed it to Tully.
"I sent fast riders to the elves and the dwarves with pigeons to carry replies.
The Elf Queen sends word that she is already riding to Criddy, and will be here in 2 days' time." Tully shook his head. "As long as I have lived, I have never heard of the Lady Algarana leaving Elvendar. This sets my bones cold."
Kulgan said,
"Things must be approaching a serious turn for her to come here. I hope I am wrong, but think that we are not the only ones to have news of these Chirani."
Silence descended over the room, and Pug was struck by a feeling of hopelessness. He shook it off, but its echoes followed him for days. Chapter 6. Elf Council. Pug leaned out the window. Despite the driving rain that had come in the early morning, the courtyard was in an uproar. Beside the necessary preparations for any important visit, there was the added novelty of these visitors being elves. Even the infrequent elf messenger from Queen Aglarana was the object of much curiosity when one appeared at the castle, for rarely did the elves venture south of the River Criddy. The elves lived apart from the society of men, and their ways were thought strange and magical. They had lived in these lands long before the coming of men to the west, and there was an unvoiced agreement that, in spite of any claims made by the kingdom, they were a free people. A cough caused Pug to turn and see Kulgan sitting over a large tome. The magician indicated with a glance that the boy should return to his studies. Pug closed the window shutters and sat on his pallet. Kulgan said,
"There will be ample time for you to gawk at elves, boy, in a few hours. Then there will be little time for studies. You must learn to make the best use of what time you have."
Fantus scrambled over to place his head in the boy's lap. Pug scratched absently behind an eye ridge as he picked up a book and started to read. Kulgan had given Pug the task of formulating shared qualities of spells as described by different magicians, in the hope it would deepen his understanding of the nature of magic. Kulgan was of the opinion that Pug's spells with the trolls had been the result of the tremendous stress of the moment. He hoped the study of other magicians' research might help the boy break through the barriers that held him back in his studies. The bookwork also proved fascinating to Pug, and his reading had improved greatly. Pug glanced at his master, who was reading while puffing great clouds of smoke from his long pipe. Kulgan showed no signs of the weakness of the day before, and had insisted the boy use these hours to study rather than sit idly by waiting for the arrival of the Elf Queen and her court. A few minutes later, Pug's eyes began to sting from the pungent smoke, and he turned back to the window and pushed open the shutters. "Kulgan."
"Yes, Pug?"
"It would be much nicer working with you if we could somehow keep the fire going for warmth, but move the smoke outside." Between the smoking firepot and the magician's pipe, The room was thick with blue-white haze. The magician laughed loudly.
"Right you are."
He closed his eyes for a moment. His hands flew in a furious motion, and he softly mouthed a series of incantations. Soon he was holding a large sphere of white and grey smoke, which he took to the window and tossed outside, leaving the room fresh and clear. Pug shook his head, laughing. "Thank you, Colgan, but I had a more mundane solution in mind. What do you think of making a chimney for the firepot?"
"Not possible, Pug,"
Colgan said, sitting down. He pointed to the wall.
"If one had been installed when the tower was built, fine. But to try to remove the stones from the tower, from here past my room and up to the roof, would be difficult. Not to mention costly."
"I wasn't thinking of a chimney in the wall, Colgan. You know how the forge in the smithy has a stone hood taking the heat and smoke through the roof?" The magician nodded. "Well, if I could have a metal one fashioned by the smith, and a metal chimney coming from
Congratulations, Christopher. I'm so proud of you. Well,
it's an honor to meet you.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Your book is my daughter's absolute favorite.
Oh, I love that.